The infinite conversation. Maurice Blanchot. Tragic thought. Pascal does not stop with the idea, as is generally said, that contrariety derives from the play of opinion. If there is a dialectic, it is that of reality itself, founded upon a creation originally corrupt, and founded upon the more dazzling and more august mystery of the union of two natures in Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ is God and is man, and affirmations that are indissolubly linked, yet averse to one another, we ought to expect to find the mark of truth in their aversion and contradiction, and we will not only have to entertain these opposing affirmations, maintaining them firmly together, but also take them as true because of their opposition, which will oblige us to demand a higher order that founds them. Reason, therefore, does not begin in the light of an evidency by which it would seize itself, but rather in an obscurity that itself is not manifest, and whose discovery, seizure, and affirmation alone put thought to work, causing it to find and to extend its own light. Without this mystery, the most incomprehensible of all, we are incomprehensible to ourselves. The beginning, after having explained incomprehensibility, let us note well that all the contradictions in which we exist are the misfortune of a thought that has nothing with which to begin and dissipates from one infinite to the other, the ambiguity by which we are scattered, not dwelling, incessantly coming and going, always here and there and yet nowhere, curious with regard to everything in order not to stop anywhere, a world in which nothing is either present or absent, where there is neither proximity nor distance, where everything escapes, leaving us the illusion of having everything. All this is the consequence of a dispersing, pervasive, and errant obscurity that we have not had the force to fix in place. This play of equivocal light is diversion. Where everything is unsettled, one can only live in perpetual detour, for to hold to one thing would suppose that there were something determined to hold on to. It would presuppose, therefore, a neat division of light and shadow, of sense and nonsense, and, finally, of fortune and misfortune. But inasmuch as the one is always the other, and we know it, but by way of a kind of ignorance that dissuades us without enlightening us, we seek only to preserve uncertainty and obey it, inconstant through a want of constancy that is in things themselves, leaning upon nothing because nothing offers support. And this flightiness responds to the truth of our ambiguous existence, which is rich only in its ambiguity, an ambiguity that would immediately cease were it to seek to realize itself, it never being anything but possible. Interpretations of Descartes have doubtless changed a great deal, but not like those of Pascal. This is because Descartes has remained the property of wise philosophers, while Pascal has fallen into the hands of reckless literary types. Thus he was impious in the 18th century, pathetic and prophetic in the 19th, and in the 20th century, existential. But this genius of the heart for which he is known, through a misunderstanding that leads to opposing reactions, is not the only thing that has fascinated literature. That there should be no writer more brilliant surely plays a role in this fascination, but there is still another reason for it. One might perhaps say that in naming and in justifying diversion, Pascal gave to the literary art of the future one of its privileged categories. No doubt, it is the everyday course of existence he has in mind, the inauthentic and almost senseless existence in which, half awake, half deceitful, we hold ourselves suspended in an illusion that, through blind skill in a lazy stubbornness, we do not cease to render lasting. So life slips away. But, at the same time, Pascal does not condemn diversion because he knows that the thought explaining and judging this movement already belongs to the vicissitudes of a diverted life, and simply gives evidence of a senseless inconsistency that augments the mystification. And finally, others tire themselves to death in order to remark all these things, not to become wiser thereby, but only to show that they know them, and these are the most foolish of the lot, since they are so knowingly. And I who write this, and perhaps my readers, there can therefore be no knowledge of diversion, being as it were the very essence of diversion. This sort of infinite regression, this bad infinity, ruins the knowledge that would apply to it, and makes it so that knowledge, in so applying itself, also alters and ruins it. If one wishes to be faithful to the truth of diversion, one must not know it, nor take it to be either true or false, for fear of making disappear the essential, which is ambiguity, that indissociable mixture of true and false that nonetheless marvelously colors our life with ever-changing nuance. Thus everyday man will be the most consequent and the most wise. But Pascal clearly opens up another possibility. Being unable to know our ambiguous life, will we not be tempted to describe it, to write it? Might not written description be the sole mode of presentation that does not disturb the strange enchantment of appearances and disappearances in which we exist? A presentation that would not render impurity pure, but would give us the infinite unreality of our life for what it is, unreal, and yet for all this very real? And naturally we will not be content with a surface description, we will descend into the depths, as does Pascal himself, finding them always more profoundly superficial, always more ambiguous, clear but falsely so, obscure, but with a dissimulating obscurity that always further dissembles itself, and thus we will obey the sole rule, which is to save this ambiguity, without arresting its movement and without pause, so that what is deprived of all final meaning will not cease to appear to us full of meaning, and so that, in this manner, we may be in accord with the discordant traits of human existence. The terrible vanity of art would thus come from the fact that it alone does justice, without justifying it, to what is vain, following diversion all the way through, accomplishing it in its incompletion and without our either being able or desiring to elude it. How will Pascal himself escape art's ambiguity? One might say, by another form of art that seeks its coherence in a tragic vision of the world. But here we must follow a path opened by Lucien Goldman, one of the first commentators to apply in his reading and study of Pascal certain principles of dialectical materialism. 3 Goldman borrows the elements of this conception of the tragic from Georg Lukács's Analyses in Soul and Form, a book that appeared some 50 years ago. But in applying it to Pascal, Goldman gives it a rigor that transforms it. How to move from this equivocal state that is the senseless sense of the world, and that we ought not mistake, to the absolute truth, that pure and total light whose exigency I find in myself. How to entertain the ambiguity and not accept it, how to live in the diverting confusion of vague and brilliant instants and, faced with this anarchy of the clar-obscure, forehold myself to a contrariety so exclusive that it transforms into an essential affirmation that which is essentially without firmness. It seems that Pascal's efforts, his discovery and his conversion, which was also philosophical, tend to take up and gather all obscurity into a higher region where it becomes mystery, situating it in such a way that the incomprehensible becomes a source of comprehension and gives a power of understanding, and this without yielding in any way to the mysticism of the irrational. The obscurity must be held fast, and by going back to that superior region, by overtaking it with a leap, one must above all disclosely not tone down the hidden divisions of the world in such a way that they become illuminated and sharpened by the mystery's initial obscurity, irreconcilable contraries, affirmations that exclude one another, exigencies that are opposed. One must disclose the exigency of their opposition and the more exigent exigency of the necessity of their truth in the whole. The man of the world lives in nuance and by degrees, he lives in a mixture of light and shadow, in confused enchantment or irresolute mediocrity, in the middle. Tragic man lives in the extreme tension between contraries, going from a yes and no confusedly merged back to a yes and a no that are clear and clearly preserved in their opposition. He does not see man as a passable mixture of middling qualities and honest failings, but as an unendurable meeting of extreme grandeur and extreme destitution, an incongruous nothingness in which the two infinites collide. But how does man become tragic man? And what does he gain by it? What he loses is evident: ease, forgetfulness, tranquil malaise, dull pleasures, a tender inconstancy, and an almost agreeable nausea, neither truth nor lies, but the illusion of both to a mystified life that some might charge is not a life, but that is a life of appearances one will do anything not to lose. But tragic man is one whose existence has suddenly become transformed. From a play of light and shadow it has become both an exigency of absolute clarity and an encounter with heavy darkness, the summons to a true speech and the trial of an infinitely silent space. Finally, it has become the presence of a world incapable of justice and offering only derisory compromise when it is the absolute, and the absolute alone, that is required, hence an uninhabitable world in which one is obliged to dwell. For tragic man, everything has instantly hardened, everything is the face-to-face of incompatibilities. Where does this come from? Whence this sudden metamorphosis? It comes from the fact that, having sought, he has encountered infinitely outside and above himself that which holds gathered within an initial event the greatest clarity and the greatest obscurity, an incomprehensible unity in the face of which he will from now on hold himself, everything in him and around him changed by this measure of extreme contrariety that makes disappear the equivocacies nonetheless destined to render life possible. This event is the union in Christ of divinity and humanity, of all grandeur and all baseness, as in man it is the mystery of original sin and, finally, higher, or at least the instance beyond which we cannot rise, the mystery of the presence of the hidden God. In the La Fume edition, which claims to restore, if not the order that might have belonged to the completed Pensée Issa, for this order is perhaps unthinkably at least the classification of bundles and notebooks in which Pascal gave a provisional ordering to his work, what comes in the beginning, as the principle from which all else is to follow, is the name and the thought of the Deus Subsconditus, the presence of the God that hides. This, in effect, is a sure point of departure for everyone, for, unlike the cogito, this principle gathers within itself absolute certitude and absolute incertitude, itself saying it is certain only in that it can only be uncertain. The doubter who would refuse this beginning, maintaining that, for him, God is not there and he does not see him, would do no more than demonstrate his agreement with the idea of God's invisibility and bear witness to God's distance, as to the darkness in which men dwell. This is doubtless no more than a point of departure by which nothing yet begins. Nonetheless, something essential has already been acquired, because consciousness of this obscurity is the difficult point that, separating compromise from the play of light and shadow, puts us at the same time in touch with the fact that in the world there is no true light, that man nonetheless wants light, wants it totally and wants it to be total. This is why Pascal will vigorously affirm, atheists ought to say things perfectly clearly. But as they find it impossible to do so, it being inconceivable that God should exist and inconceivable that he should not exist, that there should be a soul in the body, that we should have no soul, that the world should have been created, that it should not, etc., that there should be original sin, and that there not be a, we are led, not reasonably but by a very particular movement, to bind together, into bundles as it were, these terrible incomprehensibilities whose incompatible nature nonetheless joins them two by two, and to elevate them to the point where they are the most incompatible and impose themselves with force become infinite, in the supreme incertitude of the supremely certain, the presence of the absent God. Virtues deus subsconditus. Thus it becomes comprehensible that if tragic man should come into the light that is the hidden God, this light would metamorphose everything, make nuance vanish and transform the happy mean into the harsh encounter of being and nothingness. The means for living at the mean are no more. One must live without pause in the restless tension of exclusive exigencies, live grandly with one's baseness and reduced to nothing by a memory of greatness, like a righteous man who is but a sinner, precisely the righteous sinner whose prayer is necessary, but not necessarily answered. Yes, the world is henceforth discredited. But will it not be possible for use? Assuredly not easy, but possibly to refuse the world and to take refuge in the certainty of another world and a God under whose gaze we will hold ourselves in hope and in waiting for the final reconciliation? Would not tragic man thereby become the spiritual man whose faith in God furnishes him with the beginning of a response to these anguishing questions? But this is what he will be unable to become, for he cannot forget to unless he forgets everything, and that if all clarity and all obscurity are gathered together in God, it is not in order that they may neutralize each other in a happy harmony from which we would immediately derive appeasement and happiness. Perhaps, in truth, it shall be this way, but now, at this very moment on earth, it is not so. And what we have gained is not a light making all obscurity vanish, not a certainty enveloping all uncertainty, but the hard mystery of both the one and the other, which is expressed in this God always present and always absent, a permanent presence and a permanent absence that make the hidden God a hidden because manifest, present in his absence a certainty and an uncertainty that are equal and equally absolute. It must be understood that the mystery of this fundamental opposition ought not reawaken ambiguity. God's present absence is not ambiguous. Our certitude and our incertitude in regard to him render him neither doubtful nor probable, but as certain as he is uncertain. The obscurity of our position in relation to him, and that of his will in relation to us, makes it our duty to act as rigorously as we would if we had clear knowledge of our ends. But here is another consequence. For tragic man, the presence of God is such that he can no longer be in any way satisfied with a world in which he knows that nothing of value will ever be accomplished, but, at the same time, the absence of God is such that he cannot find refuge in God, any more than he can unite mystically with the infinite as with the sole substantial reality. So now he is thrown back into the world, which he nevertheless refuses, a refusal that henceforth changes meaning, for it is within the world and within its limits that he must oppose it, becoming through this opposition conscious of what man is and what he would wish to be. Tragic man, in front of the presence-absence of the hidden God, and deriving from the incomprehensible union of contraries a power of understanding that is always neither sure nor doubtful, must therefore learn to live in the world without taking part in it and without acquiring a taste for it. He must also learn to know the world by his very refusal, a refusal that is not general and abstract but constant and determined, and that serves knowledge better than any rationalist optimism in so far as this reason frees him from the mystifications of a false knowledge. 5 Thus man, comprehending the world and comprehending himself on the basis of what is incomprehensible, is on the way toward a comprehension more reasonable, more exigent, and more far-reaching that can be called tragic, entertaining ambiguity without accepting it, and, more precisely, returning from diversion and ambiguity from the intimacy of a mingled yes and no to the paradox of a yes and a no simultaneously affirmed, each being absolute, each without mixture and without confusion, yet always equally posed together inasmuch as their truth is in their simultaneous clarity and in the obscurity that this simultaneity makes appear in each as a reflection of the other's light. God is therefore hidden at the center of tragedy. This thought creates difficulties for Pascal, but these difficulties are in any case inevitable and in a sense constitute the particular strength of Pascal's thought. An uncertain certitude which is as foreign to doubt as it is distinct from an immediate evidency or from a mystical apprehension introduces at the heart of reason an affirmation that reason will never master, and to which it lends itself only by an assent whose risky nature it measures at every moment. Will it be possible for this new tragic reason to arrive, in a manner that is neither irrational nor intellectual, at this paradoxical affirmation to which there indeed seems to be no means of access? It is here that Pascal discovers as essential to this reason the new mode of approach that is constituted by the wager. There is in the wager an effort to utilize the rigor of a mathematical form and the constraint of a calculation in order to move beyond both this form and this constraint. Here we see to what extent Pascal is hardly one to abandon thought. He is bold enough to sense in these pure, amusing speculations the seriousness of a future science, bolder still not to fear putting a reasoning suited to frivolity in service of what is the highest and, for him, the most venerable. And he is a Jansenist. One has to take risks, that is to say, uncertainty has to be worked for. And this is the wager's first objective, to make us conscious of this imperative to which we have been consigned without our knowledge. Then, from the moment we must wager consciously, we must wager reasonably. Hence, a double effort meant to increase consciousness and make us carry out the folly of the leap in such a way that this folly shall be a lucid act that reason illuminates, bears, and supports as far as possible. There is in the wager something that sweeps reason along and scandalizes it. Machine of an enormous power, E. Saurio says in his forceful study. 6 The wager's centrality, and the fact that it has value not only for the libertine who loves games of chance but also for Pascal, is seen in several passages. 7 These show, moreover, the imperious movement of the unparalleled dialogue in which we are engaged despite ourselves being, in any case, this dialogue's respondents, where everything is set into place to clarify, assure, and nonetheless surprise our decision. Perhaps all bets are placed from the moment he writes yes, but wager you must. You have embarked on it. So which will you have? This is the essential moment at which tragic reason intervenes. One must wager, one must choose. One must, that is, renounce the ambiguity that refuses choice, does not even refuse it, but only takes it as being possible and never accomplishes it. Here we are perhaps failing to do justice to that ambiguity by which meaning is always on the hither side of the moment at which the alternative is posed and requires a choice. In this case, ambiguity occupies a position the wager will not be able to attain. It is not that ambiguity does not wish to be engaged, but there seems to be a region where the impossibility of choosing and the necessity of not choosing impose themselves, not out of concern for the possible, but because the possible is essentially lacking. Here, courage and morality consist in standing watch over the indecision of being and in reawakening it as soon as it begins to slip. For Pascal we have always already wagered in advance. Tragic reason obliges us to become conscious of the wager's inevitability, and to assume the risk it introduces into thought and makes inseparable from each of its moves. We must, therefore, wager, engage our certain action for something that is certainly uncertain. But for which uncertainty? God, nothingness, the fulfillment of human destiny, the classless society? Here it is as though tragic reasoning were seconded by a mathematical reasoning that, because it believes it can master chance, the experience of chance, as and Breton saw it, is the experience of a kind of imminent transcendence of an unknown nature, acquires a power of surpassing by which we are pushed reasonably to a leap whose essence, nonetheless, is to put reason at risk. A risk that is calculated but escapes all measure. There is an equivocation here that is perhaps no longer in keeping with the rigor of tragic thought. It might be expressed as follows: let us suppose that the wager leads us, as hope's reckoning invites us, to choose God. Won't such a manner of choosing be incompatible with this God we choose? Or, as Saurio says, what will happen if certain ways of opting for the infinite render us unfit for the infinite? Furthermore, continues Saurio, if our reckonings are good and if God, the God at Heidesser, is truly present at the end of the game, is he not responsible for this iniquitous game he obliges us to play? Iniquitous because God offers an enormous advantage to the one who plays in a certain manner. One's hand, as it were, is forced. Iniquitous also because we are obliged to toss a coin in order to settle the uncertain existence of he who thus puts it up to chance. Now it is the entire thought of the God that hides that becomes scandalous, and this scandal is not foreign to the essence of tragic thought. It is a scandal so outrageous that it would seem that the only means of justifying God, and justifying the moral bankruptcy represented by the wager's necessity, is the wager's possible failure. As though God's having put himself at stake could be justified solely on condition that he not exist. One might say that by the human force of the wager alone, and by this path that necessarily diverts us from being, we always place our wager on nothingness, no matter how the bet is finally called, a nothingness we sometimes call God, sometimes the world, and where, in either case, what will have won is indeed the infinite. But the infinite of nothingness. 8 The uncertain certainty of God's existence makes us unable to prove either that God is or that he is not, nor can we doubt the one or the other. Our life, moreover, always represents a living affirmation for or against God. We must therefore affirm both and always set truth in the rigorous asperity that divides our thought as soon as it thinks this sovereign contrariety. It is for this reason that the wager itself is double. The wager of tragic reason, one must wager and become conscious of the fact that one lives solely by wagering. This lucid and constant, rigorous consciousness makes the wager accomplished with full knowledge of the risk and with a presentiment of its failure, an infinite act that, rendering us now capable of the infinite, allows us thereby to opt for an infinite that, though determined, remains infinitely aleatory. The wager of mathematical reason, this second-hand wager, intervenes by the objective calculation of chance so as to keep the infinite of the risk and the uncertainty of the decision from reducing our choice to an arbitrary act. It is not simply a matter of tossing a coin, but of playing seriously by engaging in the game not only all of being, but also the reason that calculates coldly and that, by its calculations, succeeds in establishing a link between the finite and the infinite. But God, reached by wager, is nonetheless such that he ought to make this wager scandalous and impossible. From this angle, in the sense that Pascal is unable to stand by the God of the wagerer, a God whose one face is being, the other nothingness, and moves to a God with whom relations are spiritual or mystical, we touch the point at which thought reaches its greatest exigencies, and reaches them perhaps no longer in Pascal, nor in anyone. Infinitely separated from God and separated from the world, but living solely for this God, it can reach only in separation, and living solely in this world it knows only by the insufficiencies it refuses. So such a tragic consciousness is exposed to two temptations from which it must escape. One is the way out offered by spirituality, the progressive detachment from the world, the soul's movement toward God, where tragic consciousness finds the interior life, the promise of perfection and joy. The other, still more formidable, is that of a mystical experience where infinite separation becomes union with the infinite, and the presence-absence of God, an absence that offers itself ecstatically as the rapture of a presence. Temptations that are perhaps inevitable. It must be noted that the thought of the hidden God is a thought the scriptures inherited from negative theology, and always ready to give way to a mystical movement. The great merit of Goldman's analysis is to have in a sense purified this thought, and to have conceived of it as an endless movement between the opposed poles of presence and absence, a movement that never advances because, eternal and instantaneous, it is foreign to a time in which there are progress and retreat. This is important. But does the thought of a God that hides present itself in this way to Pascal? He says that God reveals himself to those who seek him and hides from those who test him. And he adds that God is partly hidden and partly revealed, not totally hidden and totally manifest. Each man, it is true, is never simply a man who seeks. This is why God, should man discover him, is always a hidden God, for there are light and obscurity even for the elect. There is light enough to enlighten the elect, and darkness enough to humble them. There is darkness enough to blind the reprobates and light enough to damn them. To know God without knowing man's misery is dangerous, just as it is dangerous to know one's misery without knowing God. But if one knows God and knows one's misery, one knows that one can only know the remoteness of God, God manifest in so far as he is distant. Or, one knows that one cannot find God but only seek him, or again, that one cannot possess God but only desire him. However, when Pascal says that God established in the Church sensible signs by which those who seek him in sincerity should know him, at the same time so hiding them that he can only be perceived by those who seek him with all their hearts, the thought of the hidden God he is expressing here, and it is in this form that he most often does so, ceases to be a tragic thought, God speaking only by his silence, just as there is a point, as Lucien Goldman remarks, at which Pascal says yes without adding to it the contrary number, the point at which he affirms the correspondence between the paradoxical nature of man and the paradoxical content of Christianity. Here, the Christian religion is not relatively true but entirely true, since, accounting for the incomprehensible without dissipating it, making of obscurity a mystery and of mystery a light to a new light, to it holds the key to all possible truth. 10 The hidden God, in one of his last poems, Holden also gave voice to this thought: is God unknown? Is he manifest as the sky? This rather I believe, and in another fragment, what is God? Unknown, yet, rich in qualities is the aspect of him the sky offers us. For the lightnings are the wrath of a God. Is all the more invisible, what adapts itself to strangeness. Here we have the movement proper to the thought of the God that hides. God is unknown and nonetheless manifest. The way he is manifest, he has the qualities that render him unknown, familiar to us. Familiar, he destines himself, adapts himself, to what is foreign to him, and the more a thing is invisible the more it is destined to this manifestation of strangeness. But it becomes foreign to itself thereby, and foreign in the strangeness that renders it familiar to us, hidden as soon as manifest, hiding there where it shows itself. God is unknown. God is manifest. Unknown and open as the sky, he reveals himself in that which, showing him hidden, lets him appear as he is, unknown. 12 But what is such a thought? Is it mystical? Is it dialectical? Is it tragic? 13:4. Affirmation, desire, affliction. 1. Those who find Simone Weil's thought so irritating that it seems to them scarcely a thought reproach her for a lack of rigor that is all the more troublesome for the certainty of the rigorous exigency to which it responds. Yes, it is a thought often strangely surprised. But in this, too, worthy of attention and rich in truth, even if this truth is not entirely her own, or perhaps close to her just the same. And to say that her thought lacks coherence is to rid oneself rather quickly of what one is saying. Where, then, is this lack situated? In what does it consist? It is certainly not where it is most visible. In these affirmations that are blindly at odds, one must become uprooted, one must take root. God is perfectly absent, He is the only presence, the world is evil, the order of the world is the good itself. We are in the habit of valiantly withstanding the shock and the constraint of such contradictions, and I do not see why Simone Weil alone would be disqualified as a thinker because she accepted within herself as legitimate the inevitable opposition of thoughts. Perhaps instead we should ask why this division of which she is conscious, since she tries to theorize it, but to which she also often pays little heed, would in her case be more serious, revealing a refusal to choose and to become aware that given her life, her experiences, the force of her sincerity, and the steadfastness of her orientation might on the contrary take on all the more importance and contain a singular meaning. Those who speak of contradiction run up against those who speak of unity. Unity, understood as a uniformity of direction analogous to the oscillating indication of a compass needle, at times disoriented but always certain of the pole, even if the latter proves to be unsituatable, is, in fact, much more visible. There is even something quite striking in the fact that this young intellectual, without any religious ties and as though naturally atheist, should almost suddenly, at about age 29, be the subject of a mystical experience of a Christian nature, without this event seeming in any way to modify either the movement of her life or the direction of her thoughts. A singular case that cannot be compared to that of Claudel. Simone Weil did not convert, nor will she ever do so, despite entreaties both from within and from without. The experience of what cannot be grasped through experience does not even give her faith. She only perceives that as an atheist professing to be an atheist she was then no less turned toward the same light than she is now, that she has, dangerously, at her disposition a religious vocabulary that is more precise. And the word conversion is not a word she uses willingly, except in the sense of this word that she finds in the texts of Plato. The violence of a decisive turnabout, a capital break, are instead events to be mistrusted because of the illusory hopes their vividness cannot fail to bring forth, just as seeking God and finding God are unsuitable expressions, which, at the most, indicate that we have found a false God and that in seeking have forgotten what cannot be sought. Conversion cannot but be silent, invisible, perfectly secret. It requires of the one in whom it is accomplished only the same attention and the same immobility to which it was the brief, illuminating response. The Christian interpretations that were immediately applied to Simone Weil's thought are legitimate, she herself called them forth. And if it is difficult not to feel her to be irreducibly at the margin, this margin, when defined in relation to the Christian religion and Christian mysticism, is soon absorbed by them. Even if this marginal position is often respected by her commentators, out of honesty or antipathy, it is nonetheless, in their view, Christian thought that gives meaning to her bearing and to the latitude that constitutes it. This is no doubt inevitable. It is also perhaps what has veiled, I will not say the originality of this thought, as she in no way wished to be original, but what in it is irregular, an irregularity that is not easy to grasp. Yet how can one not be struck, in reading certain of her writings, at least those having a certain volume, by the tone that is hers and by the manner in which she makes her assertions, with a certitude so remote from herself, so distant from all proof and all guarantee, yet so restrained and nearly effaced that one indeed feels one cannot refuse her hearing, without hoping in return never to be heard by her. Not that she would be unable to listen or attend to the words of others, but it is certain she will always respond in this blank and monotone voice, and with the authority that, while imposing itself without the least violence, will nonetheless never yield, inasmuch as impersonal truth is incapable of making concessions. What is surprising, among other traits in this discourse, is the quality of the affirmation and the transparency of the certitude. We, believers and non-believers, are less in the habit of doubting than questioning. We enter into thought, and especially our own, only by questioning. We go from question to the point where the question, pushed toward a limit, becomes responsive, the response then being, according to a famous expression, no more than the question's last step. Such a way of proceeding is foreign to Simone Weil. Even in her notebooks questions are rare, doubts almost unknown. Is she, then, so sure of her thoughts? Not entirely. But it would seem that she first responds to herself, as though for her the answer always came first, preceding every action and even every possibility of questioning. There is an answer, then another, and then again another answer. These answers often do not coincide, and even profoundly contradict one another, hence the uneasiness of many readers, but she leaves them as they are, without seeming to renounce any of them, much less bring them into agreement. Affirming is often for Simone Weil a way of questioning or a way of testing. It must be added that through her mentor and teacher, Alain, she had become familiar with this way of thinking and proceeding, not by proof or by doubt, but by affirming and by holding firmly without wavering to the movement of affirmation that by a pact unites thought, will, and truth. But this itinerary is different with Simone Weil. The kind of invisible effort by which she seeks to efface herself in favor of certitude is all that remains in her of a will as she advances from affirmation to affirmation. It is true that at times, and without knowing it, she is still very present by the grip she imposes upon herself in order to maintain the calm and even course of her diction. And sometimes, for example, in un racinement, the need for roots, or when she touches upon obsessional subjects the affirmation stiffens and hardens to the point of becoming an empty force, then certitude, no longer abiding in its inaccessible firmament, descends to coerce rather than persuade us, and so the intolerance of spirit begins. But this inflection is almost rare. It is, on the contrary, remarkable that all the while living with certitude and relations that exceed it, she can still maintain the distance this very certitude requires, a certitude that has no power over us and is without relation with us until we have renounced everything we hold to be certain. We shall have to consider the nature of this certitude, and her surprising incapacity to counteract it. No one has doubted less than she did, and if, as is said, there are saints for whom the idea of God in difficult moments becomes obscured, Simone Weil represents someone who was not only incapable of doubting the good, but also incapable of thinking this doubt through. Here, too, in our modern world of beliefs, she is an exceptional figure. Nonetheless, she sometimes attempted to put her thought in the pressure such an invincible certitude exerted on her into form. In the notes published under the title La Connaissance zur Nature, First and Last Notebooks, she comes back to this subject 3 times, and formulates what is for her a sort of Pascalian wager, very superior, she says, to Pascal's. I choose the last of these formulations, which seems to me the best, or at least the most significant. If I avert my desire from all things of this world as being false goods, I have the absolute, unconditional certainty of being in a accord with truth. To turn away from thema, that is all. But, it will be asked, does this good exist? What does it matter? The things of this world exist, but they are not the good. And what is this good? I have no idea, but what does it matter? It is that whose name alone, if I attach my thought to it, gives me the certainty that the things of the world are not the good. But is it not ridiculous to abandon what exists for something which, perhaps, does not exist? By no means, if what exists is not the good, and if what perhaps does not exist is the good. But why say what perhaps does not exist? It makes no sense to say the good exists or the good does not exist. One can only say the good. 2. If one reflects upon this astonishing wager, whose object is to eliminate both wager and risk, one will see that all its force comes not from the old ontological argument, but from the force and the purity of desire, a desire incapable of being satisfied and of coming to rest in anything, and, even more, from the extraordinary and sovereign attraction that the name of the good exercises upon Simone Weil. This is singular. And in this sense, if it is true that she is a Christian, she owes it to Plato, for it is first of all in Plato that she found the good, and it is through the beauty of the Greek texts that the name of the good revealed itself to her as the sole reality, the unique response capable of illuminating the true reality of her desire and the unreality of all the rest. It is certain that Simone Weil was extremely touched by the beauty of texts. She was in a sense converted by an English poem. It was during its recitation that, according to the terms she uses, and that one does not reproduce without discomfort, Christ came down and took possession of me. Later, in reciting the Greek Lord's Prayer, whose exceptionally beautiful form she always admired, she was again, and several times, enraptured and transported. Revealing the power reading had upon her, she says, for me the proof, the miraculous thing, is the perfect beauty of the accounts of the Passion joined with a few fulgurating words by Isaiah and St. Paul. This is what constrains me to believe. Again and again she asserts that we know nothing of the good and nothing of God save the name. She assures us that through the name of God we can orient our attention toward the true God, who is beyond our reach and is unconceivable by us. Without the gift of this name we would have only a false, earthly God, conceivable by us. The name alone permits us to have a Father in the heavens, about which we know nothing. This is perhaps a surprising affirmation. Did Simone Weil, without knowing it, come under the influence of the Jewish religious traditions, particularly that of the Kabbalah, for which the secret name of God is the object of a special reverence and can even, through the contemplation and combination of letters, ecstatically engage us in the divine mystery? Does she know that the world of letters is the true world of beatitude? Yet she does not believe that some substantial power attaches to God's name. It is rather a kind of sacrament. Just as, according to convention, the least bit of matter can enclose the divine presence, so by convention can any assembling of syllables become the name of God. Convention is arbitrary in its form, but it gives to this arbitrary form its necessity when we consent to it as simply as though it were ratified by God himself, then God does in effect ratify it. God's name is therefore his real name only if we renounce everything in thinking it. Yet in her view, this name does not give itself as an indifferent pretext that the purity of meditation alone would render pure. God truly gave his name to us and in this way gave himself over to us. God has placed the skies between him and us in order to hide himself. He gave to us only one thing, his name. This name is truly given to us. We can do what we will with it. We can attack it like a label to any created thing. But in so doing we profane it, and it loses its virtue. It has virtue only when it is spoken without our imagining any representation of it. It has virtue only We first had the idea of a good, then the name of the good, then the name of God. You that God is the good is a certainty. It is a definition. Do we not feel as though we have already dangerously slipped since the initial certitude, when the good was a certitude only as an idea? For it is quite another certitude we have acquired, having, through the affirmative richness that the ambiguous use of God's name puts at our disposal, regained possession of a large part of the traditional thought about God, ready henceforth to think of him as real, and real because present and existent. If indeed there was a sliding, how can it be justified? We can represent it in this way: no one felt a more rigorous exigency than Simone Weil. There is in her an impulse that prompts her to render the thought of the absolute and the desire that oriented her toward it ever and always more pure. It is categorically and almost with horror that she rejects all the diversions offered by faith, the idea of salvation, the belief in a personal immortality, the conception of a beyond, and, in general, all that would allow us to bring close to us what has truth for us only if we love it, all the while becoming disinterested in all that for us is true. We can never put enough distance between ourselves and what we love. To think that God is still to think of him as present. This is a thought according to our measure, destined only to console us. It is much more fitting to think that God is not, just as we must love him purely enough that we could be indifferent to the fact that he should not be. It is for this reason that the atheist is closer to God than the believer. The atheist does not believe in God. This is the first degree of truth, providing he does not believe in any kind of God. If this is so, if he is in no way idolatrous, he will believe in God absolutely even while being unaware of it and by the pure grace of his ignorance. Not to believe in God. Not to know anything of God. And to love in him only his absence, so that this love, being a renouncing of God himself, may be a love that is absolutely pure and the emptiness that is plenitude. But we must not know even this, or we risk consenting to emptiness only in the hope of being filled with it. This movement, as we see, is of an exigency such that it authorizes no affirmation whatsoever, and such that the one who follows it seems never able to rest either in God or in the thought of God, in the thought of God's abandonment, or in anything and not even in the thought of death. Simone Weil is familiar with this movement. Nonetheless, it is a fact that she does not follow it out to its end and seems to be constantly unfaithful to it. One finds in one of her notebooks this remark: not to speak about God, not even in an inner language of the soul, not to pronounce this word, except when one is not able to do otherwise. Able is obviously used here in a particular sense. The word God is in other passages replaced by the word nothing, obedience to God, that is to say, since God is beyond all that we can imagine or conceive, to nothing but these reservations are rare. She speaks constantly of God, and she does so without prudence, without reserve, and with the facility that universal tradition has accorded her. Why is this? It is not simply a weakness, but one of the singular traits of her experience. We should speak here of the kind of faith and of the conception of faith that was hers. When Simone Weil speaks of the good as of a certitude, this certitude is too lofty and too certain to be an object of faith. It is outside faith, as it is above everything. Nothing will cause her to waver on this point. But the more lofty a certitude the idea of the good becomes, a certitude only at this point of extreme height where it is inaccessible, the more does this other idea, the idea that we have no relation with the good and no hope of ever approaching it, impose itself. The cost of this certitude should be eternal despair. Simone Weil just escapes this, but she does so completely. She herself knows very well why, and she says it clearly. Since adolescence she has not ceased to believe in the spiritual efficacy of desire. She believed that any human being whatsoever will enter the realm of truth, if one only desires the truth and perpetually concentrates on attaining it. Here is how she was led to this hope. At about age 14, having persuaded herself of the mediocrity of her mind, she was overcome by despair. Close to her was her brother who, due to his mathematical precocity, was compared to Pascal. Believing she was without genius, she thought herself forever excluded from the transcendent domain to which only those who have great intelligence and are able to find the truth have access. After months of inner darkness she came suddenly and forever to the certitude that, even if one's faculties are of no account, the pure good truth, virtue, beauty will be accorded to those who purely desire it. She never departed from this new certitude. This for her was faith. That every thought of mine which is a desire for good brings me nearer to the good, this is an object of faith. Only through faith can I have this experience. There is a relation of necessity, then, between desire and the good. But what sort of relation, and what is the necessity that allows me to affirm, when one desires bread one is not given stones? Here we approach the moment at which we will get hold of Simone Weil's fundamental indecision, an indecision she seems not to notice, perhaps because it is impossible for her to put it aside. The belief that I, a being who is without relation to God and incapable of doing anything to approach him on my own, for everything that brings me close to him immediately distances me from him, can nevertheless live in such a way that I will die in God's presence, and even in this life unite myself with him. This thought seems to mark the point at which intervenes an assistance that is foreign, gratuitous, yet indispensable, and that allows us to rise above our earthly weight. This support bears a well-known name, for it is grace. Apparently nothing less than grace will diminish this frightening distance between we who know nothing of the good and can do no more than desire it, and the reality of the good. There is a good part of Simone Weil's thought that must be interpreted as a meditation on grace. At a certain moment, in extreme affliction, if we hold on to the possibility of loving, infinite love responds to us and plants in us a tiny seed for an infinitesimal, divine seed for which we must become a place of reception and nurture. That is all. From that moment, God has no more to do, neither have we, except to wait. But waiting is a very important thing. We see, even here, that Simone Weil reduces as much as possible God's personal intervention, for which she feels an extreme distaste. Yet even this is still too much. And having given everything over to God, she nonetheless, through an entirely different impulse in her thought, seeks to do without his agency in order to make possible his impossible approach. Not through an excessive confidence in human means, quite the contrary. But just as the world in which mechanical necessity reigns and that is absolutely empty of God is also, by the purity of this very emptiness, what is closest to the divine essence, so, in the same way, what in us is nature is always ready to reverse itself into a surnature, to the extent that we consent to bear its weight. Then we will suffer. Then the suffering and affliction will divide us in such a way that a part of us will be in distress while another part will consent to this distress and, continuing to desire the good, will become capable of it. This division by suffering divides us exactly into nature and surnature. Through natural affliction we witness a kind of genesis of the surnature within us. Desire and painful suffering are the givens of Simone Weil's experience. She did not invent or discover them in her thought, but in her life. She felt them fundamentally and underwent them as the necessary and sufficient conditions of salvation. Affliction, as Jacques Cabord observes, is for her a kind of natural redemption. 3 But it is also the strange path toward a damnation without sin, since those who are struck by affliction become fortuitously incapable of receiving God and are in danger of passing the limit beyond which there is no hope of salvation. Yet even in extreme affliction love, desire, is perhaps never entirely lost. Through desire we can orient ourselves toward the good. And desire for the good produces the good. Some of her formulations have a disquieting rapidity. Therefore, God exists because I desire him, this is as certain as my own existence. Yet what she understands by this is in many texts more precise, that the desire for the good, being pure, is not a desire to possess it but only to desire it. I know nothing of the good, and I desire it too purely to appropriate it for myself. I am thus filled by my very desire, I constantly have the good when I desire it, since I desire only to desire it and not to have it. She says this in many ways. But we also find the following statement, which shows the constant equivocacy of her thought: if desire for the good equals possession of the good, desire for the good is productive of the good, that is to say, it produces the desire for good. Outside me there is a good which is superior to me and which influences me for the good every time I desire the good. As there is no possible limit to this operation, this external good is infinite, it is God. This is an assembling of notions that mixes together without rigor residues of the ontological argument and Platonic realism. It is no longer my desire in itself that produces the good, rather it is the great good that each time responds to my desire and influences me. A conclusion one can only arrive at by a leap. Let us nonetheless admit it. But if I have such a certitude, will my desire not lose its disinterestedness, its purity? And ceasing to be pure, it will be empty, no good will respond to it. We are therefore condemned to this essential contradiction: thought of the truth alone is enough to falsify the truth, just as knowing the rules required for salvation is enough to make one no longer capable of observing them because the very fact of thinking about them already constitutes their violation. Which once again shows either our absolute powerlessness and the impossibility of any salvation, or else obliges us to place our hope solely in divine mercy. Thus everything constantly reverses itself. The strange thing is that in such extreme difficulties Simone Weil seems never to despair or to doubt, even if at times the feeling of man's affliction tears at her. Here again, at a time when faith and doubt, thought and anguish seem interchangeable to such an extent that one can just as well take the one for the other, Simone Weil offers us an example of certitude that, neither passing by way of her person nor owing anything to she who is nothing, remains beyond the reach of the uncertainties that thought is always ready to bring back to life, so we can set our mind on avoiding them. In a manner that is almost calm, equable, and unbending, she keeps always pure the affirmation she nonetheless cannot affirm. A strange affirmation that eludes the obscurities of faith, as well as the contradictions of salvation, and to which she does not succeed in giving form or even introduce into her thought, and yet an invincible affirmation. Thus the question returns, still there. Where does this certitude come from? 2. There is a simple answer to the questions one may ask oneself about Simone Weil's certitude, mystical in origin. It is an echo of the ecstatic experiences during the course of which she was several times in contact with the unconditional good, and that she thereby knew through experiential knowledge, having each time felt, without being in any way prepared, a presence more personal, more certain and more real than that of a human being, a presence inaccessible to the senses as well as to the imagination and analogous to the love that is glimpsed through the most tender smile of a loved one. Her thought thus refers us back to that mystical knowledge upon whose obscure foundation she believes she is thinking, a certitude that, in thought itself, is already nothing more than uncertainties she then does not perceive, or about which she is not concerned to the same degree as we are because of all she has and all that we do not, the plenitude of her implicit faith. Her implicit hope, a belief that God is love and that a sincere waiting cannot be disappointed. Affirmations that were all experientially confirmed, and that do not cease to support her uncertain reasons. This answer is to a certain extent true, but it does not suffice. First of all, it must be observed that the more she uses God's name with indiscretion, the better she keeps her with an exemplary restraint, and even from herself for the secret of the gift that was bestowed upon her, never speaking of it in her notes, even less using it as an authority or as proof. For she does not betray herself, nor does she betray the secret. Because she knows also that such instants, exceptional as they may be, and because they represent the exception, prove nothing, guarantee nothing, and, themselves without guarantee, are thus all the more useless. How altered they would be if one claimed to make them serve some certainty. Besides, when one would wish to give proof, it would no longer be the experience that is present but its memory. The memory of a mystical event is not mystical, or rather, it reintroduces the uncertainties of time and discourse into the ungraspable certitude of which memory is but a reflection. Or to state this more precisely, a memory is valid only through the transformation of those who remember and to the extent to which they would be able to become entirely that of which there is memory. But then they would no longer remember. They would be forgetting, empty or pure nothing for them and for us. True knowledge is supernatural. All Simone Weil's writings and all her thoughts are oriented toward this affirmation. Except that the word supernatural must be read in a constantly ambiguous manner, in such a way that it indicates, perhaps, the approach of the only veritable reality, but in no way indicating that in order to approach it anything supernatural is needed, at least anything that would not have as its principles and conditions some general givens, desire, attention, obedience, renunciation. Even experience of the transcendent does not seem to entail making the part of grace any greater, or the decision of a superhuman intervention any more necessary. This is what is remarkable. Did she not, then, in a lightning flash, escape gravity and earthly law? Was she not touched by a supernatural presence? Yet what tore her from herself was not herself. Most certainly. No one has set aside more firmly all forms of power, even spiritual power. Man can do nothing, and he is accepted from truth each time he exercises power, or has the illusion of doing so. But God can do no more than man. He is not the all-powerful that our idolatry hastens to adore so we can adore the power in ourselves. On the contrary, he is the absolute renunciation of power, he is abdication, abandon, the consent to not being what he could be, and this in the creation as well as in the passion. God is not able to do anything for us, as long, at least, as we are still ourselves, encompassed by ourselves. In this world God is a dissolved. Friendship with him confers no power. We come back to the question, if what tore her from herself is not herself and is not God, then what is it? One must answer, this tearing itself. This response, though she does not quite, but very nearly, give it this form, is what sustains her entire life and her entire thought. All the certitude comes together here. There is in us something that must be called divine, something by which we already dwell close to God. It is the movement by which we efface ourselves. It is the abandonment of what we believe to be, a retreat outside ourselves and outside everything, a seeking of emptiness through the desire that is like the tension of this emptiness, and that, when it is the desire for desire, then a supernatural desire, is the desire of emptiness itself, emptiness desiring. This, as she says, is perfectly simple. We have but little force, if we renounce it. If we consent to everything, we become all powerful. We have but little being, a semblance of being, if we renounce it we will surely be extinguished, but by the plenitude of being. God created me as a non-being which has the appearance of existing in order that through love I should renounce this apparent existence and be annihilated by the plenitude of being. Yes, this is simple. But, one will ask, why the plenitude of being and not simply nothingness without plenitude? Because this abdication, this loving consent to be nothing, this immobile impetus of desire toward an anticipated death is, in Simone Weil's profound conviction, the absolute itself, absolute certitude, or to use a language closer to hers, it is, already in the world, our common trait with God, our equality with him. God abdicated from his divine omnipotence and emptied himself. By abdicating from our small human power we become, as regards emptiness, equal to God. We cannot but sense that there is in this humbling a great spiritual pride. It follows that we are in the supernatural by all that, within us and outside us, naturally disposes us to this abdication we will call divine. Outside us, affliction, time, aimless necessity. Within us, the consent to affliction, obedience to time, the desire finally without hope, a desire that desires nothing but this nothing it is. If we desire non-being we have it, and all we have to do is be aware of the fact. To become something divine I have no need to get away from my misery, I have only to adhere to it. All these are affliction, desire is natural, and so too can be liberation. But all this is at the same time supernatural and, one must perhaps add, very mysterious. For how, being nothing, are we to consent to being nothing? How can necessity, which is everywhere, become in us obedience and attention? How can time become an acceptance of time? How can it become waiting, patience, and, by a transmutation of patience, eternity? Things are not easy on God's side either. For why did God play this trick on us? Why did he give us a semblance of being, a deceptive appearance that, at the price of infinite suffering, we must bring back to the truth of the nothingness that it is by falling back to the nothingness from which, unfortunately, we were made to come out of, or rather, that we were allowed to believe we had left. We are an illusion. And we have to find the means for making the illusion vanish. This is the whole problem of salvation. This joke of God is what we are. Creation is God's fiction. Simone Weil conceived of creation in a manner that may seem strange and, in any case, foreign to tradition. It is an interesting conception. First, because it once again reveals to us the true sources of her certitude, but also because this conception puts her, without her knowing it, back into the Jewish tradition from which she turned away with such violence and often such obstinate incomprehension, a mystical tradition, it is true. In fact, it is Isaac Luria, a saintly man and profound thinker of the 16th century, whose influence we know was great, who, interpreting an idea from the ancient Kabbalah, that symptom, recognized in the creation an act of abandonment on the part of God. A forceful idea. In creating the world God does not set forth something more, but, first of all, something less. Infinite being is necessarily everything. In order that there be the world, he would have to cease being the whole and make a place for it through a movement of withdrawal, of retreat, and in abandoning a kind of region within himself, a sort of mystical space. 5. In other words, the essential problem of creation is the problem of nothingness. Not how something can be created out of nothing, but how nothing can be created in order that, on the basis of nothing, something can take place. There must be nothing. That the nothing exists is the true secret and the initial mystery, a mystery that begins painfully with God himself or through a sacrifice, a retraction, and a limitation, a mysterious consent to exile himself from the all that he is and to efface and absent himself, if not disappear. It is as though the creation of the world, or its existence, would have evacuated God from himself, pose God as a lack of God and therefore had as its corollary a sort of ontological abyss that could only be abolished along with the world itself. Where there is a world there is, painfully, the lack of God, a profound thought indeed. Now this is the thought Simone Weil rediscovered, for nothing permits us to say she borrowed it. The numerous formulations she employs are well known. For God, creation consisted not in extending himself, but in withdrawing. On God's part creation is not an act of self-extension but of retreat, of renunciation. Fly this creative act he denied himself, as Christ has told us to deny ourselves. God, in a sense, renounces being the whole. Because he is the Creator, God is not all-powerful. Creation is abdication. But he is all-powerful in the sense that his abdication is voluntary. The creation is an abandonment. In creating what is other than himself, God necessarily abandoned it. This means two things. God renounced both himself and us. Abandonment, the fact of abandoning and of being abandoned, by its double signification and with its negative and positive aspects, is the initial certitude and the unique truth, which, in God as well as in us, indicates all we ought to believe and all it is necessary for us to have in order that we may once again find everything and become again like God, in order that we may recognize God in us, in this renunciation that he is, by which he makes us be, and through which we become him by restoring unto him the being we are not. The only truth, abandonment, renunciation. Through renunciation God created the world, through renunciation we create the world. Renunciation is truly God in us. 6 And through him, when we transform this passive abandonment of the fact of being abandoned into an active abandonment of the fact of giving ourselves in abandoning we can constantly recapture all that we lack, and all the more so as we lack it. For example, the world is absolutely bereft of God since God in a sense absented himself and emptied himself of his divinity in order that the world may be. But as nothing in God is more divine than this abdication, nothing can render God more present to us than this absence that is his most admirable gift, and that the world represents for us, essentially is. So that Simone Weil can say, the world, inasmuch as it is entirely empty of God, is God himself, or again, the abandonment in which God leaves us is his own way of caressing us. Time, our single misery, is the very touch of his hand. It is the abdication by which he makes us exist. Thus in everything and everywhere we have God, as much in his absence as in his presence, which is only the eminent form of his absence. Hence an invincible certitude. A certitude, however, that is always ready to turn about. For from the moment I know this, the detachment through which alone I can reunite with truth, the renouncing that is my divine part, ceases to be pure, and I renounce nothing, having the certitude that in renouncing I will be everything and more, God himself. So that the ultimate conclusion should be, one must dwell in ignorance, in illusion, and lose oneself in incomprehensible affliction. Certitude, become once again inaccessible and nearly confounded with the emptiness of the sky, might, on this basis, recover its reality. The manner in which Simone Weil conceives of creation surely renders it difficult to avert. For Isaac Luria, creation requires a double act, one is an act of retreat, the other an act of unfolding. The first consists in making emptiness and obscurity, the second in making of the emptiness a clearing by sending light into it, a double effort of withdrawal and of bursting forth, of obscurity and revelation. But Simone Weil retains only the idea of negation and divine reflux. What, then, can the degree of reality of the world be if it seems to correspond to no positive act? At times she thinks there is in us an increate part, the non-created depth of the soul, and this, within the soul, is so close to God that it is the divine essence itself. She borrows this idea from Meister Eckhart, to whom she is closer than to any other mystic. He also believes that desire and emptiness suffice to oblige God to give himself to us. Thus everything that in creation is real would come from what is uncreated in it. Beyond this increate part, creation is nothing and nothing good. This is because creation is unjustifiable. Its only justification is that it leaves us the possibility of destroying it by renouncing it. In weighty terms Simone Weil writes, God's great crime against us is to have created us, it is the fact of our existence. And our existence is our great crime against him. Why is creation, being inseparably linked to evil, a good? In what way is it good that I exist and not God alone? That through this miserable intermediary God should love himself? I cannot understand it. This is probably the most serious doubt she has expressed, and the question remains without response. It is true that she adds, but God suffers all that I suffer. Here, she is close to conceiving of the creation in terms of exile, as though, through the creation, something of the divine being had been exiled from it, thus giving us the task of working for the restoration of harmony and unity by taking upon ourselves this exile that is ourselves and our very essence, and by carrying it out to its end. But this idea of exile, while so close to her thought, remained alien to her. When one reads Simone Weil's notebooks, it is not the difficult coherence nor the refusal to think things all the way through that one might take as ground for complaint. It is another regret one feels. She says that we can reach truth only in secret. Truth is secret, love this very secret itself. God is always absent from our love as he is from the world, but he is secretly present in pure love. The Heavenly Father dwells only in secret. Our Father which is in secret, she nonetheless lacks this secrecy. No thought has more rigorously sought to maintain God's remoteness, the necessity of knowing that we know nothing of him and that he is truth and certitude only when he is hidden, the hidden God. But she does not cease to speak openly of this hidden God, with assurance and with indiscretion, forgetting that this indiscretion renders nearly all her words vain. It may be, and are we not continually having this experience? That the further thought goes toward expressing itself, the more it must maintain a reserve somewhere within itself, something like a place that would be a kind of uninhabitable non-thought, a thought that would not allow itself to be thought. A presence-absence with which thought torments itself and over which it watches painfully, with suspicion and negligence, only able to turn away from this non-thought if all that brings it closer to thought also separates it from it. Forgetting this non-thought might be the most appropriate measure, inasmuch as forgetfulness has perhaps its origin in this initial lacuna, and as it alone gives us a presentiment of this immediate reality. Let us forget it, then, so as to remember it only through forgetting. But it happens, rightly or wrongly, that this sort of blind spot of thought, or this impossibility of thinking that thought is for itself in its reserve, can appear to us to be not only present in all things, in all speech and all action in a certain negligible way, but also, by this negligible presence, able to take up always more space, to extend itself to all experience and, little by little, alter it completely. A strange and perilous situation against which we are tempted to react. From this come various methods of struggle, a fierce effort to think only against this unthought, and compromises. One might, by a pact, circumscribe regions of influence, raise Chinese walls, isolate it in the great castle, or again, and this has always been the most tempting and easy solution. Instead of leaving the empty part empty, one can name it and, in a word, fill it by obscuring it with the strongest, the most august and most opaque name that can be found. We know what this name is for Simone Weil. We also know that she loved this name, indeed imposing, loved it for itself and loved in it only itself, its transparency, not its gravity, its secrecy, not its capacity to divulge the secret. Perhaps, having discovered it by inspiration, she knew how to preserve in it the purity of the discovery, and pronouncing it in the beautiful Greek language that for her was beauty par excellence, in repeating it, her mind empty, she felt assured that it would not suppress in her the emptiness whose entire place it served to occupy. Yet the emptiness must remain. The commentator who allowed himself to be misled by the cumbersomeness of the name, and who saw no more than the name, would commit an error, nearly a falsification. Everything interesting about Simone Weil's thought, and also the friendship one cannot fail to feel for her, comes from the pure force with which she preserved this emptiness, maintaining it and attempting to abide by it in two forms. One is affliction, the other attention. I cannot pause long here over these two things encountered in her experience. They are essential. The thought of affliction is precisely the thought of that which cannot let itself be thought. Affliction is an enigma. It is of the same nature as physical suffering, from which it is inseparable. Physical suffering, when it is such that one can neither suffer it nor cease suffering it, thereby stopping time, makes time a present without future and yet impossible as present. One cannot reach the following instant, it being separated from the present instant by an impassable infinite, the infinite of suffering, but the present of suffering is impossible, it being the abyss of the present. 7. Affliction makes us lose time and makes us lose the world. The individual who is afflicted falls beneath every class. The afflicted are neither pathetic nor pitiable, they are ridiculous, inspiring distaste and scorn. They are for others the horror they are for themselves. Affliction is anonymous, impersonal, indifferent. It is life become alien and death become inaccessible. It is the horror of being where being is without end. Having in some sense indicated this, Simone Weil understood that affliction, far more than anguish, holds in it the limit from which we should assume a perspective on the human condition, or movement that hinders precisely all perspective. 8. In the space of affliction we have very close to us, and almost at our disposition, all that religion, in inverting it, projected up into the heavens. We are not above but beneath time, this is eternity. We are not above but beneath the person, this is the impersonal, which is one of the traits of the sacred. We are outside the world, this is not the beyond but the before, not the purity of nothingness or the plenitude of being, but being is nothingness. For me who deliberately, and almost without hope, chose to take the point of view of those who are at the bottom. What Simone Weil says of herself we should say of thought. Thought cannot but be fraudulent unless it is thought from out of the baseness of this affliction, from out of base impersonality, base eternity, which is only time become the loss of time, and from this impossibility that affliction is for itself and that it lays bare for us, without ceasing to cover it over anew. To think through affliction is to lead thought toward this point at which force is no longer the measure of what must be said and thought. It is to make thought one with this impossibility of thinking that thought is for itself, and is like its center. Thought finds affliction as repugnant to think about as living flesh finds death repugnant. In this way the center of thought is that which does not let itself be thought. What is attention? Affliction has a relation to time. Through affliction we endure pure time, time without event, without project and without possibility, a kind of empty perpetuity that must be borne infinitely, and at every instant, just as fatigue and hunger must be borne in the extreme destitution of need. Let it be over. But it is without end. Deprived of ourselves, deprived of the eye upon which we naturally lean, deprived of the world that in normal times exists in our place and disburdens us of ourselves, we are time, indefinitely endured. Attention is this same relation to time. Attention is waiting, not the effort, the tension, or the mobilization of knowledge around something with which one might concern oneself. Attention waits. It waits without precipitation, leaving empty what is empty and keeping our haste, our impatient desire, and, even more, our horror of emptiness from prematurely filling it in. Attention is the emptiness of thought oriented by a gentle force and maintained in an accord with the empty intimacy of time. Attention is impersonal. It is not the self that is attentive in attention, rather, with an extreme delicacy and through insensible, constant contacts, attention has already detached me from myself, freeing me for the attention that I for an instant become. In impersonal attention, the center of attention, the centering point around which are distributed perspective, sight, and the order of what is to be inwardly and outwardly seen disappears. Personal and impersonal attention are in this way distinguishable. Average, personal attention organizes around the object of attention everything one knows and sees, the entire inner and outer landscape that seems to come out of the object, enriching itself through it, and enriching it. This average attention, then, remains a means. The other attention is as though idle and unoccupied. It is always empty and is the light of emptiness. If we evoke this thought that does not allow itself to be thought, and that thought always holds in reserve as a non-thought within thought, if we call it a mystery, but the mystery is nothing, even as a mysterious nothing, we might say that the essence of this mystery is its being always on the hither side of attention. But then we will be saying that the essence of attention is its capacity to preserve, in and through itself, that which is always before attention and is in some way the source of all waiting, the mystery. Or again, mystery is the center of attention when attention, being equal and perfectly equal to itself, is the absence of any center, thus beyond all regularity, or evenness. Attention is the reception of what escapes at attention, an opening upon the unexpected, a waiting that is the unawaited of all waiting. Simone Weil does not express herself exactly this way. But I do not believe I am distorting her thought in using this language. 9 It would be false to conclude hastily that, according to her, attention is affliction already redeemed and transfigured through its own agency, and that there is a way of transforming the empty time of affliction into the empty time of attention. Simone Weil knows, and by way of experience, that extreme affliction is without relation to anything that would make it cease being what it is. God could not do this, for affliction removes God, making him absent, more absent than someone who is dead, more absent than light in a dark cell. The relation between attention and affliction is the relation that only the plenitude of love can re-establish with the afflicted one. It is love alone, ere love become the immobility and the perfection of attention that, by way of the gaze of the other who is or truly, opens a way toward the closing off of affliction. Under this gaze of love and attention the afflicted allow themselves to be looked at, knowing how to let a certain gaze take them in. This gaze is first of all an attentive gaze by which the soul empties itself of all its own content so as to receive in itself the being that it is looking at, such as it is, in all its truth. Affliction is in attention's extreme. Attention is an attention that makes itself bearable to the affliction that cannot bear being attended to. Simone Weil's relation to attention is itself mysterious. She does not give the outward impression of having been capable of the immobility that she recommends to thought. She was rather restless, attending to many things, unable to keep herself from doing first one thing, then another, worrying those she met with questions, always wanting to experience everything so as to test herself, and at times strangely unaware of the reserve that is the first need of the other, or truly, blind to or truly in her efforts to devote herself to and recognize herself in them. Even on her deathbed she continues to discuss and argue, astonishing and wearying the priest who comes to visit her. The habit of debating may seem to be a relic of the schools and small circles she so liked to frequent. Perhaps. But this restlessness must also be recognized as the impossibility of remaining in place that comes with the experience of affliction. Affliction is the loss of a dwelling place, the unceasing disquietude, a cold and indifferent disquietude with regard to what is never there. Agitated and uneasy in the details of existence. 10 Simone Weil gave in her thought the example of certitude and, in her works, the model of an even exposition, almost calm and as though perfectly at rest in its movement. For attention, at times absent from the surface of her life, is present as much as is possible in the depth of her language, for which she is, in her radiance, the uneven evenness. Through attention, language has with thought the same relation thought would like to have with this lacuna in it. This affliction of the thought is and that it cannot render present to itself. Language is the place of attention. The indestructible. Being Jewish attention, waiting. Waiting, affliction. To reflect historically upon these words that are so difficult to pronounce, all the while maintaining their abstract simplicity, is to expose oneself to the even greater difficulty of undergoing the ordeal of a history to which Simone Weil was obliged, by what necessity of thought, what pain in thinking of it, to close her eyes. Why must she, too faithful to Greek clarity, forget that every reflection upon a fundamental injustice passes by way of the condition that has for thousands of years been allotted to the Jews? Why, in turn, are we so uneasy as we reflect upon it? Why, in reflecting upon it, do we stop our reflection at a certain moment, accepting, if we must, what is negative in the Jewish condition, are once again enlightened, assuming that it is a question of light, about a negative extremity, but thereby missing the positive significance of Judaism? Is it, perhaps, through fear of playing into the hands of nihilism and its most vulgar substitute, anti-Semitism? But perhaps this fear is the very way in which such forces still impose themselves upon us, and even by our refusal. We will not cease to see this equivocation at work. The Jew is uneasiness and affliction. This must be clearly said, even if this assertion, in its indiscreet sobriety, is itself unfortunate. The Jew has throughout time been the oppressed and the accused. He has been, the oppressed of every society. Every society, and in particular Christian society, has had its Jew in order to affirm itself against him through relations of general oppression. One could say, borrowing this expression from Franz Rosenzweig, that there is a movement of history that makes every Jew the Jew of all men, which means that every man, whoever he may be, has a particular relation of responsibility, a relation not yet elucidated, with this other that is the Jew. To be Jewish, says Clara Malroux, means that nothing is given to us. Heine said, Judaism? Do not speak to me about it, doctor, I would not wish it even upon my worst enemy. Injury and shame is all it brings. It is not a religion, it is an affliction. Being Jewish would be, we are coming to a essentially negative condition. To be Jewish would be to be from the outset deprived of the principal possibilities of living, and in a manner not abstract, but real. Still, is Jewish existence only this? Is it simply a lack? Is it simply the difficulty of living that is imposed upon a certain category of men by the hateful passion of other men? Is there not in Judaism a truth that is not only present in a rich cultural heritage, but also living and important for the thought of today, even if this thought challenges every religious principle? There is an astonishing sign of barbarity in the fact of having to ask such a question, and also in the audacity felt in asking it. Albert Memmi wonders why the Jew should always have to disavow himself, why he is refused the right to be different. Is anti-Semitism so embedded in our ways of being that in order to defend those it assails, we can find no other means than to take from them the entirety of their existence and truth, making them disappear in an unreal human abstraction, which, moreover, is later held against them? A Jew is nothing but a man like any other. Why speak of the Jews? And if one calls him by name, one seems to be lacking reserve, to be pronouncing a dangerous, even injurious word, as though being Jewish could have only a pejorative meaning rather than designate a grave truth and an exceptionally important relation. Sartre described anti-Semitism rigorously. He showed that the portrait accusation drawn up against the Jew reveals nothing about the Jew but everything about the anti-Semite, inasmuch as the anti-Semite projects the force of his injustice, his stupidity, his base meanness, and his fear onto his enemy. But in affirming that the Jew is no more than a product of the other's gaze, and is only Jewish by the fact of being seen as such by the other, which thereby obliges him either to deny or to claim his identity, Sartre tends to recognize Jewish difference, but merely as the negative of anti-Semitism. It is certainly true that anti-Semitism has modified Jewish existence, if only by threatening it, making it more scarce, and at times exterminating it, and perhaps it has affected the idea that particular Jews have of themes ulvis, but this on the ground of a prior historical reality and authenticity one has to call Judaism, and that defines in an implicit manner the relation of every man to himself. Being Jewish, therefore, cannot be the simple reverse of anti-Jewish provocation, nor is it a break with the incognito into which the Jew must vanish, not only to be secure but in some sense to be himself, absence thus being at the same time his refuge and his definition. Being Jewish signifies more, and doubtless something it is essential to bring to light. This can only be the fruit of long work and a meditation more personal than erudite. There is a Jewish thought and a Jewish truth, that is, for each of us, there is an obligation to try to find whether in and through this thought and this truth there is at stake a certain relation of man with man that we can sidestep only by refusing a necessary inquiry. Certainly, this inquiry will not be entertained here as proceeding from a religious exigency. Let us acknowledge this beforehand. Let us also declare that it is not a question of the interest we bring to facts of culture. Finally, let us acknowledge that what the Jewish experience can tell us at this level cannot pretend to exhaust the meaning that gives it its richness. Each one understands what he can. Moreover, the principal thing is perhaps not to be found in a lengthy development, but already and almost entirely in the words themselves, being Jewish. When in his turn Pasternak asks what does being Jewish signify? Why does it exist? I believe that among all the responses there is one in three parts that we cannot avoid choosing, and it is this: it exists so the idea of exodus and the idea of exile can exist as a legitimate movement. It exists, through exile and through the initiative that is exodus, so that the experience of strangeness may affirm itself close at hand as an irreducible relation. It exists so that, by the authority of this experience, we might learn to speak. Reflection and history enlighten us on the first point with a painful evidency. If Judaism is destined to take on meaning for us, it is indeed by showing that, at whatever time, one must be ready to set out, because to go out, to step outside, is the exigency from which one cannot escape if one wants to maintain the possibility of a just relation. The exigency of uprooting, the affirmation of nomadic truth. In this Judaism stands in contrast to paganism, all paganism. To be pagan is to be fixed, to plant oneself in the earth, as it were, to establish oneself through a pact with the permanence that authorizes sojourn and is certified by certainty in the land. Nomadism answers to a relation that possession cannot satisfy. Each time Jewish man makes a sign to us across history, it is by the summons of a movement. Happily established in Sumerian civilization, Abraham at a certain point breaks with that civilization and renounces dwelling there. Later, the Jewish people become a people through the Exodus. And where does this night of Exodus, renewed from year to year, each time lead them? To a place that is not a place and where it is not possible to reside. The desert makes of the slaves of Egypt a people, but a people without a land and bound by a word. Later, the Exodus becomes the exile that is accompanied by all the trials of a hunted existence, establishing in each heart anxiety, insecurity, affliction, and hope. But this exile, heavy as it is not only recognized as being an incomprehensible malediction. There is a truth of exile and there is a vocation of exile, and if being Jewish is being destined to dispersion just as it is a call to a sojourn without place, just as it ruins every fixed relation of force with one individual, one group, or one state, it is because dispersion, faced with the exigency of the whole, also clears the way for a different exigency and finally forbids the temptation of unity identity. Andre Neher recalls these stages of Jewish presence, the presence of a non-presence, in one of his books. First of all, of course, the Jew has the right to the name Jew. I know none more worthy of being claimed, but one must not forget that before being Jewish the Jew was an Israelite, that before being an Israelite he was a Hebrew, today becoming an Israeli, and that to be Jewish is thus to bear without bending the weight and the fullness of all these names. Here I will rapidly take up again Andre Neher's remarks. 2 The Jewish man is the Hebrew when he is the man of origins. The origin is a decision. This is the decision of Abraham, separating himself from what is, and affirming himself as a foreigner in order to answer to a foreign truth. The Hebrew passes from one world, the established Sumerian world, to something that is not yet a world and is nonetheless this world here below, a ferryman. The Hebrew Abraham invites us not only to pass from one shore to the other, but also to carry ourselves to wherever there is a passage to be made, maintaining this between two shores that is the truth of passage. It must be added that if this memorial of the origin that comes to us from so venerable a past is certainly enveloped in mystery, it has nothing of the mythical about it. Abraham is fully a man who sets off and who, by this first departure, founds the human right to beginning, the only true creation. A beginning that is entrusted and passed on to each of us but that, in extending itself, loses its simplicity. The Hebrew himself will not remain Hebrew. The relation with the unknown one can know only by way of distance, through migration and march, becomes, with the filing out of Jabbok and in the night of Penuel, enigmatic contact. The struggle about which one knows nothing since what is at stake is the truth of the night, that which is not to be retained when day breaks. Jacob runs headlong into the inaccessible outside whose partner he becomes, struggling not to overcome it, but to receive it in the very night of the word that he firmly stands up to until the moment when it comes to him as benediction. Thus marked, the Hebrew, becoming Israel, becomes the one who is not like the others. Election is an alteration. The one who is subject to the brusque interpolation of the foreign, the one who is responsible for the ambiguous choice that sets him apart, is at the mercy of this strangeness that he risks making into a power, a privilege, a kingdom, and a state. Israel's solitude is sacerdotal, a ritual, and also a social solitude comes not only from the passions of the men who live adjacent to it, but also from this particular relation with itself that placed this extreme, infinite distance, the presence that is other, in its proximity. Thus is born the Jew. The Jew is the man of origins, he who relates to the origin not by dwelling but by distancing himself from it, thus saying that the truth of the beginning is in separation. Israelite, he is in the kingdom. Jew, he is in exile, and is as though destined to make of exile a kingdom. Andre Neher says, how can one be in exile and in the kingdom, at the same time vagabond and established? It is precisely this contradiction that makes the Jewish man a Jew. A contradiction that Neher is perhaps too inclined to translate into dialectical terms, whereas it signifies a contrariety for which dialectics is unable to account. Let us insist now upon a single point. The words exodus, exile as well as those heard by Abraham, leave your country, your kinsmen, your father's house bear a meaning that is not negative. If one must set out on the road and wander, is it because, being excluded from the truth, we are condemned to the exclusion that prohibits all dwelling? Or would not this errancy rather signify a new relation with truth? Doesn't this nomadic movement, wherein is inscribed the idea of division and separation, affirm itself not as the eternal privation of a sojourn, but rather as an authentic manner of residing, of a residence that does not bind us to the determination of place or to settling close to a reality forever and already founded, sure, and permanent? As though the sedentary state were necessarily the aim of every action. As though truth itself were necessarily sedentary. But why this refusal to found the concept of the true on the need to dwell? Why does errancy substitute for the dominion of the same an affirmation that the word being in its identity cannot satisfy? It is not simply a question of privileging becoming, nor is it a question of introducing a purely idealist claim in rejecting all that is terrestrial. It is with the Greeks that we find the primacy of the world of ideas, or a primacy that is nonetheless simply a way for the visible to reign invisibly. It is with the Christians that we find the disavowal of the here below, an abasement of life, a scorn for presence. To leave the dwelling place, yes, to come and go in such a way as to affirm the world as a passage, but not because one should flee this world or live as fugitives in eternal misfortune. The words exodus and exile indicate a positive relation with exteriority, whose exigency invites us not to be content with what is proper to us, that is, with our power to assimilate everything, to identify everything, to bring everything back to our eye, exodus and exile express simply the same reference to the outside that the word existence bears. Thus, on the one hand, nomadism maintains above what is established the right to put the distribution of space into question by appealing to the initiatives of human movement and human time. And, on the other hand, if to become rooted in a culture and in a regard for things does not suffice, it is because the order of the realities in which we become rooted does not hold the key to all the relations to which we must respond. Facing the visible-invisible horizon, Greek truth proposes to us, truth as light, light as measure. There is another dimension revealed to man where, beyond every horizon, he must relate to what is beyond his reach. Here we should bring in the great gift of Israel, its teaching of the one God. But I would rather say, brutally, that what we owe to Jewish monotheism is not the revelation of the one God, but the revelation of speech as the place where men hold themselves in relation with what excludes all relation, the infinitely distant, the absolutely foreign. God speaks, and man speaks to him. This is the great feat of Israel. When Hegel, interpreting Judaism, declares, the God of the Jews is the highest separation, he excludes all union, or in the Jewish spirit there is an insurmountable abyss, he is merely neglecting the essential, which, for thousands of years, has been given expression in books, in teaching, and in a living tradition. This is the notion that if, in fact, there is infinite separation, it falls to speech to make it the place of understanding, and if there is an insurmountable abyss, speech crosses this abyss. Distance is not abolished, it is not even diminished, on the contrary, it is maintained, preserved in its purity by the rigor of the speech that upholds the absoluteness of difference. Let us acknowledge that Jewish thought does not know, or refuses, mediation and speech as mediating. But its importance is precisely in teaching us that speaking inaugurates an original relation in which the terms involved do not have to atone for this relation or disavow themselves in favor of a measure supposed to be common. They rather ask and are accorded reception precisely by reason of that which they do not have in common. To speak to someone is to accept not introducing him into the system of things or of beings to be known, it is to recognize him as unknown and to receive him as foreign without obliging him to break with his difference. Speech, in this sense, is the promised land where exile fulfills itself in sojourn, since it is not a matter of being at home but of being always outside, engaged in a movement wherein the foreign offers itself, yet without disavowing itself. To speak, in a word, is to seek the source of meaning in the prefix that the words exile, exodus, existence, exteriority, and estrangement are committed to unfolding in various modes of experience, a prefix that for us designates distance and separation as the origin of all positive value. Assuredly, it would be rash to claim to represent Judaism by allowing God's name to vanish into thin air, although the discretion with regard to this name and the silence that measures it, in so many important texts, authorize the interpreter not to pronounce it if he can do without it. With regard to Greek humanism, Jewish humanism astonishes by a concern with human relations so constant and so preponderant that, even when God is nominally present, it is still a question of man, of what there is between man and man when nothing brings them together or separates them but themselves. The first word that comes to Adam from on high after he has lapsed is, "Where are you?" It falls to God to express the preeminent human question, "Where is man?" As though, in some sense, there had to be God in order that the questioning of man might reach its height and its breadth, but a God speaking a human language, so that the depth of the question concerning us is handed over to language. Inquiring about the nature of the commandments, Franz Rosenzweig makes this remark, "I could not venture to present any of the commandments as human. But neither can I present the divine matter of the Torah in its entirety in a manner other than does Rabbi Nobel. And God appeared to Abraham, Abraham raised his eyes and he saw 3 men. 3 letters recall Jacob. He has just struggled with his opponent of the night, who said to him in an already significant manner, 'You wrestled with Elohim as with men,' and Jacob, giving this place the name Penuel, says, 'I have seen God, Elohim, face to face and my life is preserved.' Then, a little later, he meets his brother Esau, whom he has much reason to fear, and says to him, 'If I have won favor in your sight, then accept this gift from me, for I have seen your face as one sees the face of God, and you were pleased with me.' An extraordinary expression. Jacob does not say to Esau, 'I just saw God as I see you, but I see you as one sees God,' which confirms the suggestion that the marvel, the privileged surprise, is indeed human presence, this other presence that is or truly no less inaccessible, separate, and distant than the invisible himself. It also confirms the terrible character of such an encounter, whose outcome could only be approbation or death. Whoever sees God risks his life. Whoever encounters the other can relate to him only through mortal violence or through the gift of speech by receiving him. As arbitrary as it may be to limit ourselves to these remarks, I do not think the direction they take alters the truth. And this truth is that whoever wishes to read the meaning of the history of the Jews through Judaism ought to reflect upon the distance that separates man from man when he is in the presence of autrui. Jews are not different from other men in the way racism would have us believe. They rather bear witness, as Levinas says, To this relation with difference that the human face, what in the visage is irreducible to visibility, reveals to us and entrusts to our responsibility, not strangers, but recalling us to the exigency of strangeness, not separated by an incomprehensible retribution, but designating as pure separation and as pure relation what, from man to man, exceeds human power which is nonetheless capable of anything. Anti-Semitism, in this sense, is in no way accidental, it gives a figure to the repulsion inspired by the other. The uneasiness before what comes from afar and elsewhere, the need to kill the other, that is, to submit to the all-powerfulness of death what cannot be measured in terms of power. One could perhaps say that anti-Semitism has three characteristics. 1. It turns all the positive values of Judaism into negatives and, first of all, the primary affirmation of the distance that is infinite, irreducible, impassable, even when it is passed over, with which Judaism confronts us. 2. It transforms into fault, into an ethically and socially condemnable reality, this being negative to which it reduces the Jew. 3. It does not restrict itself to a theoretical judgment, but calls for the actual suppression of the Jews in order better to exercise against them the principle of denial with which it has invested their image. A denial so absolute, it is true, that it does not cease to reaffirm the relation with the infinite that being Jewish implies, and that no form of force can have done with because no force is able to meet up with it, just as one can kill a man who is present, and yet not strike down presence as an empty never-present presence, but rather simply cause it to disappear. The anti-Semite, at grips with the infinite, thus commits himself to a limitless movement of refusal. No, truly, excluding the Jews is not enough, exterminating them is not enough, they must also be struck from history, removed from the books through which they speak to us, just as the presence that inscribed speeches must finally be obliterated, the speech before and after every book and through which, from the farthest distance where all horizon is lacking, man has already turned toward mana in a word, destroy or trui. 4. 2. Humankind. Each time the question, who is Ortrutl emerges in our words I think of the book by Robert Antlin, for it not only testifies to the society of the German camps of World War N, it also leads us to an essential reflection. 51 Don't mean to imply that his book spells out a full response to the question. But even without taking into account the time or the circumstances it portrays, while nonetheless taking them into account, what impels this work toward us is what remains of the question's interrogative force. Through reading such a book we begin to understand that man is indestructible and that he can nonetheless be destroyed. This happens in affliction. In affliction we approach the limit where, deprived of the power to say I, deprived also of the world, we would be nothing other than this other that we are not. A man is the indestructible that can be destroyed. This has the ring of truth, and yet we are unable to know it through a knowledge that would already be true. Is this not merely an alluring formulation? I believe Robert Antlin's book helps us advance in this knowledge. But we must understand how heavily such a knowledge weighs. That man can be destroyed is certainly not reassuring, but that because of and despite this, and in this very movement, men should remain indestructibly, this fact is what is truly overwhelming, for we no longer have the least chance of seeing ourselves relieved of ourselves or of our responsibility. As though the inexorable affirmation in man that always keeps him standing were more terrible than universal disaster. But why the indestructible? Why can he be destroyed? What relation is there between these two words? I read in Antlin's book, but there is no ambiguity, we remain men and will end only as men. It is because we are men as they are that the SS will finally be powerless before us. The executioner can kill a man, but he cannot change him into something else. Here is a first response: human power is capable of anything. This means that man has power over what has to do with the whole and with the power that resides in me. Power, in other words, over the self-subject itself. In this sense, alienation goes much further than is said by those who, through a need for logical security, hold on to the ego cogito, understood as the inalienable foundation of every possibility of being alienated. Men can do anything, and first of all, he can deprive me of myself, take from me the power to say I. In affliction and in our society, affliction is always first the loss of social status of the one who suffers at the hands of men is radically altered. Having fallen not only below the individual, but also below every class and every real collective relation, the person no longer exists in his or her personal identity. In this sense the one afflicted is already outside the world, a being without horizon. And he is not a thing, even useless, a thing is precious. The deported person is not a thing belonging to the SS, when still working as a laborer, his work gives him, however little, the value of a man exploited, but for the essentially deported person, the one who no longer has either a face or speech, the work he is forced to do is designed only to exhaust his power to live and to deliver him over to the boundless insecurity of the elements. Nowhere any recourse, outside the cold, inside hunger, everywhere an indeterminate violence. The cold, SS, Antlin says profoundly. In precisely this way he blocks the enemy's endeavor. What force would want is to leave the limits of force, elevate itself to the dimension of the faceless gods, speak as fate and still dominate as men. With an unfaltering instinct, Antelm holds himself at a distance from all natural things, keeping himself from seeking consolation in the serene night, the beautiful light, the splendor of a tree, by looking at the sky, everywhere black, the SS barracks, the mass of the church and the farm. The temptation could come upon one to confound everything on the basis of the night. History mocks the night that would do away instantly with contradictions. History closes in more relentlessly than God, its exigencies are far more terrifying. On no account does history serve to give peace to one's conscience. And in another passage, Francis wanted to talk about the sea, I resisted. The sea, the water, the sun, made you choke when bodies were decomposing. It was with these very words that one risked no longer wanting to take a step or get up. This is what bears meditation, when through a Psian and terror man falls as though outside himself, there where he loses every perspective, every point of reference, and every difference, and is thus handed over to a time without respite that he endures as the perpetuity of an indifferent present. He has one last possibility. At this moment when he becomes the unknown and the foreign, when, that is, he becomes a fate for himself, his last recourse is to know that he has been struck not by the elements, but by men, and to give the name man to everything that assails him. So when everything ceases to be true, anthropomorphism would be truth's ultimate echo. We should, therefore, complete Pascal's thought and say that man, crushed by the universe, must know that in the last instance it is not the universe but man alone who kills him. But it is precisely in affliction that man has already disappeared. The nature of affliction is such that there is no longer anyone either to cause it or to suffer it. At the limit, there are never any afflicted, and no one who is afflicted ever really appears. The one afflicted no longer has any identity other than the situation with which he merges, and that never allows him to be himself, for as a situation of affliction, it tends incessantly to dissituate itself, to dissolve in the void of a nowhere without foundation. And this is the trap of affliction. But here Antelm's book teaches us a great deal. The man of the camps is as close as he can be to powerlessness. All human power is outside him, as our existence in the first person, individual sovereignty, and the speech that says I. It is truly as though there were no self other than the self of those who dominate and to whom he is delivered over without appeal, as though his own self, therefore, having deserted and betrayed him, reigned among those who predominate, leaving him to an anonymous presence without speech and without dignity. And yet this force that is capable of everything has a limit, and he who literally can no longer do anything still affirms himself at the limit where possibility ceases, in the poverty, the simplicity of the presence that is the infinite of human presence. The powerful one is the master of the possible, but he is not master of this relation that does not derive from mastery, and that power cannot measure. The relation without relation wherein the other is revealed is autrui. Or, if you will, the relation of the torturer to his victim, about which so much has been said, is not simply a dialectical relation. What limits his domination first of all is not his need of the one he is torturing, be it only to torture him, it is rather that this relation without power always gives rise, face to face and yet always infinitely, to the presence of the other, I ought, as that of the other being who is autrui. Hence the furious movement of the inquisitor who wants by force to obtain a scrap of language in order to bring all speech down to the level of force. To make speak, and through torture, is to attempt to master infinite distance by reducing expression to this language of power through which the one who speaks would once again lay himself open to force's hold, and the one who is being tortured refuses to speak in order not to enter through the extorted words into this game of opposing violence, but also, at the same time, in order to preserve the true speech that he very well knows is at this instant merged with his silent presencia, which is the very presence of autrui in himself. A presence no power, even the most formidable, will be able to reach, except by doing away with it. It is this presence that bears in itself and as the last affirmation what Robert Antelm calls the ultimate feeling of belonging to mankind. I so that, fallen away from myself, foreign to myself, what is affirmed in my place is the foreignness of the other who is autrui. Man is absolutely other, foreign and unknown, the dispossessed and the wandering, or, as René Char puts it, the unimaginable man by whose presence passes the affirmation of an infinite exigency. Our horror, our stupor, Antelm states, was our lucidity, but what happens nonetheless to the one who is no longer a presencia, a terrifying transformation in the first person? Destroyed is a subject, that is, in this sense, essentially destroyed. How can he respond to this exigency that is the exigency of the presence in him? Here again Antelm's book gives us the right response, and it is the book's most forceful truth. When man is reduced to the extreme destitution of need, when he becomes someone who eats scraps, we see that he is reduced to himself, and reveals himself as one who has need of nothing other than need in order to maintain the human relation in its primacy, negating what negates him. It must be added that need now changes, radicalized in the proper sense of this term. It is now no more than a need that is barren, without pleasure and without content, a naked relation to naked life where the bread that one eats answers immediately to the exigency of need, just as need is immediately the need to live. Leviners, in various analyses, showed that need is always at the same time pleasure, which is to say that in eating I not only nourish myself in order to live, but already have taken pleasure in life, affirming myself and identifying with myself in this first satisfaction. But now what we encounter in Anselm's experience, the experience of man reduced to the irreducible, is the radical need that relates me no longer either to myself or to my self-satisfaction, but to human existence pure and simple, lived as lack at the level of need. And it is still no doubt a question of a kind of egoism, and even of the most terrible kind. But of an egoism without ego where man, bent on survival, and attached in a way that must be called abject to living and always living on, bears this attachment to life as an attachment that is impersonal, as he bears this need as a need that is no longer his own need proper but as a need that is in some sense neutral, thus virtually the need of everyone. To live, as he more or less says, is then all that is sacred. One can therefore say that when, through oppression and affliction, my relation with myself is altered and lost, a making of me this foreigner, this unknown from whom I am separated by an infinite distance, and making of me this infinite separation itself at this moment need becomes radical, a need without satisfaction, without value, that is, a naked relation to naked existence, but this need also becomes the impersonal exigency that alone bears the future and the meaning of every value or, more precisely, of every human relation. The infinite, that is the movement of desire, passes by way of need. Need is desire and desire becomes confounded with need. It is as though in nourishing myself at the level of subsistence it is not I whom I nourished, it is as though I received the other, I ought to host not to myself but to the unknown and the foreign. Yet we must not believe that with need everything is already saved, it is with need that everything is at stake. In the first place, men can fall below need, he can be deprived of this lack, dispossessed of dispossession. 6 But more must be said. Even at the level of this need that is sustained without satisfaction, at a level where, rather than a self-possessed will, there is in me a quasi-impersonal affirmation that alone sustains the fact of being dispossessed, when, therefore, my relation with myself makes me the absolutely other, I ought to, whose presence puts the power of the powerful radically into question, this movement still signifies only the failure of power, not my victory, still less my salvation. For such a movement to begin truly to be affirmed, there must be restored beyond this self that I have ceased to be, and within the anonymous community of the instance of a self-subject, no longer as a dominating and oppressing power drawn up against the other that is autrui, but as what can receive the unknown and the foreign, receive them in the justice of a true speech. Moreover, on the basis of this attention to affliction without which all relation falls back into the night, another possibility must intervene, the possibility that a self outside me become not only conscious of the affliction as though this self were in my place, but become responsible for it by recognizing in it an injustice committed against every near, that is, it must find in this injustice the point of departure for a common demand. In other words, through the intermediary of an exterior subject who affirms itself as being the representative of a collective structure. 7. For example, class consciousness, the one who is dispossessed must be received not only as ought if in the justice of speech, but also placed back into a situation of dialectical struggle so he may once again consider himself as a force communates the force that resides in the man of need, and, finally, in the proletarian. We always come back, then, to the exigency of this double relation. Yes, and this is what Anselm's book expresses explicitly on several pages that should be cited, were it not fitting to preserve their entire meaning by leaving them within the general movement that belongs to reading. I would like to add that the significance of this book ought now to appear more clearly. It is not, as I have said, simply a witness's testimony to the reality of the camps or a historical reporting, nor is it an autobiographical narrative. It is clear that for Robert Anselm, and very surely for many others, it is a question not of telling one's story, of testifying, but essentially of speaking. But which speech is being given exposition? Precisely that just speech in which autrui, prevented from all disclosure throughout his or her entire stay in the camp, could, and only at the end, be received and come into human hearing. Let us once again recall that during their stay, all of them found themselves, in a movement that was necessarily painful, partial, unfinished, and impossible to realize, deprived as it were of a self and constrained to be the other, autrui, for themselves. Among those who were deported there were doubtless relations that allowed them to re-establish an appearance of society, but therefore allowed each one the occasion to feel himself or herself momentarily a self vis-à-vis someone in particular, or even to maintain a semblance of force in confronting those who were the powerful, if only because the political struggle continued in the rest of the world and was preparing a new day. Had it been otherwise, everything would have immediately given way to a death without end. But what in this situation remains essential, its truth, is the following: the camp can find no more than a bondless entanglement of others, autres, a magma of the other, autrui, face to face with the force of a self that kills, and that represents nothing but the untiring power to kill. Between these deported persons who are other and this self of force no language is possible, but neither is there any possibility of expression between these others. What is then said is essential, but in truth heard by no one. There is no one to receive as speech, save through the momentary exchanges in which, through camaraderie, a self comes back to life, the infinitely silent presence of autrui. Now each one has no relation with words other than the reserve of speech, which he must live in solitude, and must also preserve by refusing any relation of false language with the powerful, for such a relation could only definitively compromise the future of communication. To speak in refusing, but in reserving speech. So now we understand this reserved speech of autrui, a speech unheard, inexpressible, nevertheless unceasing, silently affirming that where all relation is lacking there yet subsists. There already begins the human relation in its primacy. It is this truly infinite speech that each of those who had been handed over to the impossible experience of being for himself or herself the other, autrui, felt called upon, now back in the world, to represent to us in speaking endlessly, without stopping, for the first time. Anselm says this, saying immediately the essential from the first words of his book: during the first days that followed our return, we were all, I think, seized by a veritable delirium. We wished to speak, to be heard at last. Yes, one had to speak, to entitle speech in responding to the silent presence of the other, that is autrui. The unique authority of this speech coming directly from this very exigency. It was, in fact, the most immediate exigency that can be. I have to speak. An infinite demand that imposes itself with an irrepressible force. And it was as well an overwhelming discovery, a painful surprise. I speak, am I speaking? Could I now truly speak? Nothing more grave than this being able to speak from the basis of the impossible, the infinite distance to be filled by language itself. And it, says Robert Anselm, it was impossible. We had hardly begun to speak and we were choking. Why this wrenching? Why this pain always present, and not only here in this extreme movement but already, as I believe it is, in the most simple act of speaking? Perhaps because, as soon as two individuals approach one another, there is between them some painful formulation of the kind we expressed in beginning. They speak, perhaps, in order to forget it, to deny it, or to represent it. That man is the indestructible that can be destroyed? I continue to be wary of this formulation. How could it be otherwise? But even if we are to delete it, let us agree to keep what it has most plainly taught us. Yes, I believe we must say this, hold on to it for an instant: man is the indestructible. And this means there is no limit to the destruction of man. Is this not to formulate a radical nihilism? If so, I should be quite willing, for to formulate it would also perhaps already be to overturn it. But I doubt that nihilism will allow itself to be taken so easily. 9v. Reflections on Nihilism. Nietzsche, today. What about Nietzsche, today? This question is first of all anecdotal, it concerns history, and the petty details of history. It also has to do with Nietzsche's German and French interpreters and their interpretations. Let us note that as always it is a matter of the most important names: Jaspers, Heidegger, Lukács, Karl Loeth, Bataille, Jean Wall, more recently, Fink in Germany and in France, Foucault, Deleuze, and Klossowski. This question will help us consider why the thought of nihilism, which retains all its historical, political, and literary vigor, seems and even because of the verifications time accords it almost naive and like the still tranquil dream of a better age. In publishing a new edition of Nietzsche and in revealing the conditions under which it had come about, Karl Schlichter created a great stir. One, he said nothing that had not been known in a vague sort of way, but he said it with the proof that had been lacking. When in 1934 he entered the Nietzsche archives to work on a critical edition, he scarcely foresaw what awaited him. Nietzsche had been delivered over to lies that were conscious, resolute, at times refined, and that went from the use of a free thought for anti-Semitic ends to the fabrication of a weighty mythology organized by pseudo-religious ambition. But the true Nietzsche, in the guise of a mass of unpublished documents, was resting quietly in the very house where this absence of scruples and the need to show oneself off to advantage reigned. In order to make his way to him, Schlichter had to enter the den of the old lioness, Nietzsche's fatal sister, who had not delayed in hoisting the flag of her brother over the battlements of Hitler's millennial empire, and who received in her lair as the most welcome guests some of the great carnivores of the day. Working under such conditions, scholars, among whom Schlichter was not alone in proposing and finally preparing, without preconceived notions, an edition of the whole of Nietzsche's works, had less the impression of being peaceful philosophers than conspirators. This sinister but simplistic and superficial falsification, like all political falsification, Hitler had not the least notion of Nietzsche and cared very little about him, would be of only mediocre interest, had it not been the sequel to a falsification more serious bearing upon the work itself, and that had been evolving for more than 30 years. From 1895 on, Forster Nietzsche had acquired from her mother all the rights, even the financial ones, over the papers that constituted the immense heritage of a thought she was to exploit with energy. First, she dismissed all her brother's true friends and worked relentlessly to render them suspect, keeping by her side only the weak Peter Cast, who, being the only one able to decipher the illegible manuscripts, became the reluctant artisan of her unbounded ambitions. Dr. Hornfer, one of those who had been collaborating with her and Peter Cast, had already revealed in 1906 the unreasonable conditions under which she obliged them to work. The mass of the unpublished texts was immense. The first concern, before any attempt at publication, ought to have been at last to read and recopy them all. But this demanded too much time. It was necessary to publish as fast as possible, and always more volumes, the need for money, a taste for exhibition, the feverish urge to gain renown by way of this great name that had to be made fashionable gave her no rest. But she wanted more. Her main concern was to make Nietzsche a true philosopher, in the common sense of this word, and to enrich his oeuvre with a central piece where, within the systematically organized whole, all his positive assertions would find their place. Since this work did not exist, she made use of a title and a plan chosen among several others and asked her collaborators to channel into this framework, by chance so it seems, the mass of posthumous notes taken from the most varied notebooks, a good number of which represented texts that Nietzsche had separated out from his previously published works. Thus was born The Will to Power, whose first edition was made up of 483 aphorisms, and the second, significantly enriched, 1067. This is the work that in fact, and in part thanks to the brilliance of its title, ended by imposing itself as one of the principal works of modern times. The Will to Power is therefore not Nietzsche's book. It is a work fabricated by its editors, and it is a false work, in the sense that what Nietzsche had written at various moments over the course of years traversed by the most diverse intentions, without order or system, is presented to us as the material of a systematic work that he had prepared and intended as such. Schluchter has shown that this fabrication was arbitrary and the order adopted unjustifiable. It sets before us fortuitous notes from which no one had the right to create a whole. The only honest method of presentation would have involved doing away with the ordering of the material that had been invented by its previous editors and returning the manuscripts to their original state by following their own chronological order. This is what Schluchter attempted, but in a manner still very open to criticism. In Volume 3 of Nietzsche's works, published under Schluchter's supervision, we for the first time lose sight of this great false work that had been created by an act of violence, and around which the ideological inveigling of an essentially ungraspable thought had been organized. Why was it Nietzsche's fate to be delivered over to forgers? Why had this mind which above all prized probity in researcher laid itself open to maneuverings against which Nietzsche had in advance protested when he said, above all, do not mistake me for I am often taken for someone else. It would be to render me a great service to defend me from such confusion. But he also said, every profound thinker is more afraid of being understood than of being misunderstood. Where does the sort of trickery that permitted, not without good faith, an editor's compilation to impose itself as the essential work arise from? It comes from bias, and first of all from the bias alleging that there is no great philosopher without a great systematic work. Of course, Forster Nietzsche showed her incapacity to grasp the measure of such a thought when she wished it to find expression in a good solid work rather than in those books rendered in her view frivolous by their too literary form. As though Nietzsche's manner of thinking and writing had not been fragmentary in principle. Schluchter wrote on this subject remarks that are to some extent appropriate. Nietzsche possessed a nearly infinite capacity for precise ideas that were separate and rigorously formulable, each one of them alive in the manner of a tiny organism. The very loose unity of all these thoughts resided in the secret gathering intention that remained always present to Nietzsche alone, a hidden and tormenting presence. This is expressed by a certain direction that is perceptible in each text and that orients it. But, by the gravitational force of a title, it sometimes happens that several of these organisms unite in a larger ensemble that they in turn render living. This process is accomplished with extraordinary rapidity, as though formed by the secretions of a supersaturated seawater, become crystalline, the work instantaneously becomes visible and present. A crystallization that often fails to occur. If a plan is abandoned, this does not preclude its re-emergence many years later, although other works have used the materials for which the plan had first been envisioned. This is what happened with The Will to Power, which had been announced on the cover page of Beyond Good and Evil and then abandoned for the polemical works of the last years. I shall later propose, nonetheless, an entirely different interpretation of fragmentary writing. Now one better understands the extent to which the editors lacked scruples, and also subtlety, in so unceremoniously taking Nietzsche's place and in substituting, without even realizing it, the crude work of compilation for the creative process of crystallization. Likewise with their claim to bring his philosophy forward by establishing a dominant work he would always have had in mind and for whose completion he had only lacked time. There being nothing of the sort in the posthumous papers, the travesty is therefore undeniable and without the least justification except, in my opinion, for the following: at times Nietzsche himself also yielded to the common prejudice and, as though having suffered from the exigency of the fragmentary, seems to have been tempted, in the years when he wanted to make himself better understood, to express himself in a more traditional language and a more systematic form. At least so he stated, and he was taken at his word. This is his responsibility. If the will to power, which is not Nietzsche's and where there is not a single central thought that had not already been expressed in a manner just as rich, as profound, and more supple in the works that appeared during his lifetime 3a asserted itself with such power, it is precisely because, not being Nietzsche's, but just the same authorized by him, this book led to the success of affirmations that its very form made more accessible, even to the point of permitting the simplified interpretations that over time were imposed by the Nietzsche legend. Almost all the posthumous writings, says Schluchter, lack that second voice, so precious in the secret dialogue that Nietzsche carries on with himself. They render everything more brutal, more simple, hence their influence. This judgment, naturally, is itself overly simple. But it is true that Nietzsche was a victim of the inordinate interest we bring to works that come into our possession not by life, but by the death of their author. How strange that the greatest literary glories of our time should be born of entirely posthumous works, Kafka, Simone Weil, Hopkins, or of works partially posthumous, as is the case with Hölderlin, Rimbaud, Lautréamont, Trakl, Musil, and, in an even crueler sense, Nietzsche. One would like to recommend to writers, leave nothing behind, destroy everything you wish to see disappear, do not be weak, have confidence in no one, for you will necessarily be betrayed one day. In Nietzsche's case, the madness that had abruptly delivered him over to others, and delivered over to the night a mass of writings of all kinds, is precisely what gave an astonishing value and a false nocturnal brilliance to his surviving words, as though they held the very secret and the truth for which he had become mad. One can see that very different prejudices come together to make triumph in Nietzsche the Nietzsche that he himself did not leave to us. First of all, the idea that he had succeeded in giving to his thought the dogmatic exposition capable of making it influential, then the idea that it is beyond clear-sightedness and reason, and with the prophetic authority of a voice rising out of the tomb that this philosophy, in the name of destiny, speaks to us. For Jaspers was the first to advise us of the principles that every interpretation of Nietzsche must respect, if it does not wish to make him complicitous with the forces he did not cease to combat. The essential movement of Nietzsche's thought consists in self-contradiction. Each time it affirms, the affirmation must be put in relation with the one opposing it. The decisive point of each of its certitudes passes through contestation, goes beyond it, and returns to it. Such contradiction does not proclaim some sort of caprice or confusion in Nietzsche's mind. No one could be less skeptical or more further removed from tranquil negation, because of the terrible seriousness, the constant will of the yes, this will that goes in search of the true in the depths where truth is no stranger to contradiction, or everything must at a certain moment turn around. In Nietzsche's work there is nothing that might be called a center. There is no central work, no Hauptwerk at all. But since what he conceives that is essential manifests itself also in what is apparently accidental, none of it can be neglected or scornfully rejected, including the posthumous writings, on the pretext that they would merely give another form to thoughts already expressed. Still, when his books are read in chronological order, one becomes aware of an obsessive monotony, despite the variety of preoccupations and the changing color of formulation. Something fundamental is seeking expression, an identical theme, not identical, a constant thought, something like the summons of a non-centered center, of a whole beyond everything that is never attained but endlessly supposed, interrogated, and at times demanded. This whole is neither a concept, nor a system. The incomparably instructive force of Nietzsche's thought is precisely in alerting us to a non-systematic coherence, such that all that relates to it seems to press in from all sides in order to resemble a coherent system, all the while differing from one. In order not to miss this whole, says Jaspers, one must always maintain thought and existence together. Knowledge wants to entrust itself to every possibility, and thus go beyond each of them, but Nietzsche is not content with knowing, he has to become that of which he speaks. Yet at the same time he would not know how to remain there. He knows this inexorable going beyond is his strongest virtue, and he knows it is the greatest danger. I am always over an abyss. The exigency that does not allow Nietzsche to restrict himself to realizing his thought through a simple ideal movement, but makes it imperative that he move through all these positions with all his being and in a living manner, is the real dialectic proper to him. Every interpretation of Nietzsche should, then, remain faithful to these principles, remain unsatisfied until one has found that which contradicts what one has asserted about him, maintain amidst the contradictions the exigency of the whole that is constantly present, though constantly dissolved by them, never conceive of this wholly which is non-unitary as a system, but as a question, and as the passion of the research in its impetus toward the true, one with the critique of all that has been acquired in the course of the research, grasp anew the real dialectic, thought as the play of the world, text as fragment. Whoever reads Nietzsche with this restless, suspicious gaze will not be tempted to make use of Nietzsche. Yet even Jaspers, so taken up with recognizing in his person the exception and in his work the force of the untransmissible, runs the risk of betraying him, and precisely for this reason be it only in favor of a philosophy of existence for which Nietzsche appears, by the same rights as Kierkegaard, as one who announces and reveals. When Heidegger on the contrary, and not without energy, declares that we must learn to read Zarathustra with the same rigor we bring to a treatise by Aristotle, and also that this way of thinking is neither less firm nor less substantial than that of the Greek philosopher, he is suggesting there is a way of setting Nietzsche apart that makes us forget what is important in his thought. His works are great, even exceptional, not because they situate themselves apart from what has been expressed in Western history since Descartes, Leibniz, Kant, Schelling, and Hegel, but because they accomplish it. To link Nietzsche with Kierkegaard is to misread him essentially. Nietzsche never thought existentially, he thought metaphysically. And the unique force of his thought consists in its being not a metaphysical doctrine among others, but the final completion of metaphysics, that region where for a long time the central event that Nietzsche himself named nihilism has announced itself. He gave himself the title of the last philosopher. This also means that, in his eyes, he is still a philosopher. To meditate upon his philosophy is to meditate upon this end of philosophy, but in taking it seriously and in taking seriously what he says when he speaks of the will to power, the overman, and the eternal return, without contenting oneself with seeing in these terms literary images or formulas meant to express certain incommunicable existential experiences. This call for rigor is a reminder of Nietzsche's true greatness. The political use that was made of his thought is less painful to observe than the aura of false fervor and the sentimental exaltation that, in some circles, transformed the authority of the freest mind into a religion. If Lukács, in a hasty essay, 5 denounces in Nietzsche the precursor of a fascist aesthetics, consenting to read him with the same eyes as Nietzsche's Third Reich thoriffers, it is because he does not resist considering him through the ecstatic language of a Bertram, whom he complacently and cruelly cites. For Lukács, too, Nietzsche is at the end of one world and at the beginning of another. The constant oppositions of his thought are not simply the sign of a research willing to attempt anything, they reflect the contradictions that characterize Europe on the eve of its imperialist period. In combating the culture and the art of his age, Nietzsche is above all carrying on the Romantic tradition. Like all the Romantic critics, he combats the fetishism of modern civilization in order to oppose to it a culture that is economically and socially more primitive. But he does not restrict himself to this point of view. He detests the civilization of his time because its fundamental principle lies in the degrading realities of capitalism, mechanization, the division of labor, but he detests this capitalism no less for being, it seems to him, still insufficiently developed. He is thus at the same time the elegiac romantic of past ages and the herald of imperialist development, desiring neither narrow corporatism nor patriarchal relations between owners and workers, his ideal being rather the dominion of the evolved, cultivated capitalists, a domination that would exercise its power over an army of workers as sober as soldiers. The central experience for Nietzsche, as for Romanticism, in this view, is man's degradation by capitalism, which tends to reduce everything to the mode of the thing. This alteration of the human by capitalism liberated a superabundance of anarchic feelings, without root and without use, at the same time as it impoverished effective life, brought about excessive intellectualization and a general spiritual abasement. Lukács sees Nietzsche's entire philosophy, then, as a psychology blown up into the myth of a personal history, the reversal of a man who was first taken hostage by contemporary decadence, the veneration for Schopenhauer and Wagner, illusions about Bismarck's empire, who then suffered the error of his ways, and finally sought to surmount them. Nietzsche does no more than generalize his own experience in a search in sickness for health into a philosophy of history and culture. Hence the tone of sincerity and authenticity. But, objectively, behind this experience, there is nothing in it other than the illusion of being able to surmount the contradictions of real capitalism by means of the myth of a developed capitalism, imperialism. This mythicization, however, is not without power. It allows Nietzsche to dissimulate the capitalist nature of his utopia, Overman, will to power, and to present it as an enterprise of struggle against capitalism itself. Thus it seems to be something historically new, with a certain revolutionary force that found its measure precisely in the events of the 20th century. Nietzsche is no doubt not responsible for the vile content with which his myth has been filled, but in myth content is unimportant. This is precisely what the myth says: the creative feat alone counts, a work without discourse, the imperative language of a violence without language. In freeing the force of myth, Nietzsche thereby authorized everything that was able to make his own myth effective, which was then rapidly reduced to a myth of heroes, then to that of the active personality, then Hitler. That the critique of Nietzsche finally should have become the critique of the Nietzsche myth is a movement from which he can only draw advantage. Lukács has shown that one of Nietzsche's merits, as a thinker of high rank, is not to have attenuated the decisive opposition his thought entails, but to have brought the contradictions of his time to the truth of paradox, contradictions his time did not want to perceive and that have remained our own, those of the modern age. However, If he has above all acted through his positive ideas, travestied in myth, it is precisely to the degree that this myth made it possible to forget the force of his critic and the rigor with which it unmasked the world of our world, showing not what in this world is mediocre and weak, its beliefs and its prejudices, but what in it is strong and essential, its concern with the true, its demand for knowledge, and the universal mastery toward which it tends. Those who want science must also want the consequences of science, and must therefore in the end want nihilism. This is the warning Nietzsche gave his contemporaries, who used the Nietzsche myth in order not to hear it. Heidegger said in a moving way, one of the most silent and timid of men suffered the torment of being obliged to cry out, and, enigma following upon enigma, what was a cry risked becoming idle chatter. Nietzsche's admonition, the written cry of his thought, a cry that took form in the disagreeable book that is Zarathustra, in fact came to be lost in two ways. It was not heard, it was heard overly well. Nihilism became the commonplace of thought and of literature. Still, when suddenly, and with what surprise, we perceive that the danger to which knowledge exposes us is not the danger of a style, and when, at the same time, with what hypocrisy, we endeavor to preserve all the advantages of science, but in refusing its risks, it would perhaps be useful to summon the rational courage and the pitiless probity of Nietzsche's mind. 2. Crossing the line. It seems that Nietzsche's influence, in France and doubtless in other countries more preponderant than ever, has diminished in Germany. It has been noted that students there almost never elect to work on him when they are free to choose their subject. Why this distance? One might perhaps think that the discredit that struck the former political regime has also fallen on the name it had mobilized for its own propagandistic ends. Lukács says that efforts are being made today to denazify Nietzsche, as was done for Schlucht and Guderian. This polemical remark falls short. It was not after Hitler's fall but during his reign that Jaspers, Lowith, and Heidegger, in their courses and publications in Germany, sought to shield Nietzsche from falsification and pointed out that his thought is a thought essentially free. Jaspers in particular demonstrated a tranquil courage in the freedom he drew precisely from Nietzsche himself. Thus one can say that during Hitler's time Nietzsche's work was indeed marshaled under his banner and yet struggled against him. The name that was officially celebrated remained nonetheless the symbol of a non-official truth and the rallying word of a thought that had not fallen in line. This ambiguity, one that is proper to Nietzsche, does not relieve him of responsibility but rather offers its measure. It must be added that if in Germany his work has known but at what level? A certain disfavor. The heavily lavished favor he received during those political times in no way favored the reading of his work. Nietzsche's official commentators were read, one was careful not to read Nietzsche. Schlucht had this curious experience, when in 1938 the first volume of Letters of the Critical Edition appeared, where clear allusion was made to the maneuverings of Forster Nietzsche, who just 2 years before had been treated at her national funeral as a heroine of the regime. Editors expected the worst. But nothing happened, no one noticed anything, with the exception of a Swiss professor, who remained silent, because even the Nazi Nietzsche specialists did not read him and wished to know nothing more about him. Very little is read. This is the fact dissimulated by the enormous diffusion of authors and books. Nietzsche's thought remains associated with nihilism, a word he no doubt borrowed an ironic detour from Paul Bagot, 6, but that he examined enthusiastically and fearfully, sometimes through simple and radical statements, at other times with a hesitating, uncertain approach in through a thought impossible to think, treating it finally as an extreme that cannot be gotten beyond and yet is the only path of a true going beyond, the principle of a new beginning. These oscillations are not to be attributed to Nietzsche's unstable genius, or to his shortcomings. They are the very sense of his thought. Certainly the question "what is nihilism?" can be answered without difficulty, and Nietzsche has given many clear responses, for example, this one, that the highest values devaluate themselves. He no less clearly indicates the origin of this decline. God is dead. This event, which acquired a sort of tiresome celebrity by the dramatic form he gave it, does not aim at the personal phenomenon of unbelief. Kierkegaard's Christianity and, more especially, Dostoevsky's, like the atheism of Nietzsche or the young Marx, I hate all gods, belong to that turning point in the history of the world from which the light of the divine has withdrawn. God is dead. God means God, but also everything that, in rapid succession, has sought to take his place here: the ideal, consciousness, reason, the certainty of progress, the happiness of the masses, culture, everything that, not without value, nonetheless has no value of its own. There is nothing man can lean upon, no thing of value other than through the meaning, in the end suspended, that man gives to it. This analysis can no longer move us, so familiar has it become. Would this be nihilism? A mere humanism, the recognition of the fact that, from now on deprived or freed of the ideal of some absolute meaning conceived on the model of God, it is man who must create the world and above all create its meaning. An immense, intoxicating task. Nietzsche, with a joy only he felt so purely and expressed so fully, saw in this movement of infinite negation that withdraws from us every solid foundation the sudden opening on a space of unlimited knowledge. At last the horizon seems open once more. Every audacity of knowledge is again permitted to the discerner, and the sea, our sea, again lies open before us. There is yet another world to be discovered, and more than one. Embark, philosophers. We could fill pages with citations. Nietzsche is inexhaustible in expressing this happiness in knowing and seeking freely, infinitely, with everything at risk and without having the sky as limit, or even truth, the all too human truth, as measure. One cannot read Nietzsche without being swept up with him by the pure movement of the research. If anyone denigrates him, it is because he has become insensitive to this movement, a movement that is in no way a call to some vague, irrational awareness, but the affirmation of a rigorous knowledge, clear, transparent, and virile, the kind that is particularly manifest in the natural sciences. And that is why, long live physics. And even more, what compels us to arrive at that, our probity. Here, then, is a first approach to nihilism. It is not an individual experience, not a philosophical doctrine, nor is it a fatal light cast over human nature, eternally destined to nothingness. Rather, nihilism is an event accomplished in history that is like a shedding of historia the moment when history turns, and that is indicated by a negative trait, that values no longer have value in themselves. There is also a positive trait. For the first time the horizon is infinitely open to knowledge, everything is permitted. This new authorization given to man when the authority of values has collapsed means first of all, knowing everything is permitted. There is no longer a limit to man's activity. We have a still undiscovered country before us, the boundaries of which no one has seen, are beyond to all countries and corners of the ideal known hitherto, a world so overrich in the beautiful, the strange, the questionable, the frightful. Nietzsche, we are told, had only a mediocre acquaintance with the sciences. That is possible. But in addition to the fact that he had been professionally trained in a scientific method, he knew enough about science to have a presentiment of what it would become, 7 to take it seriously, and even to foresee, not to deplore, that from now on all that is serious in the modern world would be entrusted to science, to scientists, and to the prodigious force of technology. On the one hand, he saw with a striking force that since nihilism is the possibility of all going beyond, it is the horizon upon which every particular science, as well as every exigency of knowledge, opens in order to hold themselves in the very movement of this opening. On the other hand, he saw no less clearly that when the world no longer has any meaning, or when it becomes the pseudo-meaning of some great possible nonsense, what alone can overcome the disorder of this void is the cautious movement of science, its power to give itself precise rules and to create meaning, but of a sort that is limited, and in this sense operational, thus the power at once to extend to the furthest limits and to restrict most closely its field of application. Agreed. And here, once again, is something that reassures us. At the moment when nihilism shows us the world, its counterpart, science, creates the tools to dominate it. The era of universal mastery opens. But there are consequences. First, science cannot but be nihilist. It is the meaning of a world deprived of meaning, a knowledge that is founded on the last ignorance. One can respond that this reservation is only theoretical, a reservation of principle. But we must not hasten to disregard this objection, for science is essentially productive. Knowing that the world is not to be interpreted, science transforms it, and through this transformation there passes the nihilistic exigency that is proper to it, the power of nothingness that science has made into the most effective of tools, but with which it plays a dangerous game. Knowledge is fundamentally dangerous. Nietzsche has given the most brutal formulation of this danger: we experiment on truth. Perhaps humanity will be destroyed by it. Well, so be it, for this is what the scientist is liable to say, and must say if he renounces the hypocrisy of deploring catastrophe, which is one of the results of science. For one cannot construct the universe without the possibility of its being destroyed. Destruction and creation, when they bear upon the essential, says Nietzsche, are hardly distinguishable. The risk, therefore, is immense. Moreover, with its probity and measured steps, science bears this very contradiction within itself. It can produce a world in which scientists would no longer continue to exist as such, a world in which they would no longer be permitted to work according to the objectivity of knowledge, but rather only according to the arbitrary sense of the new world. In other words, by making science possible, nihilism becomes science's possibility, which means that, by it, the human world can perish. Another consequence is the following: to the void made by nihilism corresponds the movement of science, to the achievement of science, the domination of the earth. The greatest force of surpassing is set into motion. Now what happens to man when this transformation is realized and history turns? Does he become transformed? Has he set out to go beyond himself? Is he ready to become what he is, the lucid man who can rely on nothing and who is going to make himself master of all? No. Man, such as he is, the bourgeois at the end of the 19th century that Nietzsche knew, is a man of small aims, small certainties. conniving and inadequate, a man who still knows nothing of the event that is in the process of being accomplished through his intervention, an event, as it were, beyond him, an event that is going to give him infinite powers, and impose upon him duties as extreme as he has ever known, since he must freely create the meaning of the world and create himself in proportion to this world without measure. I will pass over the succession of upheavals, the formidable logic of terror, and the vast wars that Nietzsche foresaw to be the appanage of the 20th century and the immediate consequence of a disequilibrium. Present-day man yields himself to be definitive, stable in his nature and happy in the small circle he has closed around himself, committed to the spirit of vengeance, yet, impelled by the impersonal force of science and by the very force of the event that frees him from values, he possesses a power that exceeds him, but without his ever seeking to surpass himself through this power. Present-day man is man of the lowest rank, but his power is that of a being who is already beyond man. How could this contradiction not harbor the greatest danger? But instead of holding to the conservative attitude and condemning knowledge in order to safeguard the eternal in man, the man of his time, Nietzsche sides with science and with the being of exceeding, which is the becoming of humanity. In several commentaries, Heidegger has indicated that such is the meaning of the overman. The overman is not the man of today elevated disproportionately, nor a species of man who will reject the human only to make the arbitrary his law and titanic madness his rule. He is not the eminent functionary of some will to power, any more than he is an enchanter destined to introduce paradisiacal bliss on earth. The overman is he who alone leads man to be what he is, the being who surpasses himself, and in whose surpassing there is affirmed the necessity of his passing. If such is the case, but is it? We see why the overman could be considered as the first decisive affirmation to follow the extreme negation of nihilism without, however, himself being anything other than this consequent negation. The overman is the being who has overcome the void, created by the death of God and the decline of values, because he has known how to find in this void the power of overcoming, a power in him that has not only become a power, but will of the will to overcome himself. Freed from all that represses, diverts, or degrades the will in its capacity to will, and free of all reactive will, there is no longer anything negative in what he wills. By a free act, he commands himself and decides the extent of his destiny. The figure of the overman, however, even interpreted in this way, remains ambiguous. As the end of human becoming, self-surpassing is thereby negated in this very figure. And if this figure is not the end, it is because there is still something to overcome. His will, therefore, is not free of all external meaning. His act of willing is still a will to power. With the overman, Nietzsche may well have had a presentiment of a man who is indistinguishable from present-day man except for his negative characteristics, and thus qualitatively different, poorer, simpler, more sober, more capable of sacrificing himself, slower in his resolutions, quieter in his speech. Nonetheless, his essential trait, the will, would make him, in his pure rigor and his harshness, the very form of nihilism, for, according to Nietzsche's clear statement, the will would rather will nothingness than not will. The overman is he in whom nothingness makes itself will and who, free for death, maintains this pure essence of will in willing nothingness. This would be nihilism itself. Enthusiastically and with categorical clarity, Zarathustra announces the overman, then anxiously, hesitatingly, fearfully, he announces the thought of eternal return. Why this difference in tone? Why is the thought of the eternal return, a thought of the abyss, a thought that in the very one who pronounces it is unceasingly deferred and turned away as though it were the detour of all thought? This is its enigma and, no doubt, its truth. I want to note here that for a long time nearly all of Nietzsche's commentators, whether on the right or the left, Baumler, the official Nazi interpreter, eliminates the theory of eternal return, have been true-bled by this doctrine, which seems to them arbitrary, useless, mystical, and, furthermore, very antiquated, since it has been around since Heraclitus. It is perhaps conceivable that a modern man could come up with such an idea, but that he should be seized with such terror in approaching it, that he should see it as the most weighty of thoughts, the most anguishing and the most properly able to overturn the world, here was an absurdity that one hastened to avoid, concluding that it derived all its force for Nietzsche precisely from the ecstatic vision in which he had grasped it. One of the changes in the interpretation of Nietzsche is that this idea should be taken seriously. Karl Loeth, to whom we owe several important books, has contributed a good deal to making us more attentive to this idea, as has also, no doubt, the very spirit of our age, which has led us to reflect on time, on the circularity of meaning, and on the end of history, on the absence of being as recommencement. 8 The thought of the eternal return remains strange in its antiquated absurdity. It represents the logical vertigo that Nietzsche himself could not escape. It is the nihilist thought par excellence, the thought by which nihilism surpasses itself absolutely by making itself definitively unsurpassable. It is therefore the most able to enlighten us as to the kind of trap that nihilism is when the mind decides to approach it head-on. Nietzsche, or Zarathustra, said with perfect clarity that when the will becomes liberating it collides with the past. The rock of accomplished fact that the will, however forceful and willing it may be, cannot displace is what transforms all sentiment into resentment. The spirit of revenge consists in the movement that turns the will back into a counter-will, a willing against, when the will stumbles on the it was. But so long as man is characterized by resentment, he will remain at the level of his present complacency, seeking only to degrade all earthly things, and himself, and time in the name of some absolute ideal, far from the highest hope. He must, then, no longer be limited in his temporal dimension by the necessity of an irrecuperable past and an irreversible time. He needs time as total accomplishment. But the reversal of time lies outside the possible, and this impossibility takes on here the highest meaning. It signifies the defeat of the overman as will to power. The overman will never be capable of the extreme. Eternal return is not of the order of things that are in our power. The experience of the eternal return entails a reversal of all these perspectives. The will that wills nothingness becomes the will that wills eternity, and in this process, eternity, without either will or end, returns to itself. Personal and subjective all-powerfulness is transformed into the impersonal necessity of being. Transvaluation does not give us a new scale of values on the basis of the negation of every absolute value, it makes us attain an order to which the notion of value ceases to apply. Having thus recovered the idea of eternity, and the idea of being, love of the eternal and knowledge of the depth of being, does it not seem that we are definitively sheltered from nihilism? In fact, we are at the heart of nihilism. With the incisive simplicity that is proper to him, and that leads Lukács to call him barbaric, Nietzsche expressed it in this way: let us think this thought in its most terrible form, existence, as it is, without meaning or aim, yet recurring inevitably without any finale of nothingness, the eternal recurrence, the most extreme form of nihilism. What do we learn from this remark? Until now we thought nihilism was tied to nothingness. How ill-considered this was. Nihilism is tied to being. Nihilism is the impossibility of being done with it and of finding a way out even in that end that is nothingness. It says the impotence of nothingness, the false brilliance of its victories. It tells us that when we think nothingness we are still thinking being. Nothing ends, everything begins again, the other is still the same. Midnight is only a dissimulated noon, and the great noon is the abyss of light from which we can never depart to even through death and the glorious suicide Nietzsche recommends to us. Nihilism thus tells us its final and rather grim truth. It tells of the impossibility of nihilism. This has the air of a joke. But if we will grant that all modern humanism, the work of science, and planetary development have as their object a dissatisfaction with what is, and thus the desire to transform being or to negate it in order to derive power from it and to make of this power to negate the infinite movement of human mastery, then it will become apparent that this sort of weakness of the negative, and the way in which nothingness unmasks itself in the being that cannot be negated, lays waste at one stroke to our attempts to dominate the earth and to free ourselves from nature by giving it a meaning, that is, by denaturing it. But this is no more than a first way of translating the strange account of the abyss, one that in part explains Zarathustra's distress in understanding that he will never definitively go beyond man's insufficiency, or that he will only be able to do so, paradoxically, by willing his return. But what does this return mean? It means what it affirms, that the extreme point of nihilism is precisely the where it reverses itself, that nihilism is this very turning itself, the affirmation that, in passing from the no to the yes, refutes nihilism, but does nothing other than affirm it, and henceforth extends it to every possible affirmation. 9 In the dialogue between Lunger and Heidegger, which marked the double celebration of their 60th birthday and took the form of a treatise on nihilism, Lunger leads one to believe, by the very title of their exchange, over the line, that the crossing of the critical zone was being accomplished, or could be accomplished. But Heidegger, more rigorously and in giving another meaning to the same title, 10 immediately remarks that the movement of nihilism, as it comes to an end, is to leave what it means to reach the end undecided, end or accomplishment. Also undecided is the meaning of such an accomplishment, either passage into the nullity of nothingness or into the region of a new turning of being. By the same token, he observes, it is very dangerous to describe the action of nihilism, for the description already belongs to the action, and yet, if to want to give a good definition of nihilism is a bizarre pretension, to renounce this temptation is to leave the field open to what in it is perhaps essential, its gift of travesty, its refusal to avow its origins, its power to slip away from every decisive explication. We speak of man's passage through the critical zone, but man is not simply a passerby who would have only a geographical relation with what he crosses. He does not merely hold himself in this zone, he is himself, though not by or for himself alone, this zone and this line. Let us therefore be circumspect. Let us handle these provocative notions with prudence and not allow these words to speak with the realist efficacy they have acquired. Let us gently lead them back toward the silence from which they come. Heidegger suggested, and this was his principal contribution to the examination of this strange adversarial, that we would henceforth be well advised in writing both the word being and the word nothingness only as crossed out with a St. Andrew's cross, being, nothingness. It is certainly appropriate to meditate on this invitation, but by returning to quite another reflection that would ask whether all the preceding interpretations do not tend to forget Nietzsche by placing him back into a tradition that he himself was not content simply to put into question. Contestation does not suffice, it always keeps one within the horizon of the same interrogation. The tradition of the logical discourse issuing from the logos, of thought as a thought of the whole, and of speech as a relation of unity, a relation that would have no other measure than light or the absence of light. With Nietzsche philosophy is shaken. But is this only because he would be the last of the philosophers, each one always being the last? Or because, summoned by a very different language, the writing of effraction, whose vocation it would be to take words only as set apart, struck or crossed out by the movement that separates them, but which holds them through this separation as a site of difference, he must face an exigency of rupture that constantly turns him away from what is in his power to think. What, then, would be this exigency, supposing that we ourselves who are held by it are able to designate it without interrupting it and without being interrupted by it? 3. Nietzsche and fragmentary writing. It is relatively easy to bring Nietzsche's thoughts into a coherency that would justify their contradictions, either by lining them up according to a hierarchy or by making them dialectical. There is possibly a virtuous system whereby the work, abandoning its dispersed form, would give rise to a continuous reading. The useful, necessary discourse. Now we understand everything, without obstacles and without weariness. We are reassured that such a thought, tied to the movement of a research that is also the seeking of becoming, can lend itself to a general exposition. Moreover, this is a necessity. Even in its opposition to dialectic, it must arise out of a dialectic. Even disengaged from a unitary system and engaged in an essential plurality, this thought must still designate a center on the basis of which the will to power, the overman, the eternal return, nihilism, perspectivism, tragic thought, and so many other separate themes go toward one another and reach harmony according to a single interpretation, even if this occurs precisely as the diverse moments or stages of a philosophy of interpretation. There are two kinds of speech in Nietzsche. One belongs to philosophical discourse, the coherent discourse he sometimes wished to bring to term by composing a work of great scope, analogous to the great works of the tradition. Commentators strive to reconstitute this. His broken texts can be considered as elements of this ensemble or whole. The whole keeps its originality and power. It is in this great philosophy that we find the assertions of a terminal thought, assertions brought to a high point of incandescence. Thus it is possible to ask whether it ameliorates or refutes Kant, what it owes to or retracts from Hegel, if it is dialectical or anti-dialectical, if it ends metaphysics or replaces metaphysics, if it prolongs an existential mode of thinking, or if it is essentially a critique. All of this, in a certain sense, belongs to Nietzsche. Let us admit this. Let us admit as well that such a continuous discourse may be behind these divided works. It remains nonetheless true that Nietzsche does not content himself with such a continuity. And even if a part of these fragments can be brought back to this kind of integral discourse, it is manifest that such a discursive philosophy itself is always already surpassed by Nietzsche, that he presupposes it rather than gives it exposition, in order, further on, to speak according to a very different language, no longer of the whole but of the fragment, of plurality, of separation. It is difficult to grasp this speech of fragment without altering it. Even what Nietzsche says of it intentionally leaves it covered over. There is no doubt that such a form marks his refusal of system, his passion for the unfinished and his belonging to a thought that would be that of Versuch or of Versucher. There is no doubt also that this form is linked to the mobility of research, to the thought that travels, to the thought of a man who thinks while walking and according to the truth of the march. It is also true that it seems to be close to aphorism, since it is agreed that the aphoristic form is the form in which Nietzsche excels. The aphorism, in which I am the first master among Germans, is a form of eternity. My ambition is to say in 10 sentences what everyone else says in a book or what everyone else does not say in a book. But is this truly his ambition? And does the term aphorism meet the real measure of what he is seeking? Myself am not narrow-minded enough for a system, not even for my own. The aphorism works as a force that limits, encloses. A form that takes the form of a horizon, its own. We can see from this what is attractive about it, always drawn back into itself and with something somber, concentrated, obscurely violent about it, something that makes it resemble the crimes of Sartre. Entirely opposed to the maxim, that sentence designed for the beau-monde and polished until it becomes lapidary, the aphorism is as unsociable as a stone, George's Barrows, but a stone of mysterious origin, a grave meteorite that, scarcely fallen, would like to volatilize. A speech that is unique, solitary, fragmented, but, by virtue of being a fragment, already complete in the breaking up from which it proceeds and of a sharpness of edge that refers back to no shattered thing. It thus reveals the exigency of the fragmentary, which is such that the aphoristic form could never suit it. Fragmentary speech does not know self-sufficiency, it does not suffice, does not speak in view of itself, does not of its content as its meaning. but neither does it combine with other fragments to form a more complete thought, a general knowledge. The fragmentary does not precede the whole, but says itself outside the whole, and after it. When Nietzsche affirms nothing exists apart from the whole, he means to lighten the burden of our guilty particularity and also to challenge judgment, measure, and negation, for one cannot judge, measure or compare the whole, to say nothing of denying if, but he still thereby affirms the action of the whole as the only valid one and reinstates the idea of totality. Dialectic, system, and thought as a thought of the whole recover their rights, founding philosophy as a finished discourse. But when he says it seems to me important that we should get rid of the whole, of unity, we must shatter the universe, unlearn our respect for the whole, he then enters into the space of the fragmentary, and risks a thought no longer guaranteed by unity. This speech that reveals the exigency of the fragmentary a non-sufficient speech, but not through insufficiency, unfinished, but because foreign to the category of completion it does not contradict the whole. On the one hand, the whole must be respected, and if one does not say it, one must at least accomplish it. We are beings of a universe and thus turn toward a still absent unity. Our wish, says Nietzsche, is to bring the universe under our control, but there is another thought and a very different wish that in truth is not one. It is as though everything were now already accomplished, the universe is our lot, time has ended, we have left history through history. What, then, is there still to say, what is there still to do? The fragmentary speech that is Nietzsche's does not know contradiction. This is strange. We noted, after Jaspers, that one cannot understand Nietzsche or do justice to Nietzsche's thought unless one seeks, each time it affirms with certitude, the opposed affirmation with which this certainty is in relation. And, in fact, this thought does not cease to oppose itself, without ever being content either with itself or with this opposition. But, here again, we must make distinctions. There is the work of a critique, the critique of metaphysics, principally represented by Christian idealism but also present in all speculative philosophy. The contradictory affirmations are a moment of this critical work. Nietzsche attacks the adversary from several points of view at the same time, for plurality of viewpoint is precisely the principle that the adverse thought fails to recognize. Nietzsche, however, is not unaware that he is obliged to think from where he is, and obliged to speak on the basis of the discourse he is challenging. He still belongs to this discourse, we all belong to it, thus the contradictions cease to be polemical, or even only critical. They aim at him, he himself, in his thought, they are the expression of this energetic thought that cannot be content with its own truths without putting them to the test, assaying them, going beyond them, and then again coming back to them. The will to power will therefore sometimes be a principle of ontological explanation, saying the essence, the foundation of things, and at other times saying the exigency of all going beyond, and going beyond itself as an exigency. At times the eternal return is a cosmological truth, at times the expression of an ethical decision, and at other times the thought of being understood as becoming, etc. These oppositions say a certain multiple truth and the necessity of thinking the multiple if one wants to say what is true in accordance with value, but this multiplicity is still in relation with the one, still a multiplied affirmation of the one. Fragmentary speech does not know contradiction, even when it contradicts. Two fragmentary texts may be opposed, they are simply posed one after another, one without relation to the other, or related one to another by this indeterminate blank that neither separates nor unites them but brings them to the limit they designate, which would be their meaning if, precisely, they did not thereby, hyperbolically, escape a speech of signification. The fact of being always posed in this way at the limit gives to the fragment two different traits. It is first a speech of affirmation, affirming nothing but this plus, this surplus of affirmation that is foreign to possibility, and yet it is nonetheless in no way categorical, neither fixed as a certainty nor posited in a relative or an absolute positivity, still less saying being in a privileged manner, or saying itself on the basis of being but rather already effacing itself, slipping outside itself by a sliding that leads it back toward itself in the neutral murmur of contestation. There where opposition does not oppose but rather juxtaposes, where juxtaposition gives together what escapes all simultaneity, without becoming a succession, there a non-dialectical experience of speech is proposed to Nietzsche. Not a manner of saying and thinking that would claim to refute or to express itself against the dialectic. Nietzsche, on occasion, does not fail to salute Hegel or even recognize himself in him, as he also does not fail to denounce the Christian idealism that carries him forward. This is rather a speech that is other, separate from discourse, neither negating nor, in this sense, affirming, and yet allowing the unlimited indifference to play between the fragments by its interruption and arrest. The fact that Nietzsche takes his leave from the thought of the one God, that is to say, from the God of unity, must be taken seriously. Yet for him it is not simply a matter of contesting the categories that govern Western thought. Neither is it enough to arrest the opposition of contraries before the synthesis that would reconcile them, or enough even to divide the world into a plurality of centers of vital domination whose principle, still one of synthesis, would be the will to power. Here Nietzsche is tempted by something more bold, something that draws him, in the strict sense of the term, into the maze of detour before exalting him to the height of the enigma of return, thought as the affirmation of chance, the affirmation wherein thought relates to itself necessarily, infinitely, by way of that which is aleatory, not fortuitous, a relation wherein thought gives itself as a thought that is plural. Pluralism is one of the decisive traits of the philosophy elaborated by Nietzsche. But, here again, there is philosophy and there is what will not be content with philosophy. There is philosophic pluralism, very important, of course, since it reminds us that meaning always comes severally and that there is an overabundance of signification, that one is always wrong whereas truth begins at two. Hence the necessity of an interpretation that does not consist in the unveiling of a truth that is unique and hidden, or even ambiguous, but rather entails the reading of a text in several senses at once, with no other meaning than the process, the becoming that is interpretation. There are therefore two kinds of pluralism. One is a philosophy of ambiguity, the experience of being is multiple. Then there is this other, this strange pluralism, a pluralism neither of plurality nor of unity that the speech of the fragment bears in itself as the provocation of language in a language still speaking when all has been said. The thought of the overman does not first of all signify the advent of the overman, but rather the disappearance of something called man. Man disappears, he whose essence is disappearance. Man thus continues to exist only in so far as one can say he has not yet begun. Humanity still has no goal or end, Cain zeal. But, if humanity suffers from the lack of an end, would this not be because there is not yet a humanity? Scarcely does man enter into beginning than he enters into his end, begins to end. Man is always man of the decline, a decline that is not a degeneration but, on the contrary, a lack that one can love, a lack that, in separation and distance, makes human truth one with the possibility of perishing. Man of the last rank is the man of permanence, of substance, the man who does not want to be the last one. Nietzsche speaks of the man who synthesizes, who totalizes and justifies. Remarkable expressions. This man who totalizes and who therefore has a relation to the whole, either because he establishes the whole or because he masters it, is not the overman but higher man. Higher man, properly speaking, is a man who is integral, the man of the whole and of synthesis. This is the goal humanity needs, but Nietzsche also says in Zarathustra, higher man is a failure, misgeraten. He is not a failure because he has failed because he has succeeded, has reached his goal. Once you have reached your goal, precisely upon your height, higher man, will you stumble? We may ask, what is the language of the higher man, or what would it be? The answer is easy. It, too, is an integral discourse, the logos that says the whole, the seriousness of philosophic speech. The characteristic proper to higher man is the seriousness of his probity and the rigor of his veracity, a speech that is continuous, without intermittence and without blanks, the speech of logical completion that knows nothing of chance, play, or laughter. But man disappears, not only failed man, but superior man, that is to say successful man, the man wherein everything, the whole, is realized. What, then, does this failure of the whole signify? The fact that man disappears, so the man to come who is the man of the end finds its full meaning because it is also man as a whole who disappears, the being in whom the whole in its becoming has become being. Speech as fragment has a relation with the fact that man disappears, a fact more enigmatic than one might think, since man is in a sense the eternal or the indestructible and, as indestructible, disappears. Indestructible, disappearance. And this relation, too, is enigmatic. One can perhaps understand her, and this can even seem evident that what speaks in this new language of Braille only speaks through waiting, through the announcement of this indestructible disappearance. It is necessary that what one calls man have become the whole of man and the world as a whole, and it is necessary that, having made of his truth the universal truth and made of the universe his already accomplished destiny, he engage himself with all that is, and even with being itself in the possibility of perishing in order that, free of all the values proper to his knowledge transcendence, that is to say, also, immanence, the other world, that is, also, the world, God, that is, also, man. Now the speech of the outside can be affirmed, that which is said beyond the whole and beyond language inasmuch as language, the language of consciousness and of acting interiority, says the whole and the whole of language. It is not nothing that man should disappear, but this is no more than a disaster within our measure. Thought can bear this. It seems that one can accommodate oneself to, and even rejoice in, the idea that truth and every possible value, even the very possibility of value, should cease to have currency and be swept away, as though with a casual gesture. Thought is also this light-hearted movement that tears itself from the origin. But what about thought, when being unity, the identity of being has withdrawn without giving way to nothingness, that too easy refuge? What about thought when the same is no longer the ultimate meaning of the other, and unity no longer that in relation to which the multiple is said? When plurality is said, without referring back to the one. Then, perhaps then, one might have a sense of the exigency of fragmentary speech, not as a paradox but as a decision, speech that, far from being unique, is not predicated of the one and does not say the one in its plurality. Language, affirmation itself, that which no longer affirms by reason of, nor with a view to unity. An affirmation of difference, but nonetheless never differing. Plural speech. The plurality of plural speech, a speech that is intermittent, discontinuous, a speech that, without being insignificant, does not speak by reason of its power to represent, or even to signify. What speaks in this speech is not signification, not the possibility of either giving meaning or withdrawing meaning, even a meaning that is multiple. From which we are led to claim, perhaps with too much haste, that this plurality designates itself on the basis of the between, I and Duke, that it stands a sort of sentry duty around a site of divergence, a space of dislocation that it seeks to close in on. But that always discloses it, separating it from itself and identifying it with this margin or separation, this imperceptible divergence where it always returns to itself, identical, non-identical. However, even if this sort of approach is in part justified, we are still unable to disadhere. Let us keep in mind that it is not enough to replace the continuous with the discontinuous, plenitude with interruption, gathering with dispersion, in order to bring us close to the relation we claim to receive from this other language. Or, to state this more precisely, discontinuity is not the simple reverse of the continuous, nor, as occurs in dialectics, a moment within a coherent development. Discontinuity, the arrest of intermittence, does not arrest becoming, on the contrary, it provokes becoming, calls it up in the enigma that is proper to it. This is the great turning in thought that comes about with Nietzsche. Becoming is not the fluidity of an infinite, Bergsonian, durée, nor the mobility of an interminable movement. The first knowledge is knowledge of the tearing apart and the breaking up of Dionysus, that obscure experience wherein becoming is disclosed in relation with the discontinuous and as its play. The fragmentation of the God is not the rash renunciation of unity, nor a unity that remains one by becoming plural. Fragmentation is this God himself, that which has no relation whatsoever with a center and cannot be referred to an origin, what thought, as a consequentia of the thought of the same and of the one. The thought of theology and that of all the modes of human, or dialectic, knowledge he could never entertain without falsifying it. Man disappears. This is an affirmation. But this affirmation immediately doubles into a question. Does man disappear? Does the disappearance he bears and that bears him liberate knowledge? Does it for a language of forms and structures, or of the finalities that define our cultural space? With Nietzsche, the response falls with an almost terrible decisiveness, and yet it also holds back, remaining in suspense. This is translated in several ways, and first by a philosophical ambiguity of expression. When, for example, he says man is something that must be surpassed, man must be what is beyond man, or, in a more striking manner, Zarathustra himself must overcome himself, or again, nihilism, vanquished by nihilism, the ideal, ruin of the ideal. It is almost inevitable that this exigency of going beyond, this use of contradiction and negation for an affirmation that maintains what it does away with while developing it, should place us back within the horizon of dialectical discourse. One has to conclude from this that far from debasing man, Nietzsche still exalts man by giving him as task his true accomplishment. Then the overman is but a mode of man, man freed from himself and aiming at himself through the summons of the greatest desire. This is correct. Man stands for a self-suppressing that is nothing but a self-surpassing, he is the affirmation of his own transcendence. Many texts, the greater part of them, authorize us to hear this with the guarantee of a still traditional philosophical knowledge. The commentator who Hegelianizes Nietzsche cannot, in this sense, be refuted. And yet we know that Nietzsche follows an entirely different path, even if he does so against himself, always aware, to the point of suffering, of a rupture within philosophy so violent that by it philosophy is dislocated. Going beyond creation, the creative exigency, we may become enchanted by these terms and open ourselves to their promise, but they tell, finally, of nothing but their wearing away inasmuch as they keep us still close to ourselves, under the infinitely prolonged sky of men. Going beyond means going beyond without end, and nothing is more foreign to Nietzsche than such a future of continuous elevation. Would the overman, in the same way, be man ameliorated, man carried to the extremity of his knowledge and his own essence? In truth, what is the overman? We do not know, and, properly speaking, Nietzsche does not know. We know only that the thought of the overman signifies, man disappears, an affirmation that is pushed furthest when it doubles into a question, does man disappear? Fragmentary speech is not a speech in which the site would already be designated, as though in filigree a white on white air where the overman would find his place. Fragment speech is speech of the between two. This between two is not the intermediary between two times, the time of man already dissipated, but does he disappear? And that of the overman in whom the past is to come, but does it come, and by what coming? The speech of fragment does not form a joinder from one to the other, it rather separates them, as long as it speaks, and in speaking remains silent, It is the moving tier of time that maintains, one infinitely distant from the other, these two figures wherein knowledge turns. Thus, on the one hand marking rupture, this speech hinders thought from passing by degrees from man to overman, that is, from thinking them according to the same measure or even according to measures that are merely different, that is, it keeps thought from thinking of itself according to the measure of identity and unity. On the other hand, fragment speech marks more than rupture. If the idea of going binder whether understood in a Hegelian or a Nietzschean sense, a creation that does not preserve but destroys is insufficient for Nietzsche, if thought is not only a going beyond, if the affirmation of eternal return is understood, first, as a failure of this going beyond, then does fragmentary speech open us to this perspective? Does it permit us to speak in this sense? Perhaps, but in an unexpected manner. This is not the speech that announces the dance over every here and there and over there. It is not annunciatory. In itself, it announces nothing, represents nothing, it is neither prophetic nor eschatological. When it speaks, everything has already been announced, including the eternal repetition of the unique, the most vast of affirmations. Its role is still more strange. It is as though, each time the extreme is said, it called thought outside, not beyond, designating to thought by its fissure that thought has already left itself, that it is already outside itself, in relation or without relation or with an outside from which it is excluded to the degree that thought believes itself able to include this outside and, each time, necessarily, does truly make the inclusion by which it encloses itself. And it is still saying too much of this speech to say that it calls forth thought, as though it possessed some absolute exteriority and as though its function were to make this exteriority resound as a never-situated sight. This extreme speech does not say, in relation to what has been said, anything new. And if, for Nietzsche, it suggests that the eternal return, where all that is affirmed is eternally affirmed, could not be the ultimate affirmation, it is not because this speech would affirm something more, it is because it repeats the ultimate affirmation in the mode of fragmentation. In this sense, fragmentation is bound up with the revelation of the eternal return. The eternal return says time as an eternal repetition, and fragment speech repeats this repetition by stripping it of any eternity. The eternal return says the being of becoming, and the repetition repeats it as the incessant ceasing of being. The eternal return says the eternal return of the same, and the repetition says the detour wherein the other identifies itself with the same in order to become the non-identity of the same and in order that the same become, in the return that turns it aside, always other than itself. The eternal return, in a speech strangely, marvelously scandalous, says the eternal repetition of the unique, and repeats it as a repetition without origin, as the re-beginning where what has not yet begun begins again. And thus repeating repetition ad infinitum, this speech renders repetition in some sense parodic, but also withdraws it from everything that has the power of repeating, both because this speech says repetition as an affirmation that is unidentifiable and unrepresentable, an affirmation impossible to recognize, and because it ruins repetition by giving it back, in the guise of a sort of indefinite murmur, to the silence that speech in turn ruins by giving silence to be heard as the speech that, from the most profound past, from the furthest future, has always already spoken as a speech ever yet to come. I would note that the philosophy of Nietzsche takes its distance from dialectical philosophy less in contesting it than in repeating it, that is, in repeating the principal concepts or moments that it deflects, that is, the idea of contradiction, the idea of going beyond, the idea of transvaluation, the idea of totality, and above all the idea of circularity, of truth or of affirmation as circular. Fragmentary speech is barely speech, a speech only at the limit. This does not mean that it speaks only at the end, but that in all times it accompanies and traverses all knowledge and all discourse with another language that interrupts speech by drawing it, in the turn of a redoubling, toward the outside where the uninterrupted speaks. The end that is never done with. In Nietzsche's wake, then, it too always alludes to the man who disappears, not disappearing. To the overman who comes without a coming and, inversely, to the overman who has already disappeared, to the man not yet come, an illusion that is the play of the oblique and the indirect. To put one's trust in this speech is to exclude oneself from all faith, all trust, all confidence, that is to say from all defiance, including even the force of the challenge itself. And when Nietzsche says, the desert grows, fragment speech takes the place of this desert without ruins, except that in it the devastation always more vast is always reconfirmed within the dispersion of limits. A becoming of immobility. That this speech may seem to play the game of nihilism and lend to nihilism, in its unseemliness, a suitable form of this it will never deny. And yet how far it leaves this power of negation behind. It is not that in playing with it negation undoes it. To the contrary, it leaves this power of negation a free field. Nietzsche recognized that this is the meaning of his untiring critique of Plato, that being is light, and he submitted the light of being to the labor of the most severe suspicion. 11 A decisive moment in the destruction of metaphysics and, even more, of ontology. Light gives pure visibility to thought as its measure. To think is henceforth to see clearly, to stand in the light of evidency, to submit to the day that makes all things appear in the unity of a form, it is to make the world arise under the sky of light as the form of forms, always illuminated and judged by the sun that does not set. The sun is the overabundance of clear light that gives life, the fashioner that holds life only in the particularity of a form. The sun is the sovereign unity of light who it is good, the superior one that makes us respect as the sole true sight of being all that is above. At first Nietzsche criticizes in ontology only its degeneration into metaphysics, the moment at which, in Plato, light becomes idea and makes of the idea the supremacy of the ideal. His first works, when there is a trace of his first preferences in nearly all his works, maintain the value of form, and in the face of an obscure Dionysian terror, the calm luminous dignity that protects us from the terrifying abyss. But just as Dionysus, in dispersing Apollo, becomes the unique force without unity in which everything divine holds back, so does Nietzsche little by little seek to free thought by referring it back to what does not allow itself to be understood either as clarity or as form. Such is finally the role of the will to power. It is not as a power / pouvoir, that the will to power / puissance, imposes itself in principle, and it is not as a dominating violence that this force becomes what must be thought. But force escapes light, it is not something that would simply be deprived of light, an obscurity still aspiring to the light of the day. Scandal of scandals, it escapes every optical reference. And thus, while it may only act under the determination and within the limits of a form, former an arrangement of structure nevertheless always allows it to escape. Neither visible nor invisible. How can one understand force, or weakness, in terms of clarity and obscurity? Observes Derrida. 12 Form allows force to escape, but it is not received by the formless. Chaos, the indifference without shore from which every gaze is averted, this metaphoric sight that organizes disorganization, does not serve as its matrix. If force here without relation to form, even when form seeks shelter in the amorphous depths, refusing to let itself be reached either by clarity or by non-clarity, exercises upon Nietzsche an attraction for which he also feels distaste, blush before power, it is because force interrogates thought in terms that will oblige it to break with its history. How to think force, how to say force. Force says difference. To think force is to think it by way of difference. This is first to be understood in a quasi-analytical fashion. Whoever says force says it always as multiple. If there were a unity of force there would be no force at all. Deleuze expressed this with a decisive simplicity. All force is in an essential relation with another force. The being of force is plural, it would be absurd to think it in the singular. But force is not simply plurality. The plurality of forces means that forces are distant, relating to each other through the distance that makes them plural and inhabits each of them as the intensity of their difference. Is from the height of this feeling of distance, says Nietzsche, that one arrogates to oneself the right to create values or to determine them. What matter utility? Thus the distance that separates forces is also their correlation and, more characteristically, is not only what distinguishes them from without, but what from within constitutes the essence of their distinction. In other words, what holds them at a distance, the outside, constitutes their sole intimacy. It is that by which they act and are subject, the differential element that is the whole of their reality, they being real only inasmuch as they have no reality in and of themselves, but only relations, a relation without terms. But then what is the will to power? Not a being, not a becoming, but a pathos, the passion of difference. The intimacy of force resides in its exteriority. The exteriority thus affirmed is not a tranquil spatial and temporal continuity, a continuity whose key is provided by the logic of the logos discourse without discursus. Exteriority, a time and space, is always exterior to itself. It is not correlative, a center of correlations, but instead institutes relation on the basis of an interruption that does not bring together or unify. Difference is the outside's reserve, the outside is the exposition of difference. Difference and outside designate the originary disjunction - the origin that is this very disjunction itself, always disjoined from itself. Disjunction, where time and space would rejoin by their mutual disjoining, coincides with that which does not coincide, the non-coinciding that in advance turns away from all unity. Just as high, low, noble, ignoble, master, slave have neither any meaning nor any established value in themselves, but a firm force in its always positive difference. This is one of Deleuze's unerring remarks. The essential relation of one force with another is never conceived as a negative element, so the force that is always plural seems, if not to Nietzsche, at least to the Nietzsche that fragmentary writing calls forth, to propose itself only in order to put thought to the test of difference, the latter not being derived from unity, any more than it would imply it. A difference, however, that one cannot call primary, as though, inaugurating a beginning, it were to refer back, paradoxically, to unity as secondary. This is rather a difference that always differs, and thus never gives itself in the present of a presence nor allows itself to be seized in the visibility of a form. It differs, as it were, from differing, and in this redoubling that withdraws it from itself, affirms itself as discontinuity itself, difference itself, the difference in play where there is dissymmetry as space at work, discretion or distraction as time, interruption as speech, and becoming as the common field of these three relations of dehiscence. One can suppose that if, with Nietzsche, thought had need of force conceived as a play of forces and waves of forces in order to think both plurality and difference, even if it entails exposure to all the difficulties of an apparent dogmatism, it is because force supports the presentiment that difference is movement, or, more exactly, that difference determines the time and the becoming in which difference is inscribed, just as the eternal return will make it be felt that difference is experienced as repetition and that repetition is difference. Difference is not an intemporal rule, it does not have the fixity of law. As Mallam discovers at about the same time, difference is spacier space inasmuch as it spaces and disseminates itself and time, not the oriented homogeneity of becoming, but becoming when it becomes scansion and intimation, when it interrupts itself and, in this interruption, does not continue, but discontinues itself. One must conclude from this that difference, the play of time and of space, is the silent play of relations, the multiple disengagement that governs writing, which amounts to saying that difference, essentially, writes. The world is deep, deeper than the day can comprehend. Nietzsche does not content himself here with calling up the Stygian night. He suspects more and he interrogates more profoundly. Why, he asks, this relationship between day, thought, and world? Why do we say confidently of lucid thought the same thing we say of the day, and thus believe we have in our grasp the power to think the world? Why would light and seeing furnish us all the modes of approach that we would like to see thought provided with in order to see the world? Why is intuition or intellectual vision proposed to us as the great gift that men are lacking? Why do we see essences, ideas, and God? But the world is more profound. And perhaps one will respond that, when one speaks of the light of being, one is speaking metaphorically. But then why, among all possible metaphors, does the optical metaphor predominate? Why this light that as metaphor has become the source and the resource of all knowing, and thus subordinated all knowledge to the exercise of, a primary, metaphor? Why this imperialism of light? These questions are latent in Nietzsche, sometimes suspended, as when he elaborates the theory of perspectivism, that is to say, point of view, a theory he ruins, it is true, by pushing it to its term. Latent questions, questions that are at the bottom of the critique of truth, of reason, and of being. Nihilism is invincible as long as, submitting the world to the thou of being, we entertain and seek truth on the basis of the light of its meaning, for it is perhaps in light itself that meaning is dissimulated. Light illuminates, so this means that light hides itself, this is its malicious trait. Light illuminates, what is illuminated by light presents itself in an immediate presence that discloses itself without disclosing what makes it manifest. Light effaces its traces, invisible, it renders visible. It guarantees direct knowledge and ensures full presence, all the while holding itself back in that which is indirect and suppressing itself as presence. Light's deception, then, would be in the fact that it slips away in a radiating absence, infinitely more obscure than any obscurity, since the absence proper to light is the very act of its light, its clarity, and since the work of light is accomplished only when light makes us forget that something like light is at work, thus making us forget, in the evidence in which it holds itself, all that it supposes of the relation to unity to which light returns, and that is its true sun. Clarity, the non-light of light, the non-seeing of seeing. Light is thus, at least, doubly deceptive, because it deceives us as to itself, and deceives us in giving as immediate what is not immediate, as simple what is not simple. The light of the day is a false day, not because there would be a truer day, but because the truth of the day, the truth about it, is dissimulated by it. We see clearly only because light is clear and does not offer itself in the clarity it provides. But the most serious problem in any case, the one with the gravest consequence, remains the duplicity by which light causes us to have confidence in the simplicity of the act of seeing, proposing and mediation to us as the model of knowledge, whereas light itself, out of sight and in a hidden manner, acts only as a mediator, playing with us through a dialectic of illusion. It would seem that Nietzsche thinks, or, to be more exact, writes, when he gives himself over to the exigency of fragmentary writing, under the sway of a double suspicion that inclines toward a double refusal of the immediate, refusal of mediation. It is from the true ear this true that is in some sense inevitable, whether it be given to us by way of a developed movement of the whole or in the simplicity of manifest presence, whether it come forth at the end of a coherent discourse or is immediately affirmed in a speech that is linear, continuous, and univocal, that we should attempt to withdraw, we, philosophers of the beyond of good and evil, if you please, if we wish to speak, to write in the direction of the unknown. Double rupture, all the more dominant for never being accomplished, or only accomplished by way of suspicion. And do you know what the world is to me? Shall I show it to you in my mirror? Nietzsche thinks the world, this is his concern. And when he thinks the world, be it as a monster of energy, this mystery world of twofold voluptuous delight, my Dionysian world, or as the play of the world, this world here below, the enigma that is the solution to every enigma, it is not being that he is thinking. On the contrary, whether rightly or wrongly, he thinks the world in order to free thought as much from the idea of being as from the idea of the whole, as much from the exigency of meaning as from the exigency of the good, in order to free thought from thought, obliging it not to abdicate but to think more than it can, to think something other than what for it is possible. Or, again, to speak in saying this more, this surplus that precedes and follows all speech. One can criticize this way of proceeding, one cannot renounce what is announced in it. For Nietzsche, being, meaning, aim, value, God, day and night, and the whole, and unity, have validity only within the world, but the world cannot be thought, cannot be said as meaning or as a whole, even less as a world beyond. The world is its very outside, the affirmation that exceeds every power to affirm and, in the endlessness of discontinuity, is the play of its perpetual redoubling a will to power, eternal return. Nietzsche expresses himself in still another way, the world, the infinite of interpretation, the unfolding of a designation, infinitely. Hence the obligation to interpret. But who, then, will interpret? Is it man? And what sort of man? Nietzsche responds, one may not ask, /who then interprets. For interpretation itself is a form of the will to power, it exists, not as a being but as a process, a becoming, as effect. 13. A fragment rich in enigmas. One can take it to mean, and this happens to Nietzsche, that philosophy should be a philosophy of interpretation. The world is to be interpreted, interpretation is multiple. Nietzsche will even say that to understand everything is to misunderstand the essence of knowledge, for totality is not of the same measure as what there is to be understood, any more than it exhausts the power to interpret. Interpreting implies there is no term. But Nietzsche goes even further, unser Wort signed in die Dinge hinein interpretiert, our values are introduced into things by the movement that interprets. Then would we have before us an integral subjectivism wherein things have meaning only insofar as the subject who interprets them gives them meaning, and according to his pleasure? There are no facts in themselves, Nietzsche says again, but one must always begin by introducing meaning in order for there to be facts. Yet in the fragment we saw earlier, Nietzsche dismisses the who. 14. Authorizes no interpreting subject, and recognizes interpretation only as the neutral becoming a without subjects and without complement of interpreting itself, which is not an act but a passion, and, by this fact, holds in itself Dasein ad Dasein without sein. Nietzsche immediately adds, interpreting, the movement of interpretation in its neutrality. This is what must not be taken as a means of knowing, an instrument thought would have at its disposal in order to think the world. The world is not an object of interpretation, any more than it is proper for interpretation to give itself an object, even an unlimited object, from which it would distinguish itself. The world, the infinite of interpreting, or again, to interpret, the infinite, the world. These three terms can only be given in a juxtaposition that does not confound them, does not distinguish them, does not put them in relation, and that thus responds to the exigency of fragmentary writing. We others, philosophers of the beyond, who in reality are interpreters and malicious soothsayers, we to whom it has been given to be placed, as spectators of things European, before a mysterious and as yet undeciphered text. One can understand that the world would be a text whose exegesis must only be carried out well in order that its proper meaning be revealed, the work of philological probity. But written by whom? And interpreted in relation to what previously given signification? The world does not have meaning, meaning is within the world, that which is exterior to sense and nonsense. Here, since it is a matter of an event within historia of things European, we add MIT this contains some sort of truth. But what if it is a matter of the world? And what if it is a matter of interpretation, of the neutral movement of interpreting that, having neither subject nor object, is the infinite of a movement that relates to nothing but to itself? And this is saying still too much, for it is a movement without identity, a movement, in any case, that has no preceding thing to which it relates and no term capable of determining it. Interpreting, being without being, the passion and the becoming of difference? This text, then, indeed deserves to be called mysterious, not because it would contain some mystery as its meaning, but because, if this is a new name for the world, this world, enigma and solution of all the enigmas, if it is the difference that is at stake in the movement of interpreting and is in a sense what prompts it always to differ, to repeat by differing or differing, if, finally, in its infinite scattering, in this sense, Dionysus, in the play of its fragmentation, and even more precisely, in the exceeding of what withdraws it, it affirms this plus of affirmation that does not hold to the exigency of clarity or light or give itself in the form of a form, then it is a text that is certainly not already written, any more than the world is produced once and for all time, but, not separating itself from the neutral movement of writing, is what gives us writing, or rather, through it, writing gives itself as that which, turning thought away from all things visible and invisible, is able to free thought from the primacy of signification understood either as light or as the retreat of light, and able, perhaps, to liberate it from the exigency of unity, that is to say, from the primacy of all primacy, since writing is difference, since difference writes. In thinking the world, Nietzsche thinks it as a text. Is this a metaphor? It is a metaphor. Thinking the world at this depth that is not reached by the light of the day, he substitutes for it a metaphor that seems to restore to the day all its prerogatives. For what is a text? A set of phenomena that hold themselves in view, and what is writing if not bringing into view, making appear, bringing to the surface? Nietzsche does not think highly of language. Language depends upon the most naive prejudices. If our reading of things discovers problems and disharmonies, this is because we think only in the form of language and thus believe in the eternal truth of reason, for example, subject, attribute, etc. We cease to think when we refuse to do so under the constraint of language. Let us set aside the objection that it is still in the form of language that Nietzsche denounces language. Let us also not respond by indicating speech's power to falsify, the goodwill of illusion that is speech's and that would also be art's. The first objection throws us back into dialectics, the second gives us over to Apollo, who, having already become long ago dispersed, and Dionysus, will no longer be able to keep us from perishing, were we ever to come up against the true. We possess art lest we perish of the truth, words that would be most scornful of art, if they did not immediately turn around in order to say, but do we have art? And do we have truth, even if it causes us to perish? And do we, dying, perish? But art is of a terrible seriousness, the world, a text, the world, divine play beyond good and evil, but the world is not signified in the text does not render the world visible, legible, able to be grasped in the moving articulation of forms. Writing does not refer back to this absolute text that would have to be reconstituted on the basis of fragments, in the lacuna of writing. Nor is it through the breaks in what is written, in the interstices thus delineated, in the pauses thus arranged and the silences thus reserved, that the world, always exceeding the world, would testify to itself in the infinite plenitude of a mute affirmation. For it is now, when we risk becoming complexitous with an ingenuous and indigent mysticism, that we must laugh and withdraw, saying by our laughter, mundus est fabula. In Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche explains his suspicion with regard to language. It is the same suspicion as with regard to being and unity. Language implies a metaphysic, the metaphysic. Each time we speak, we tie ourselves to being, we say being, be this only by implication, and the more brilliant our speech the more it shines with the light of being. Nothing, in fact, has hitherto had a more naive power of persuasion than the error of being, for every word, every sentence we utter speaks in its favor. And Nietzsche adds, with a profundity that does not cease to surprise us, I fear indeed that we shall never rid ourselves of God because we still believe in grammar. There is, however, this hitherto. Are we to conclude from this qualification that we are at a turning point, a turning of necessity where, in place of our language and by the play of its difference, up to now folded back into the simplicity of sight and equalized in the light of a signification, another sort of exteriorization would come forward, and such that, in this hiatus opened in it, in the disjunction that is its sight, there would cease to live these guests who are unwanted because too habitual, unreassuring because too sure, masked but endlessly exchanging their masks, divinity in the form of logos, nihilism in the guise of reason. The world, text without pretext, interlacing without woof or texture. If the world of Nietzsche is not handed over to us in a book, and even less in the book imposed upon him by an infatuation with culture and known by the title The Will to Power, it is because he calls us outside this language that is the metaphor of a metaphysics, a speech in which being is present in the double light of a representation. It does not result from this that the world is unsayable, nor that it can be expressed in, or by, a manner of speaking. It simply advises us that if we are sure we can never hold the world either within speech or outside of speech, the only destiny from now on fitting is that language, in perpetual pursuit and perpetual rupture and without having any other meaning than this pursuit and this rupture, should indefinitely persist, whether silent, whether speaking or play, always in play and always undone, and persist without concern for having something to say of the world or some only a man with the stature of Overman to say it. It is as though Nietzsche had no other chance of speaking of the world than by speaking of himself in accordance with the exigency that is his, which is to speak without end, and in accordance with the exigency of difference, always to defer speaking. The world? A text? The world refers text back to text, as the text refers the world back to affirmation of the world. The text, certainly a metaphor, but if it no longer claims to be the metaphor of being, neither is it the metaphor of the world free of being, at most, the metaphor of its own metaphor. This pursuit that is rupture, this rupture that does not interrupt, this perpetuity of both the one and the other, the perpetuity of an interruption without stop and of a pursuit without attainment, neither the progress of time nor the immobility of a present to a perpetuity that perpetuates nothing, not enduring, not ceasing, the return and the turning aside of an attraction without allure, is this the world? Is it language? The word that cannot be said. Language that does not have the word to say? The world? A text? Marks of breakage, brises, fragments, chance, enigma. Nietzsche thinks these words together, especially in Zarathustra. His effort is thus double. First, wandering among men, he feels a kind of pain at seeing them only in the form of debris, always in pieces, broken, scattered, and thus as though on a field of carnage or slaughter. He therefore proposes, through the effort of a poetic act, to carry together and even bring to unity the unity of the futura these chaotic pieces, shards, and accidents that are men. This will be the work of the whole, a work that will accomplish the integral. Und das ist mein Dichten und Trachten, das ich in eins Dichtens as a mentorage, was brushstuck ist und Rutzel und Graus as you fall, and the whole dense aim of my poetic act is to bring together, gathering poetically to unity, what is no more than fragment, enigma, horrendous chance. But his Dichten, his poetic decision, takes as well a very different direction. Redeemer of chance is the name he claims for himself. What does this mean? Saving chance does not mean returning it to a series of conditions. This would be not to save it, but to lose it. To save chance is to safeguard it from everything that would keep it from being affirmed as dreadful chance, what the throw of the dice could never abolish. And, by the same token, to decipher, to interpret, the enigma is this simply to make the unknown pass into the category of the known or, on the contrary, to will it as enigma in the very speech that elucidates it, to open it, beyond the clarity of meaning, to this other language that is not governed by light nor obscured by the absence of light. Thus these marks of breakage, these fragments, should not appear as moments of a still incomplete discourse but rather as the language, the writing of efaction by which chance, at the level of affirmation, remains elitary and by which the enigma frees itself from the intimacy of its secret so that, in writing itself, it might expose itself as the very enigma that writing maintains, because writing always takes it up again in the neutrality of its own enigma. When Nietzsche writes, and when my eye flees in vain from now to then, it always discovers the same thing, debris, fragments, horrible chances but nowhere men he obliges us once again to examine ourselves, not without terror, would the truth of the fragment and the presence of men be incompatible? Is it prohibited, where there are men, to maintain the affirmation of chance, writing without discourse, the play of the unknown? What does this incompatibility, if it is one, signify? On the one hand, the world, presence, human transparency, on the other, the exigency that makes the earth tremble and words, creative and new, ring out and the gods throw the dice or, to state this more precisely, would men in some sense have to disappear in order to communicate? A question that is only posed and, in this form, is not yet even posed as a question. All the more so if one pursues it as follows, would not the universe, that which is turned toward the one, and the cosmos, which presumes the existence of a physical time that is oriented, continuous, homogeneous although irreversible, obviously universal and even superuniversal, far from reducing man by its sublime majesty to the nothingness that frightened Pascal, not rather be the safeguard and the truth of human presence? Not because men, conceiving it in this way, would still construct the cosmos according to a reason that is only their own, but because there is no cosmos, universe, or the whole except through the submission to light that human reality represents when it is presency, whereas when knowing, writing, and, perhaps, speaking come about, it is a question of a very different time and of an absence such that the difference that governs it unsettles, disconcerts, and decenters the very reality of the universe as a real object of thought. To put this another way, there would not only be incompatibility between man and the power to communicate that is man's most proper exigency, but incompatibility as well between the universe substitute for a god, guarantee of human presence and the speech without traces wherein writing nonetheless calls us and calls to us as men. 15 Interpreting, the infinite, the world. The world? A text? The text, the movement of writing in its neutrality. When we posit these terms, suppositing them with a concern for holding them outside themselves, without however making them leave themes ulva, we are not unaware of the fact that they still belong to the preliminary discourse that at a certain moment has allowed them to be put forward. Thrown out ahead, they do not yet leave the whole. They prolong it by their rupture, they say this pursuit rupture by virtue of which they say themselves, disjoined in their movement. They are isolated as though out of discretion, but this is a discretion already indiscreet, too marked. They follow one another, but in such a way that this succession is not one, since, with no relation other than that of a sign that punctuates, a sign of space by which space indicates itself as a time of indication, they also dispose themselves, and as though having previously done so, in irreversible simultaneity, succeeding one another but given together, but apart, without constituting a whole, interchanging themselves according to a reciprocity that equalizes them and according to a non-reciprocity always ready to reverse itself, thus at the same time bearing and reversing all the ways of becoming, as they bear and refuse all positions of spatial plurality. For they write, designated here by writing, it is writing they designate explicitly, implicitly, coming from this writing that comes from them, returning to writing as though turning away from it by this difference that always writes. Juxtaposed words, but words whose arrangement is entrusted to signs that are modalities of space, and that make space a play of relations wherein time is at stake, we call these signs of punctuation. Let us understand that they are not that replace sentences from which they would silently borrow meaning. Nonetheless, one might perhaps compare them to Spinoza's mysterious sieve, deus sive natura, causa sive ratio, intelligia sive agia, which inaugurates an articulation and a new mode, namely in relation to Descartes, even if it seems to be borrowed from him, whether they be more indecisive, that is to say, more ambiguous, is not important either. Their value is not one of representation. They figure forth nothing, except the void they animate without declaring it. For, in effect, it is the emptiness of difference they retain by their accentuation, preventing it, though without giving it form, from being lost in indetermination. On the one hand, their role is to give an impetus, on the other, and it is the same, to suspend. But the pause they institute has the remarkable character of not posing the terms whose passage they both ensure and arrest, and neither does it set them aside. It is as though the alternative of positive and negative, the obligation to begin by affirming being when one wants to deny it, were here, at last, enigmatically broken. Signs, of course, that have no magical value. Their entire worth, even if they were done away with or not yet invented, and in a certain way they always disappear in the accessory or accidental aspects of a graphics, derives from discontinuity, an absence that is unfigurable and without foundation, whose power /pouvoir they bear up under rather than carry. Their where lacuna becomes caesura, then cadence, and perhaps juncture. To articulate the void by a void, to structure it as a void by drawing from it the strange irregularity that always from the outset specifies it as empty, it is in this way that the signs of spacia punctuation, accent, scansion, rhythm, configuration A, which are the preliminary to all writing, lend themselves to difference and engage in its play. Not that they serve to translate this void or render it visible in the manner of a musical notation, on the contrary, far from keeping the written at the level of the marks writing leaves or the forms it concretizes. Their property is to indicate in it the tearing, the incisive rupture, the invisible tracing of a trait, through which the inside turns eternally back into the outside, while what designates itself there, to the point of giving meaning, and as its origin, is the gap that removes it from meaning. Difference, the non-identity of the same. The movement of distance, that which carries, by carrying off. The becoming of interruption. Difference bears in its prefix the detour wherein all power to give meaning seeks its origin in the distance that holds it from this origin. The to differ, differing of difference is born by writing, but never inscribed by it, are demanding of writing. On the contrary, that, at the limit, it not inscribe, a becoming without inscription, that it describe a vacancy, an irregularity that no trace can stabilize, or inform, a tracing without trace that is circumscribed only by the endless erasure of what determines it. Difference, it can only be a difference of speech, a speaking difference that permits speech, but without itself coming directly to language or coming to it and then referring us back to the strangeness of the neutral in its detour, to that which does not let itself become neutralized. A speech that always in advance, in its difference, is destined to the exigency that is written. To write, trait without trace, writing without transcription. Writing's characteristic trait will never be the simplicity of a trait capable of tracing itself and merging with this trace, it will be rather the divergence on the basis of which begins, without beginning, this pursuit rupture. The world? A text ? 16:7. Reflections on Hell. 1. One can reflect on this situation. It can happen that someone is very close to us, not close, the walls have fallen. Sometimes still very close, but without relation, the walls have fallen, those that separate, and also those that serve to transmit signals, the language of prisons. Then one must once again raise a wall, ask for a little indifference, that calm distance by which lives find equilibrium. A naive desire that takes form after having already been realized. But from such an astonishing approach to another, one retains the impression that there was a brief moment of luck, a moment bound not to the favor of the look that may have been exchanged, but to something like a movement that would have preceded us both, just before our encounter. At this instant it seems that he was truly our companion in an infinite and infinitely deserted space where, by a marvelous chance, he had suddenly appeared at our side, so it was and so it was going to be, inexplicable, certain, and marvelous. But who was he? Only the desert, perhaps? The desert become our companion? Marvelous, this remains marvelously desolate, and then the companion has once again dissipated, there is nothing but desert. But in its harsh truth and arid presence it is suddenly close to us, familiar, a friend. A proximity that at the same time says to us, the desert is growing. One could perhaps compare this movement to the movement of the absurd experience to which, for a time, Albert Camus attached his name. In many respects, this experience here, and it could not be otherwise, he was properly his. Personal, also, was the way in which he moved through analyses and ideas, and personal the demands he brought forward, that of unity, for example, or the passion to endure, the aspiration to the eternal. In The Rebel, an essay on man in revolt, he writes, perhaps, without this insatiable need to endure, we would better understand earthly suffering if we knew it to be eternal. At times it seems that great souls are less terrified by pain than by the fact that it does not endure. Lacking an untiring happiness, a long suffering would at least constitute a destiny. But no, our worst tortures one day cease. Is this what great souls desire? Perhaps only a reflection on suffering could speak in such a way. Extreme suffering, first of all physical suffering, speaks otherwise. When it calls upon death it is still bearable, for it hopes, it places its help in the end, and this help signifies an alliance with the future, the promise of time. Man then remains master of his destiny, free to have done with his suffering. He suffers and bears up under it, he dominates it by this end to which he appeals. But there is a suffering that has lost time altogether. It is the horror of a suffering without end, a suffering time can no longer redeem, that has escaped time and for which there is no longer a course, it is irremediable. This inquiry does not pertain to a limited aspect of our condition. Would suffering be greater in our time? A vain question. But we must not doubt that suffering weighs more heavily on us to the extent that our estrangement from religious consolations, the disappearance of the other world, and the breaking up of traditional social frameworks deprive the one who suffers of all distance and more clearly expose him to the truth of suffering, a truth that consists in withdrawing from him the space that suffering requires, the little time that would make his suffering possible. One can assert that suffering is an ordeal of the individual that does not bring our common destiny into play, also that, rather than commentaries of thought, it calls for medical intervention. The latter happily undoing what does not let itself be undone. It is in this sense that Albert Camus chose in The Plague to make a doctor the symbol of an action that still remains just. A reasonable decision one is astonished to hear scornfully criticized, for it answers to the energetic will of the modern age, the will to maintain man as a power in the face of impossibility, to respond to the excesses of what has caused us to lose the world with a stubborn effort to slowly expand and affirm it, even while this affirmation touches nothing firm. Nonetheless, what has been said of suffering and of an individual destiny must be said all the more of affliction, oppression, and misery. The man who is altogether unhappy, who is reduced by abjection, hunger, sickness, or fear, becomes what no longer has any relation to itself or to anyone, an empty neutrality, a phantom wandering in a space where nothing happens, a living being fallen below the level of need. This affliction may be particular, but it first of all concerns the majority. Those who are alone in their hunger and live deprived of justice in the midst of a world still happy or tranquil have a chance of being committed to a violent solitude, to the sentiments we call evil, envy, shame, the desire to take revenge, to kill oneself or another where there is still hope. The hunger of which Knut Hamsun speaks is a hunger that can be fed by pride. The truth of this other kind of misfortune seems to reside in the untold number of those who suffer from it. There is said to be community in misfortune, but there is a point at which what is suffered in common neither brings together nor isolates, only repeating the movement of an affliction that is anonymous, neither belonging to you nor making you belong to a common hope or to a common despair. One speaks of an equality in misfortune, but this is an infinite dissimilarity, an oscillation without any level, an equality without anything being equal. And it is not certain that in order to approach such a situation we must turn to the vast, overwhelming upheavals produced in our time. There is a weariness from which there is no rest. It consists in no longer being able to interrupt what one is doing, in working always more, and, in sum, for the common good. One can no longer be weary, separate oneself from one's fatigue in order to dominate it, put it down and find rest. So it is with misery, affliction. It becomes invisible and in a sense forgotten, disappearing into the one whose disappearance it has brought about, without doing anything to the fact of his existence. It is intolerable but always borne, because the one who bears it is no longer the to undergo it in the first person. Those who are suffering and those afflicted or subjected to misery have become strangers to the master-slave relationship, which, from the perspective of their situation, has an almost attractive status. The slave has the good fortune of having a master. The master he serves today is the one against whom he will rise up tomorrow. There are also slaves without masters, their slavery such that they have lost every master and every relation with the master, thus all hope of emancipation, as well as all possibility of revolt. Losing the master because he has become nameless or pure, irresponsible, and undiscoverable power is already an extremely difficult situation, but abstract powers can still be named. The most distant and hard to grasp will one day be called God, and God's omnipotence ends by holding out the promise of a decisive combat. Still more grave is the slavery that consists in the absence of the slave, a bondage to shadows, itself seemingly as light as a shadow, a destiny without weight and without reality. Albert Camus said, "I am in revolt, therefore we are, placing all the decision of a solitary hope in a word." But those who have lost the power to say I are excluded from this word and from this hope. Men have always had some idea of hell. They have sensed that where there is man there is hell. Damnation is not an easy thought to deal with. It is striking that a sort of dark dignity has been reserved for the damned. They are of noble origin, and the hell that would humble revolt is, on the contrary, exalted by it. The formidable mouth that Dante made speak incessantly repeats in Arab, "It is true, ere on my splendor in the abyss as it has shone in the world." Damnation still remains a rich but terrible movement. It is sometimes identified with the fiery sentiments of hate, resentment, and envy. The damned eternally contemplate what they abhor, at other times with despair, lost happiness, estranged love, but in every case there still exists, although passing through nothingness and abjection, a relation with the world above. Hell cannot weaken this relation. The damned seem always able to love God by way of their damnation. This possibility remains open to them. Their damnation consists in refusing it, but in damnation and in the repetition of this refusal the possibility is still present. It seems that hell ought to have become for the world of faith the pure site of atheism and a symbol of its mystery. Are not the damned, being not only those cut off from God, but also those from whom God has withdrawn absolutely, the only true atheists? Hell is then the extreme space that is empty and free of God, and yet where such an abandon, such a falling outside being, far from measuring itself by this nothingness, pursues and affirms itself in the torment of an infinite time. One can imagine that saving the damned might be the obsessive concern hovering around belief. More strange would be the thought that asks of the damned the secret and the path of salvation for us all. Yet this is what an entire part of our world has sought to do. Not through misguided sentiment or out of an affection for what is base. Nor is it because one has sought to save the suffering, rather than simply the individual who is suffering, with a pretension we might easily call Hegelian, or to save him by means of his suffering, thinking that he cannot be really and completely saved unless he is saved by this extreme suffering that leaves him no SUA either on the side of life or on the side of death. Perhaps we do secretly think this, but things are not so simple. The concern with turning ourselves toward an extreme and necessarily obscure moment to a moment beyond which man, or the possibility of thinking man, seems to disappear is itself an obscure concern. It does not mean only, as simplicity would lead us to suppose, that it is at the moment when man escapes us that the truth of man would be seized. We would thereby be left leaning over an empty hole, rather than filling it in and making it the seat of a veritable dwelling place. The search for a beginning firm enough so that what is affirmed from there would not be invisibly absorbed by the uncertainty of an unstable and unknown region or a region situated in an anterior infinity that would secretly ruin our steps is quite an ambiguous one. The dizzying hope that seized the world when Marx, according to a long-standing interpretation, suggested that historia old, weighty, dialectical historia was coming about as though by itself, and precisely today, for a man ready to beguile a man as close as can be to nothing, deprived of all of history's values and of every form of power, a man having nothing, but also for this reason ready to assume all power and all history in the most just manner gives proof of the force of this exigency. So it is with the obsession with nihilism. Albert Camus says in the preface to one of his books we are beginning to leave nihilism behind us. Yes. But however assured this affirmation may be, it leaves in its wake a doubt it has not overcome. It is true, we have left nihilism, but these are perhaps so is because we have never even come into it, at least as concerns its collective form rather than the experience of an exceptional self. Even Marx's proletariat seems to exclude the proletariat in rags, as it excludes the men fallen below need, the shadow of the slave exiled from slavery who labors outside a formative relation with work. And to return to the experience of Camus, it is perhaps in this fact that we should seek a reason for the kind of resistance that has kept us from putting our trust in the rebel. If Sisyphus, happy unhappy man of hell, brought a light to the dark days of our time, it is because he and the stranger were an image of this extreme limit we will not say on the side of nothingness, for it is precisely one of the painful discoveries of our experience that nothingness is not the extreme, or is so only insofar as it deceives us. Sisyphus is a man who still works, but uselessly, deprived of the work of time, but not freed from the absence of time. He is given over by this absence to the measurelessness of an eternal re-beginning. And this naked man, who is not a man, but the space of nudity and emptiness he would produce if he had always already and as though in advance disappeared, gives rise to a joyful affirmation that, in silence, says the joy and the force of man naked and bereft. This is a movement, at least in its exigency, that is very close to that of Marx's proletariat. But if what makes Sisyphus interesting is this light he casts upon what would be behind man, if it is in the vehemence of his effort to bring us back toward a man infinitely behind man, who nonetheless pushes and maintains him, can we say that the rebel preserves for us this image and sets out from it as from a true beginning? And if so many readers have been struck by the distance that separates the two books, is it by reason of their different conclusions which, perhaps, differ very little? Is it not rather because of their different points of departure? Is it not because the elementary presence that is Sisyphus and the slave in revolt are already worlds apart, or are separated precisely by the world? One thing is certain, to pass from one to the other one must make a leap. Camus states that he drew the revolt, whose nature, decisions, and limits the rebel would simply develop and undergo, from the experience of Sisyphus. But the revolt of Sisyphus and that of the slave who says no are situated at very different levels. The slave is a man who has already succeeded an infinite progressor in encountering a master. He thus has this master to rely upon, although, in fact, the analysis of the no of the man in revolt will lead Camus to affirm between the two a common measure that in the end holds both of them outside servitude and outside mastery. Sisyphus is a solitude deprived of a center not because he is alone, but because he is without relation to himself. And above all, his revolt, this volte-face with which everything recommences, is the about-face of the rock. All the truth of Sisyphus is bound to his rock, a beautiful image of the elementary that is within him and outside him, the affirmation of a self that accepts being entirely outside itself, delivered over and boldly entrusted to the strangeness of the outside. How far does this affirmation extend? What was being affirmed by it? The book does not tell us, but it left us with an image. An image is generous, it can say a great deal, promise and give. But what it did not promise is the hope of the slave capable of saying no to his master. One cannot pass from this empty hell, this space of dispersion, to the moment of real community and revolt in the first person without flying over a veritable abyss. But if it is true that such an interval exists between these two figures, which in these two moments of Camus's reflection seek to represent the limits of the man bereft, we must reflect upon this distance, imagine that it is neither arbitrary nor simply introduced by the impatience of a man anxious to conclude. Even if it represents a lacuna that one seems able to get out of only by sinking into it and justifying it, it poses a problem so deceptive that one is tempted to solve it by ignoring it, that is to say, by an implicit but resolute refusal. So it is with the one who believes he meets a companion in the desert of communication. He cannot, without great peril, stop at the moment when what had appeared to him as absolute proximity, as the volatilization of obstacles and the certainty of immediate presence, also reveals itself to be absolute distance, here the loss of all relation and the ruin of those partitions by which, up to now, he could still communicate. Would he not, at this point, be justified in once again raising a wall, thus avoiding the mirage and returning to a more stable and clearly defined form of communication? Must he not at a certain moment, and if only in order not to lose it, escape from such an experience? There is perhaps no experience more dangerous, more doubtful, but also, perhaps, more essential, for what it suggests to us is that the proximity and the force of communication depend to a certain extent, but to what extent? Upon the absence of relation. What it also suggests is that one must be to a certain extent, but this is precisely an extent without measure faithful to this absence of relation and faithful also to the risk one runs in rejecting all relation. As though, finally, this fidelity a fidelity where faithfulness is not possibly this risk, this migration without rest across the space of the desert and the dispersion of hell could also bloom in the intimacy of a communication. 2. Logical victory over the absurd. We must begin. Albert Camus says clearly that the movement of the absurd is the equivalent of methodical doubt. He also says that the no of the man in revolt, this word that means I am in revolt, therefore we are, corresponds to the cogito of Descartes. These two connections shed light upon the exigency of beginning. The cogito was that firm, unshakable, beginning word, and apparently without anything to support it but its own evidency, truly a first word, alone capable of stopping the moving march of the desert, in this case, doubt. That the cogito should in turn be shaken by the unsatisfied exigency of a beginning still more beginning is a long story that would be out of place here. It moreover leaves intact everything this word, by its suddenness and its imperious beginning force, gathers in the way of brilliance and decision. When, in a word, the beginning has spoken, we see it still illuminated by the light of the cogito. We must, therefore, begin, affirming the limit to which we cannot fail to come back in order to confirm by it the rectitude of our steps, but back behind which all return will henceforth be prohibited. The limit itself interdicts such a return, and this is what marks it as initial, the companion to every new initiative. But why is the limit that Sisyphus represents, why is the region that this figure comes close to indicating, unable to furnish us a beginning? Why would the no of the slave and the speech of revolt in the first person and not the yes of Sisyphus constitute this first affirmation that ought not cease speaking to us? Why is Sisyphus, a tragic hero whose whole truth consists in abiding by his situation without issue, suddenly reduced to an episodic role and, still further, reduced to being employed as a methodical servant, employed as a ruse of reason, and later dismissed by reason when he becomes troublesome? Camus says that it is in the nature of this hero to efface himself, it is in the nature of the absurd to be but a passage and immediately reject whoever encounters it. Then the truth of the absurd would be in the fact that it turns out he who seems to be held by it, and in the fact that it disappears beneath the thought that would seize it, leaving in its place a void that speech can then come to fill, a word by which, this time, everything begins. Let us reflect upon such a moment. With his response, and on his own account, Camus takes up the objection that was made to him at the outset. The absurd cannot speak, cannot affirm itself without destroying itself. That which excludes all value becomes, by its affirming itself, a value. It proposes a value judgment and escapes the absurd. A peaceful and logical victory that reassures us with regard to the absurd or with regard to what is behind this too clear word. A disquieting victory. For if it delivers us from the absurd so easily, perhaps it does so in order to give us over to the threat of forgetting the absurd or, much more grave, to forgetting the place where this word is situated and the importance that attaches to this place. Even the term value thereby becomes suspect. It has marvelously and magically exorcised nihilism, but what is it then? Perhaps the mask of nihilism itself. It may be, in fact, that what we call nihilism has been at work in this obscure constraint that turns us away from it, that it was the very thing that hides it. The movement of detour making us believe we have always already put nihilism aside. A doubly ruinous movement. The victory over the absurd would have the principal effect of closing it up within the intimacy of our logic and under cover of our happy reason. But, to our mind, there is something even more grave. We not only turn away from a dangerous experience that holds and maneuvers us by this very detour, we at the same time deprive ourselves of an experience whose scope we are thereby incapable of ever again grasping. Perhaps nihilism is the nihilism of destruction and sterile violence only because we agree to protect ourselves from it by this detour and the subterfuge it offers. If, perhaps, we were able to draw it out into a space where the world would no longer shelter it, where values would cease to serve as its mask, we might succeed in turning this adversary into an ally and, holding firm before this force, succeed in recapturing the chance to reach a dimension of ourselves whose measure would no longer be force. Perhaps. But this perhaps does not exclude another risk. On the contrary, it contains it within itself. For this naive concern with tearing the veil might not be the sign of our free desire to see clearly. This supposed lucidity could itself be fascinated, the work of fascination. To look face on at nihilism in order to seize it is also what it would be waiting for in order to seize us. All the hardy adventurers who have attempted to undergo this ordeal have run the risk of losing themselves in the desert, and without getting any closer to it, through the tormented passion that sometimes metamorphoses the desert into a companion, at other tunes into an abyss. Hence, surely, the leap that leads Camus to establish such an interval between the beginning of the true beginning that marks the opening of possibility, and through the no of the revolt opens the world and what we will call, in accordance with a terminology that can be used provisionally, the region of non-origin, that region of infinite re-beginning toward which Sisyphus is turned, and where the possible is lacking. It seems that one must not only establish this interval, but also refuse to elaborate on it since perceiving it is already to make it vanish. Only the decision of an implicit refusal can keep the desert at a distance. Is death at the center of Camus's reflection, as his commentators affirm, speaking of death where he himself speaks of the sun? Let us leave thought to its own intimacy and take a look at the books. The essay on Sisyphus examined suicide, the essay on the man in revolt examined murder, and not the exceptional crime or the crime of passion, not the moral prohibition against killing, but death as his Tory, as the means and the labor of truth in history. The first essay dismisses suicide because the passion of the absurd, the absence of an issue, cannot accept taking one's own life as a way out. The passion of the absurd can only be a passion that affirms, upholds, and lifts to the point of joy the recommencement of the absurd for which there is no end. This, in fact, is what Sisyphus represented. The essay on revolt is also a revolt against the power of death that history seems to become, either in abandoning itself to the hypocrisy of values that are not equally valid for everyone, thus a pretense under cover of which the most unjust violence is at work, or because the movement of revolution, no longer passing by way of the limits of the person in revolt, under an empty sky, and in a world without value, yields a power over this nothingness that is man in order methodically to raise him to the whole and to the truth of power. There is between these two books, then, the continuity of the same research, a reflection willing to leave to mortal violence its irreducible part, but that will not agree to making it right. On the contrary, Camus's reflection claims mortal violence is wrong, when it is exercised refuses it, and in this refusal founds revolt. We have come back, then, to our question, why is Sisyphus, who does not want to ally himself with suicide, not also the man in revolt who does not want to ally himself with murder? Why are the two separated by such an interval? It is because the response of the absurd man is only on the face of it the firm answer we think we hear. More profoundly, his response draws us toward an entirely different reading. What does Sisyphus say? He does not at all say that he does not want to take his life, he says rather that he does not want to because he cannot. Having left precisely the space of possibility, he has left the world where dying is possible. Sisyphus is the approach to this region where even the one who commits suicide by an act that is personal and a will that is resolute collides head-on with death as with a density no act can penetrate and that cannot be proposed as an end or a goal. A region that is announced by extreme suffering, by extreme affliction, by the desolation of shadows, a region approached in life by all who, having lost the world, move restlessly between being and nothingness, a swarming mass of inexistence, a proliferation without reality, nihilism's vermin, ourselves. In the death of Empedocles, Holden named the human exigency, for what I want is to die, and it is for man a right. This right to death, when it is lost, marks the moment at which the non-origin becomes our place of sojourn, causing us to slide toward the space where the figure of Sisyphus is outlined. We understand, then, that this figure cannot represent the limit and the firm decision against death that one would have to rely upon in order to begin, itself under the fascination of dying. It is the image of this between two where one belongs neither to one nor to the other shore. Albert Camus's sure instinct, his alert aversion for the obscure regions, advised him that the yes of Sisyphus is the circle of enchantment. A strange yes that merely takes from the no the purity of its negation, a yes that affirms nothing, it being the flux and reflux of indecision on the basis of which nothing begins, but from which, without beginning and without end, everything begins again, a yes that takes from us even the certainty of nothingness and is, as it were, the secret kernel of the no when the no no longer denies by a pure and decisive force, but is rather that which cannot deny itself, that which says always and ever again yes in the no itself. The yes in which the no is dissimulated, is dissimulation. And now we have an inkling that it is on this very doubtful yes that, in the face of the absurd, the tranquil logical victory is based, the logic of the logos that, in its incapacity to seize the absurd in its neutral form, discovers the reassuring sign of the mastery of thought, which needs only to affirm itself to exterminate the absurd. But in this case thought exterminates nothing, sets nothing aside. Here, the absurd, or if one prefers, nihilism, has as its sole blind accomplice the arrogant logic of reason, which is content to say, logos signifies the impossibility of the absurd. The proof is that each time I speak I tell of meaning and of value and always finally affirm, even if only to deny. So thought echoes within itself the essence of the absurd, which consists in wanting to remain unthought and unsaid in order to be the depth of the neutral that steals into the yes, dissimulating itself there, and therein dissimulating its own dissimulation. One could say, therefore, that one of the errors of the rebel is that, on the pretext of rapidly putting nihilism out of play, it in reality plays into nihilism's hands by accepting its own self-effacement, the altered eye's appearance that is but its visage and the seduction this visage exercises. But one can at the same time understand why this book, faced with the advance of the reason we call dialectic and of history conceived as its movement, declares its mistrust of this reason, which to it seems to be a kind of colonialization of the mind by the absurd, that is to say, the invisible labor of Sisyphus at the center of this thought where he found shelter. This can be said, however, with the following reservation: the dialectic is perhaps, in fact, the greatest effort the logic of reason has ever shown in order to make use of the yes-no of the absurd, but in accordance with a deliberate, methodical design. The goal of dialectical reason is to make an alliance with the absurd, to seek in the absurd the very principle of its movement and, through a theoretical and practical development, convince it that it is itself already reason and that the shadows of its dissimulation, in spite of themselves, tell of the light of the day, promise this day, the whole, and the richness of a day that will finally account for the night. One understands as well that in combating this disproportionate reason whose servant Sisyphus would seem overtly to have becoming a functionary and a policeman of this reason, that is, in re-establishing, almost unbeknown to himself, a certain distance between the region of non-origin and the beginning of revolt, Camus is first of all seeking to eliminate from death this lack of measure that appears to come from its accord with the right and reason of legality, but in fact comes more profoundly from the relation that death maintains with a region that is non-originary, and where what speaks in death is without determination and without measure. The task of culture has always been to restore a kind of purity to death, to make it authentic, personal, proper, but also to make it possible. We feel instinctively, all of us, the danger of seeking man's limit too low, where it nonetheless is, at the point at which, through suffering, misery, and despair, existence seems so deprived of value that the death finds itself rehabilitated and violence justified. When history and thought seek the beginning at the level of extreme baseness, it is inevitable that the violence of death itself should also become degraded and attain the lack of measure that is particular to it. Here the violence of death joins forces with the ease of numbers and becomes the height of horror in becoming that which draws neither horror nor even interest, becoming as insignificant as the act of cutting a head of cabbage or drinking a glass of water. How could a movement of rebellion that situates its point of departure at the level of the netherworld, where beings have fallen below the dignity of death, take into account the protestations of those who enjoy life nobly, who have made values into what is most of worth for them, and made of death itself an event that is important, pure, personal, and in a sense sanctified? For infernal revolt these protestations are insignificant and, moreover, false, since they do not tell even the truth of the end about itself, but tell only of the travesty of a death that is warded off, embellished and dressed up by fear and consoling illusions. It is at the level of hell that one can see the true face of death. There, too, one learns to pay without bargaining, the price being death for the hope of a humanity that has left hell, because the death was measured for its weight and found to be light. There is a natural movement of repulsion that turns us away from hell and thereby puts us in its keeping. The wall of China is the defense that one would first wish to raise against the desert. It is not Camus, but Marx, who sees in the wasted element of the proletariat the man stripped by oppression of his resistance to oppression of the dead weight that does not further, but delays, the movement of the proletarian revolution. It is not Camus, but Lenin, who entrusts the direction and initiative of the revolution to the proletariat's avant-garde, which he also calls the highest grouping of the proletarian classes, the one having consciousness, self-mastery, a spirit of sacrifice and heroism, all qualities that are infinitely beyond the limit of the man who has been stripped, reduced. And Hegel, in his turn, cannot, without a leap that remains the enigma of enigmas, pass from the primordial yes-knower from the movement that we have called a movement of infinite migration where one is no more than errant to the force of mediation and the progression of the so-called real dialectic, supposing, in Hegel's case, that it is real, and not marked by a double idealism that is at the same time speculative and empiricist. These are, perhaps, but not everything has been said when the word dialectic is pronounced, the conditions without which there would be no world, and that the one struggling to make their world possible cannot lose sight of. In a certain sense, then, Sisyphus must be killed. He is that part of us we must deny if we want to become at least slaves, engage in revolt. Killing, here, would be the means of ceasing to kill, the means of opening a path to a world in which, if one does not escape death, one endeavors at least to submit it to a measure whose lack one rejects, arrests, and condemns. But the problem remains, how can one make disappear what has disappearance as its essence? 3. You can kill that man. Kafka, who also engaged in a solitary combat against what he would not have called the absurd one, was able to bring into image a reasoning very close to that of Camus, when Camus says, in the introduction to The Rebel, that all thought of non-signification, as soon as it is expressed, lives by way of a contradiction. Manage, if you can, Kafka says, to make yourself understood by the woodlouse. If you once succeed in questioning him on the goal of his work, you will by the same stroke have exterminated the population of woodlouses. This is quite the same movement. Understanding, a thought that has always already posited ends and values, is in and of itself the force that exterminates the absurd. The movement by which the absurd, if it allows itself to become engaged in it, is exterminated. Kafka, it is true, says more precisely, if you are able, if you succeed. He does not say this attempt ought to succeed, rather he suggests, but this is not asserted either. Kafka, of course, suspects dialogue is impossible, but for this reason we must engage in it too, that confrontation between thought and the absurd is itself absurd. The would-be dialogue with the population of woodlouses entails a language in which solely our will to clarity speaks, a will to clarity that is a will to exterminate. This last word causes us to reflect. There is in Kafka's image something that brings to light a disquieting violence. It is a matter of exterminating, of doing away with, and speech would be what brings death to the inhuman, that which is in possession of nothingness and destruction. Let us agree that this is so. But why? Is it, as Camus says, and also, with more nuance, Sartre, because speech is always a speech of representation or of signification? But then speech would in no way make disappear that which, escaping meaning, always escapes speech and always precedes it. Or is it because it may happen that, in speaking, speech speaks outside all power to represent or to signify? In which case, what is speech if not the very sight where the vermin, this people of the underworld that men of all times have rejected by calling them lemures, restlessly move about, something very abject and very deceptive, which is to say, once again, the desolation of hell. This would be a speech in which the vermin disappear, but precisely because it is this very disappearance that defines vermin, just as it defines speech, or at least a certain, strange speech. Elsewhere, Kafka expresses himself in a like, yet nonetheless different, manner. Crows claim that a single crow could destroy the sky. This is no doubt so, but it proves nothing about the sky, for the sky signifies precisely the impossibility of crows. Crows, here, are men and their idle and pretentious thoughts, the pretentious logical and humanist thought that asserts that a single thought will destroy the absurd. This is no doubt so, but it does not affect the sky of the absurd, for the absurd signifies the impossibility of logical thought. Such a response, without advancing the conversation very much, nonetheless brings us before this adverse region regarding which human thought, the thought in which the power of logos speaks, is not cast out of reality but rather enters into impossibility. There may therefore be a region or an experience here where the essence of man is the impossible, where, were he able to make his way into it, if only by certain speech, he would discover that he escapes possibility, where, also, speech would disclose itself as that which lays bare this limit of man that is no longer a power, not yet a power. A space from which what is called man has as if in advance always already disappeared. We seem to have been directed back to the hell into which Orpheus made his way, or back to the meeting with the desert we evoked at the start of these reflections. When in the immense, always more empty emptiness of the desert is growing we encounter the equivocal companion who suddenly appears at our side. Everything would advise you so if we do not wish to perish in the fascinating illusion of absence and if we wish to avoid the mirage that suddenly causes us to encounter the desert in the figure of a companion to make him undergo the extreme questioning whose horizon is death. This is the decisive test. Whoever has reached the desert where reigns the absence of relations exposes himself to this test, and exposes to it the one he encounters. Here you must kill the companion, or let him kill you. Happily the choice exists, in order to recognize and verify his presence, seize in him the moment when the absence of relation becomes the pure relation of that which is nonetheless not the immediate. But let us try to see more precisely what this denouement is, let us not allow its simplicity to impress us, for where the sword cuts the knot still remains essentially intact. This moment, which is the moment of encounter, at the same time precedes the encounter and situates itself at the moving limit where, from the bottom of the non-originary depths of a region always other, a space of emptiness and dispersion of this void and this nudity become the naked visage of encounter and the surprise of the face-to-face. Such is Eurydice in the underworld at the instant when Orpheus is about to touch her with his gaze, when he sees her such as she is and sees who she is, hell, the horror of absence, the boundlessness of the night that is other. And yet, by this chance, he sees that the void is also the naked visage of Eurydice such as the world had always hidden it from him. It is true, the gaze of Orpheus, this gaze of possession and appropriative violence, immediately disperses it. But before the destructive, and knowing, gaze that has made the void and exterminated the cadaveric illusion, which, in obedience to the vocabulary of diurnal wisdom, we are not afraid to call vermin, there is another movement we must not neglect and that the myth principally refers to. This movement that is not yet a gaze is speech, when speech speaks outside all power to represent and to signify. It is the song of Orpheus, a language that does not push hell back, but makes its way into it, speaking at the level of the abyss and thereby giving word to it, giving a hearing to what can have no hearing. This speech, spoken by no one, no doubt leads to the gaze of Orpheus, he who loses what he sees is. But because this speech and this is of some consequence here precedes his gaze, because it is itself this gaze, only anterior to it, the gaze before light that is other than any vision, it is essentially tied to the moment when, before Eurydice's naked visage vanishes into radical death, the very nudity that is her visage is revealed, the non-transparency that escapes being, escapes the power of being and the power of the violence that forces and seizes. As though the proximity of absolute power, the power of death, were required to strip the clothed figure of living beings, always dressed by the world, in order to lay it bare and assure an encounter with it, but also, at the same time, in order to discover that this nakedness is what one encounters but does not seize, it being what slips away from every hold. As though the exercise of absolute power were required, therefore, in order to encounter the limit of this power, no longer solely in its negative form, but as the strange affirmation that escapes being and the negation of being. It is at this limit that the absence of relation of the inaccessible, the unsayizable desolation of the deserter becomes, in and through the speech that establishes itself at this level, the experience of the outside. After which, naturally, this after is not chronological, everything risks falling under the violence that annihilates and into insignificance. It cannot be denied that this movement may be the risk itself. There, speech is surrounded by empty horror, the error of empty night. Speech lies under the shadow of the violence that makes death possible and under the enchantment of death as impossibility. It is linked to both, to patience and impatience, to the violence of impatient desire, to the violence of Orpheus's gaze that seizes and puts to death, and to the unmeasured passion that makes him infinitely dead, an Orpheus divided into pieces and scattered. Speech is bound to these two spaces of death, it is the intimacy of their double violence, the space in which this double violence itself seems to become neutralized, seems for a moment to become calm, like the extreme immobile movement at the center of the maelstrom. If in his work and his reflections Albert Camus accorded a place to those he called the just, those young Russians who, as Bryce Parrain reminds us, were derisively called nihilists, it is perhaps because he recognized that they were obsessed by an action at once invisible and striking, and into which they sought to disappear in order to identify themselves with its disappearance. Why does the history of these men who have been excluded by our time seem to concern us in a way that remains secret? Is it because, demanding, as did Rimbaud, the flight of tyrants and demons, they were themselves the heroes of negative resolve? But were they heroes? Were they not, on the contrary, strangers to all that makes the individual glorious and visible? Of course some of the Makaliev, Julyabov, Sazonova are familiar to us. These are names and also faces, but what they name is anonymous, what they display has no form. Nor were they saints, those tormented by ambition or renown were not absent from their ranks, neither were the authoritarians who wanted to win in accordance with their own laws. But the singularity of their story resides in the fact that ambition, reputation, the perversities of collective violence, and even the beauty of heroic actions have all dissolved into an impersonal transparency. This story, told by a few striking acts and by an immense, nameless misfortune, is but the accomplishment of the fact that each of them, in affliction or exaltation, almost succeeded in being no one. And they were, there is no doubt, men of a negative resolve. But how does it happen that through this foreseen negation of themselves and negation of others the simplicity of an innocent affirmation came to be expressed? What does this expression tell us? This is hardly easy to bring to light, for what it says is not said clearly. Simplicity speaks in it, but simplicity itself are tears and blood joined together, distress and hope, love and rigor refuses to become what for us in the world is a speech that can be grasped. What it says is not only the terribleness is city violence, or the tension that must be maintained when one has broken with the security of right in order to make just what can no longer be justified. Their story says this, but not only or exactly this would be little, perhaps only the mantle of another illusion. To die, says Camus in setting forth Julyabov's and Kaliev's thoughts, to die annuls the culpability and the crime itself. Perhaps. But not with regard to the truth of the world. Kaliev kills the Grand Duke Sergei, then Kaliev dies and in a sense freely, by premeditated consent. For us Kaliev represents freedom, all that we hold dear. The Grand Duke represents despotism, all that weighs upon the world and darkens it. And yet the death of Kaliev cannot buy back the death of the Grand Duke. It does not annul it, does not purify it, and rather than making it lighter makes it more heavy, it adds to it, it being the same death. The open parentheses that at the same time close upon two beings, as though the same being had died twice over. But this no longer concerns morality. Morality will never justify Kaliev, nor will it understand his innocence. It places itself at a level where one death, no matter which death it may be, never balances out another. Here it is a matter of an entirely different necessity. Camus again cites Kaliev's words, spoken after the assassination: "From the moment I was behind bars, I never for one moment had the least desire to stay alive." Because he knows, and does not shirk from this knowledge, that from the instant he brought death into the world by his own initiative, he, too, entered into death. In bringing about this breach in a universe of reflections, pretense, and lies, he lost the world, lost his consolation, his happy light, lost all possibility of living. This is the understanding that the nihilists had of their action, an exigency difficult to determine, but not a moral one. It is not a matter of personally claiming a terrible action whose consequences one will accept. And it is not a matter of astonishing history by dying courageously. For many, it was a matter of living, obscurely and desperately, in the space of death they had opened and in which they had to remain, deprived of every justification and every recourse. Many men are able to die courageously. Courage is the companion the world sends us, the energy life delegates to us in order to make death an event still tied to the values of the world and to respect for life. But to descend with lucidity and fidelity into the space opened by death, to remain there and to die there in one's turn, sometimes to live there and bear the sentence of one's own violence, this is a decision that goes beyond all courage, a decision that remains secret and tells not only of devotion, heroism, and faith in the future. Savinkov says of Dora Brilliant, who prepared the assassination of the Grand Duke of Plevna and of many others, terror weighed on her like a cross. She was not able to reconcile herself to murder, and yet she had agreed to spill blood. She sought a way out and did not find one. When she was told that the attempt on the Grand Duke Sergei's life had been successful, she bowed her head and one saw her tears. I heard the sobs she could no longer hold back. The Grand Duke has been killed. My God, it's we who have killed him, it's I. Yes, I am the one who killed him. She wanted to give her life, and it is another's death that was being offered her. She did not want to kill, she wanted to die, but she was obliged to live and her life was a torment without measure, without issue. In the play Camus wrote on the death of the Grand Duke Sergei, Dora, before the assassination, says to Kaliev, who, assisted by his dreamy, joyful nature, assures her he will not waver, I know. You are brave. That is what makes me anxious. Throwing the bomb, the scaffold, dying twice over, that is the easier pan. Your heart will see you through. But standing in the front line. You'll be standing in front, you'll see him. I see whom? The Grand Duke. Scarcely for a moment. A moment during which you will look at him. We know that, the first time, Kaliev did not have the force to kill because he saw the Grand Duke's wife and children sitting in the carriage next to him. Savinkov, who had organized the assassination, relates in his memoirs what Kaliouef said to him just after that moment: "Understand. I fear this is a crime against all of us, but I couldn't do otherwise. Understand, I wasn't able. When I saw that woman, those children, my hand stopped. I couldn't, and now, too, I cannot." A few days later the Grand Duke was alone and Kaliouef executed him without hesitating. Perhaps such an episode helps us approach this simple word whose affirmation, in the midst of terror, nihilist history has succeeded in keeping open. We sense that the recoil of violence would arrest in front of the children's weakness. Kaliouef's Ichanover coincides with the moment at which violence lays bare the visage and makes man this extreme destitution before which death draws back because it cannot reach it, because this weakness is this arrest, this drawing back itself. The children and the wife, their innocence, are nothing other than the visage of the Grand Duke, the naked visage that Dora had made Kaliouef see in advance, nothing other than the nakedness that is man in proximity with death's revelation, nothing other than the moment at which you will look at him. What we are left with is this moment. This is the time of the word. The moment at which speech begins, lays bare the human visage, says the encounter that is this nakedness, and says man is the encounter with the extreme and irreducible limit. Understand, I could not, and now, too, I cannot. I cannot is the secret of language where, outside all power to represent and to signify, speech would come about as what always differs from itself, and, as difference, holds back. It does not merge with a moral interdiction against killing, nor with the fact that one cannot really kill. Kanoff is death speaking in person, an illusion that death formulates when, in the act of killing, it comes up against the evidency of the visage as though it were its own impossibility, a moment that is death's own drawing back before itself. The delay that is the site of speech, and where speech can take place. This is a speech, assuredly, of which we are not directly aware, and, it must be said again, a speech that is infinitely hazardous, for it is encompassed by terror. Radical violence is its fringe and its halo, it is one with the obscurity of night, with the emptiness of the abyss, and so doubtful, so dangerous that this question incessantly returns: why the exigency of such a language? What have we to do with it? What does it bring us in the frightening silence that announces extreme violence but is also the instant at which violence goes silent, becomes silence? What is this communication without community that no power, that is to say, no comprehension and no human or divine presence can anticipate? Would it not be, alluring without attraction, desire itself? The desire becomes song that opens hell up to Orpheus when what becomes embodied is the absolute of separation, all the while remaining the depth and the detour of interval? Let us examine this inexhaustible myth one more time. 4. Orpheus, Don Juan, Dresden. Orpheus seems to be separated from Eurydice by the underworld. But if hell is nothing but the space of dispersion, it is nonetheless this space that makes Orpheus the one toward whom separation, dispersion itself, advances under the veil of the invisible and as the shadow of a person. This is indeed one aspect of the myth. Who follows Orpheus in the underworld? Absolute distance, the interval that is always facing the other way. But is it Eurydice? A question that transforms Eurydice into an empty sight, and impossibility into powerlessness. It is not Eurydice insofar as it is Orpheus, insofar as Orpheus is still the master speech that would grasp the ungraspable and bring the depth of passion into action. So it is no more than illusion, insignificance, unreality, it is empty, cruelly empty. But this emptiness is nonetheless the naked visage of Eurydice, the moving encounter that takes place only through the force of strangeness and irregular chance. The desire that carries Orpheus forward, and that compels Tristan, is not an impetus able to clear the interval and pass over absence, even the absence of death. Desire is separation itself become that which attracts, an interval becomes sensible, an absence that turns back into presence. Desire is this turning back when in the depth of night, when everything has disappeared, disappearance becomes the density of the shadow that makes flesh more present, and makes this presence more heavy and more strange, without name and without form, a presence one cannot then call either living or dead, but out of which everything equivocal about desire draws its truth. From this perspective, desire is on the side of error, the infinite movement that always begins again, but whose recommencement is sometimes the errant depth of what does not cease, at other times the repetition wherein what always returns is still newer than any beginning. Hence, to the extent that the Christian world has not spiritualized it, the myth of Don Juan. Like Sard's characters, Don Juan has decided in favor of numerical repetition. For with an admirable effrontery he accepts the pleasure of enumeration as a satisfying solution. Desire is pleased endlessly to add encounter to encounter, to make a number of the innumerable. This is why, as Micheline Sauvage has noted, 5 the myth of Don Juan essentially presupposes the lista numerosa, the catalogue whereby joyful desire recognizes itself in numbers, and in these recognizes what is stronger than eternity, since eternity could no more exhaust desire than it could succeed in ending its count with a final figure. And yet to inevitable episodia Don Juan runs up against the commander. What is he? Desires are the face. The commander is not a representative of God or even of the other world beyond death. He is always and still desire, but desire's nocturnal face, when it is separation that becomes desire. The inaccessible that would be the immediate. Whoever desires is not only bound to the repetition of what always begins again, the one who desires enters into the space where the remote is the essence of proximity, where what unites Tristan and Isolde is also what separates them, not only the limit of their bodies that are closed and off limits, the inviolable reserve of their solitude that rivets them to themselves, but the secret of absolute distance. Don Juan is the man of the possible. His desire is a force/puissance, and all his relations are relations of power/pouvoir, and possession. That is why this is a myth of modern times. But this is to speak only of appearance. Because Don Juan is a man of desire, he lives in the field of the fascination that he himself exercises, uses, and enjoys, all the while preserving through mastery and its incessant renewal this desiring freedom that he does not wish to cease being. Don Juan knows very well that along with desire he admits impossibility, but he affirms that impossibility is nothing but the sum of the possible and that it can therefore be mastered numerically, or whether the count be 1003 or more or less is unimportant. Don Juan could perfectly well limit himself to a single woman whom he might possess only once, but on condition that he desire her not as a woman who is unique, but as a unity entailing the infinite of repetition. Another trait, Don Juan is not a man who desires in order to have or to possess. His list is not that of Alexander's conquests. He desires, so that is all. Of course this desire seizes and captures, but it does so with a joyful force and the rapture of desire, without second thoughts, without concern, and with a somewhat shameless innocence that is astonished by the objections made to it. It is certain that he desires. He is not simply a man who, by fascinating, would indirectly enjoy the passion he has inspired. He himself enters into the game, and his caprices, being those of desire, have the suddenness, the youth, the ardor, and, to say it once more, the gaiety of a desire that is necessarily happy. Nothing is more joyous or more healthy than Don Juan. As Micheline Sauvage says, he is truly a superb hero, a man of the sword and of courage, a man who introduces the vivacity and the energy of day into night. Only he has a weakness, if it is one, an invincible bias. He wants at the same time to be desire and freedom, desiring freedom of the man who, weighed down by fascination, would remain lightness, sovereignation, mastery. The consequence is the commander. And the commander is the encounter of passion become coldness, the impersonality of night, precisely the night of stone that Orpheus's singing desire succeeds in opening. Is this because he found himself opposite Anna, who is his equal? Is it because his liberty failed him before her? Or because he encountered in that enigmatic Anna an Isolde who turns him into a Tristan? One can at least say that the commander, or the rendezvous with him, is a rendezvous of the space of desire in which Tristan wanders, a space that is the desire for night, but a night that is necessarily empty for one who wants to hold on to the fullness of personal mastery. A night that opposes the impersonality and the coldness of stone to he who attacks it with the sword and with signs of provocation and power. All the nights of Don Juan are gathered up into this night that he does not know how to desire and wants only to combat to a man, up to the end, of initiative where boundless indecision reigns. It is remarkable that this myth, formed in a Christian universe in which everything would lead to embodying the final force that seizes Don Juan, the man of earthly pleasure, in a grandiose and spiritually rich presence, should have made this image of transcendence into something cold, empty, and terrifying, but terrifying due to its coldness and its empty unreality. This does not mean that the myth is finally atheist, but that Don Juan encounters something even more extreme than the other world. What he encounters is not the all-powerful, a meeting that would finally have pleased him, this man of war, of power and combative desire. What he meets is not the extreme of the possible but rather impossibility, the abyss of non-power, the icy, frozen excess of the other night. At the bottom of the myth there remains the enigma of the stone statue, which is not only death but something colder and more anonymous than Christian death, the impersonality of all relation, the outside itself. And the last meal with the commander, a courtly ceremony that ironically borrows the forms of a highly socialized life, represents the defiance of Don Juan, who is resolved to treat the other as though the other were still himself, refusing to sense in this other with whom no relation is possible what the bias of his mutilated desire has definitively dismissed from his commerce with those who are living. And now what he seizes is an icy hand. What he perceives, he who chose not to look at the naked visage of the beings he desired, is the emptiness this nakedness has now become. We all end in the underworld, but Don Juan's hell is Tristan's heaven. A hell, an obscurity that even the obscurity of death cannot cover over. And yet, in a sense, it is the same desire. Don Juan is perhaps a myth, just as Tristan and Orpheus are mythical figures, but precisely to the extent that myth distinguishes between them, and as though it would be more unreal to be Don Juan alone, to be mutilated passion, than to be, in the contradiction that divides them, all at once Don Juan and Tristan and Orpheus. Yes, all desire has the spring, the youth, and the joyous insouciance of Don Juan, For whom the interminable is each time the identical novelty of another term, he cannot be bound any more than he can rest, being the resource of what never sleeps. And thus he is already at the frontier of Tristan's passion, a Tristan who cannot let go, but because he is not bound neither, not by a true bond, by those relations of the day that are formed through struggle, work, and community, a possible relation. Tristan's and Isolde's passion escapes all possibility. This means first that it escapes their power, escapes their decisions and even their desire. This is strangeness itself. It has no regard either for what they are capable of, or for what they want. It pulls them into the space of the strange where they become strangers to themselves in an intimacy that also makes them strangers to each other. The inaccessible that has become the immediate is more than sudden. Don Juan's most prompt desire appears slow, prudent, and wily next to the limitless trembling where Isolde does not even have to give herself and Tristan does not have to take, where, dispossessed of themselves, they take body from, as they give body to, the distance of absolute separation, each of them night without term, neither merged nor united in it but forever dispersed by it insofar as it is the error of the other night. The absence of unity, the time that is are there. This is why these lovers, who touch each other not only by their beautiful presence but also by the fatal attraction of absence, these lovers without hesitation, without reservation, and without doubt, also give the impression of an intimacy that is absolute yet absolutely without intimacy, given over as they are to the par sign of the outside that is the erotic relation par excellence. Bound together by the absence of a bond, they seem less close to each other than would be anyone in the world and an indifferent passer-by. This is precisely because the world has collapsed, 6 and because it is impossibility alone that holds them, the potion that drinks them in as soon as they touch it to their lips. 7 Would they be, then, eternally separated? Neither separated nor divided, they are inaccessible to one another and, in the inaccessible, in infinite relation. In like manner, this passion whose rapidity evokes the lightning bolt of love at first sight also seems what is most slow. The years pass. Everything is consumed and everything drifts in the vacancy of the unaccomplished. Without future, without past, without present, it is a desert where they are not and where those who seek them only find them lost in the sleep of their incomprehensible absence. Thus it is ridiculous to say they are faithful. To be faithful one must be one with oneself, have time at one's disposal and enter into time through the alliance of a real relation. One day, when Mylena and Kafka met in Gmiand, she asked him whether he had not been unfaithful to her in Prague. Was this a possible question? Kafka writes to her. But this was still not enough, and I made it even more impossible. I said that indeed I had been faithful. Isolde might question Tristan in the same absurd way. For the episode of the other Isolde is but an allusion to such a faithless fidelity in this realm of fascination where beings have the duplicity of an image. A dream world bereft of sleep where one comes and goes without taking hold of anything, yet nonetheless an abyss where the sudden is decisive as when Tristan, by a marvelous leap that is missing from the story of Don Juan, jumps from his bed to that of the inaccessible Isolde. We shall not forget one of the most significant episodes of this story. The herbed wine the two lovers drink by mistake is a love philtre carefully composed so it will only have effect for 3 years. The 3 years having passed, they come to a sort of awakening. They see the harshness of their life, the desert in which they wander, the joys of the world they have lost. They part, each one returning to the existence of everyone. Is everything over then? Not in the least. On the contrary, everything begins all over again. They are separated, but only in order to reunite. They are far from each other, but one in this distance across which they do not cease to call to one another, hear one another, and return to a proximity. Chroniclers and poets have been puzzled by this contradiction without daring to resolve it. It is as though the lovers' passion had at the same time to be passing and remain the sight of the indefinite, the movement of the interminable. Their passion rises in time. The encounter takes place in the world, it begins and comes to an end. It lasted 3 years. This is the way the story is seen and is told. But passion, limited in accordance with the time of the day, does not know these limits in the night to which it belongs. The two lovers live in a duplicity and under a constraint that nothing explains. On the one hand, since the world rediscovers them, they continue their worldly existence without obstacle. Tristan thus once again becomes a useful man, wields a glorious sword, and finally marries. This is the rule. But the marriage that is sumptuously celebrated in the light of day can only dissipate at night, for at night the new Isolde, Isolde of the white hands, is never present. Night is still always the night of the desert, the pale day of the forest of Morose, or, more accurately, a night without anyone and given over solely to images, the paintings that Tristan, with a sure instinct, brought forth in a place set outside the world. The chronicle might have stopped at the commonplace. They loved each other with an eternal passion. But the secret we sense here is deeper. After 3 years Tristan and Isolde awake from their desire. 3 years, after which they forget each other. But in this forgetting they approach the true center of their passion, which, interrupted, perseveres. Hence their malaise. It is true, they no longer love one another, The time for this is past, yet all their new encounters seem as unreal as a tale that would go on without them. They no longer love each other in this time, but this is unimportant, for passion has little concern for this time that cannot be redeemed or appeased by the work of time. This does not mean they relive their history, and, henceforth without love, are led back by the nostalgia of their memories to days they can no longer live and that take from them the taste for living new days. It is not a matter of psychology. Their vicissitudes refer above all to another movement. When the absolute of separation has become relation, it is no longer possible to be separated. When desire has been awakened by impossibility and by night, desire can indeed come to an end and an empty heart turn away from it. In this void and this end, in this passion that has cloyed, it is the infinite of the night itself that continues to desire night, a neutral desire that takes into account neither you nor me, that appears, then, as a mystery wherein the happiness of private relations founders. A failure nonetheless more necessary and more precious than any triumph, if it holds hidden and in reserve the exigency of another relation. Perhaps this shadow behind the story of Tristan and Isolde must be grasped. Forgetting is the mute enclosed space where desire endlessly wanders, where someone is forgotten he or she is desired, but this forgetting must be a profound forgetting. Forgetfulness, the movement of forgetting, the infinite that, with forgetting, opens up in closing upon itself on condition that it be received not by the likeness that frees memory from memory but, within remembrance itself, as the relation with what hides and that no presence can hold. The ancients had already sensed that Lethe is not merely the other side of there, its shadow, the negative force from which the knowledge that remembers would deliver us. Lethe is also the companion of Eros, the awakening proper to sleep, the distance from which one cannot take one's distance since it comes in all that moves away, a movement, therefore, without a trace, effacing itself in every trace, and none the lesser the expression must be used, however faultily is still announcing itself and already designating itself in the lack of writing that writing of this senseless game mere remembers outside memory as its limit or its always prior illegitimacy. 8. Forgetting, unreason. On forgetting, non-presence, non-absence. To open to forgetting as accord with what hides. Forgetting, with each event forgotten, is the event of forgetting. To forget a word is to encounter the possibility that all speech could be forgotten, to remain close to all speech as though it were forgotten, and close also to forgetting as speech. Forgetting causes language to rise up in its entirety by gathering it around the forgotten word. In forgetting there is what turns away from us and there is the detour that comes from forgetting itself. There is a relation between the detour of speech and the detour of forgetting. From this it follows that, even saying the thing forgotten, speech does not fail forgetting but speaks on its behalf. The movement of forgetting. 1. When we are missing a forgotten word it still indicates itself through this lack. We have the word as something forgotten, and thus reaffirm it in the absence it seemed made to fill and whose place it seemed made to dissimulate. We seize in the word forgotten the space out of which it speaks, and that now refers us back to its silent, unavailable, interdicted and still latent meaning. In forgetting a word, we sense that the capacity to forget is essential to speech. We speak because we have the power to forget, and all speech that works in a utilitarian manner against forgetting, all speech of recall, encyclopedic knowledge, runs the risk, a risk nonetheless necessary of rendering speech less telling. Speech ought therefore never forget its secret relation to forgetting, which means that it ought to forget more profoundly, hold itself, in forgetting, in relation to the sliding that belongs to forgetfulness. 2. When we perceived that we speak because we are able to forget, we perceived that this ability to forget does not belong solely to the realm of possibility. On the one hand, forgetting is a capacity, we are able to forget and, thanks to this, able to live, to act, to work, and to remember to be present, we are thus able to speak usefully. On the other hand, forgetting gets away. It escapes. This does not simply mean that through forgetting a possibility is taken from us and a certain impotency revealed, but rather that the possibility that is forgetting is a slipping outside of possibility. At the same time as we make use of forgetting as a power, the capacity to forget turns us over to a forgetting without power, to the movement of that which slips and steals away, detour itself. The time of affliction, of forgetting without the possibility of forgetting. To forget what holds itself apart from absence and apart from presence, and nonetheless causes both presence and absence to come forth through the necessity of forgetting, this is the movement of interruption we would be asked to accomplish. To forget everything, then? Not simply everything, and how could one forget everything, since everything would also include the very fact of forgetting, which would as a consequence be reduced to a determinate act and deprived of an understanding of the whole. To forget everything would perhaps be to forget forgetting. Forgetting forgotten, each time I forget, I do nothing but forget that I am forgetting. To enter into this movement of redoubling, however, is not to forget twice, it is to forget in forgetting the depth of forgetting, to forget more profoundly by turning away from this depth that lacks any possibility of being gotten to the bottom of. Then we must seek elsewhere. We must seek the same thing, arrive at an event that would not be forgetting, and that nonetheless would be determined only by forgetting's indetermination. A dying might appear to be a good answer. The one who dies is done with forgetting, and death is the event that becomes present in the accomplishment of forgetting. To forget dying is sometimes to die, sometimes to forget, and then it is to die and to forget. But what is the relation between these two movements? We do not know. The enigma of this relation is the enigma of impossibility. To forget death is not to relate oneself in a rash, inauthentic, and evasive manner to this possibility that would be death. On the contrary, it is to enter into an event that is necessarily inauthentic, a presence without presence, an ordeal without possibility. Through the movement that steals away, forgetting, we allow ourselves to turn toward what escapes, death, as though the only authentic approach to this inauthentic event belonged to forgetting. Forgetting, death, the UN conditional detour. The present time of forgetting delimits the unlimited space where death reverts to the lack of presence. To hold oneself at the point where speech allows forgetting to gather in its dispersal and allows forgetting to come to speech. The great confinement, the relation of desire to forgetting as that which is previously inscribed outside memory, a relation to that of which there can be no memory, that always comes before and yet effaces the experience of a trace, this movement that excludes itself, and through this exclusion designates itself as being exterior to itself, thus necessitates an exteriority that is never articulated, inarticulate. But this inarticulation of the outside nonetheless seems to offer itself in the most closed of structures. It is this inarticulation that makes internment into a structure and structure into an internment when, through an abrupt decision, that of a certain culture, saying sets apart, places at a distance and interdicts what exceeds it. The demand to shut up the outside, that is, to constitute it as an interiority of anticipation or exception, is the exigency that leads society or momentary reasoner to make madness exist, that is, to make it possible. An exigency that has become almost clear to us since the publication of Michel Foucault's book, a book in itself extraordinary, rich, insistent, and through its necessary repetitions almost unreasonable. Moreover, as a doctoral thesis, it brought us before a significant collision between the university and unreason. 11 shall first recall the marginal idea that came to be expressed in this book, which is not so much a history of madness as a sketching out of what might be a history of limits or of those obscure gestures, necessarily forgotten as soon as they are accomplished, by which a culture rejects something that, for it, would be the exterior. It is on this basis in the space established between madness and unreason that we have to ask ourselves if it is true that literature and art might be able to entertain these limit experiences and thus, beyond culture, pave the way for a relation with what culture rejects, a speech of borders, the outside of writing. Let us read, or reread, this book from such a perspective. During the Middle Ages, the demented are interned in a more systematic fashion than before. But we observe that the idea of internment is inherited. It follows in the wake of the movement of exclusion that had previously induced society to sequester those with leprosy and then, when leprosy, almost suddenly, disappeared, to maintain the necessity of cutting humanity's dark side off from the rest of society. Often, and in the same places, the formulas of exclusion will be strangely similar. The poor, the convict, and the mentally deranged will assume the role abandoned by the leper. This would seem to be an interdict of a singular nature. Absolutely separated, and yet kept by this margin in a fascinating proximity. The inhuman possibility that mysteriously belongs to men is affirmed and exhibited. One can therefore say it is this obligation to exclude exclusion as a necessary structure that discovers, calls forth, and consecrates those beings who must be excluded. It is not a matter of a moral condemnation, nor of a simple, practical separation. The sacred circle encloses a truth, but one that is strange and dangerous, the extreme truth that menaces every power to be true. This truth is death, whose living presence is the leper. Then, when the time of madness comes, it is still death, but a death more interior, unmasked even in its seriousness, the empty head of the idiot substituted for the macabre skull, the laughter of the demented instead of the funerary rictus, Hamlet opposite Yorick, the dead buffoon, twice buffoon. An unapproachable truth, the force of a fascination that is not simply madness but is expressed through madness, and that gives rise, as the Renaissance approaches and extends itself, to two kinds of experience. One can be called tragic or cosmic. Madness reveals a staggering depth, a subterranean violence, a knowledge that is boundless, devastating, and secret. The other is a critical experience that assumes the aspect of a moral satire. Life is fatuity, a mockery, but if there is a mad madness from which nothing can be expected, there is also a wise madness that belongs to reason and has the right to ironic praise. This is indeed the Renaissance as it liberates mysterious voices, all the while tempering them. King Lear, Don Quixote, it is the great day of madness. Montaigne meditates before Tasso, admiring him and wondering whether the latter's pitiful state were not due to a too great clarity that blinded him, to that rare aptitude for the exercises of the soul that left him without capacity, exercise, and without soul. The classical age arrives, two movements are being determined. Descartes, by a strangely forceful blow, reduces madness to silence. This is the solemn break of the first meditation, the refusal of any relation with extravagance that is required by the advent of the ratio. It comes about with an exemplary severity, but what? These are madmen, and I would be no less extravagant were I to guide myself by their example. This is asserted in a simple sentence: if, awake, I can still suppose that I am dreaming, I cannot, through thought, suppose myself to be mad, since madness is irreconcilable with the exercise of doubt and with the reality of thought. Let us listen to this sentence, as we have here a decisive moment of Western thought. Mano as the accomplishment of reason, as the affirmation of the sovereignty of the subject who is capable of the true ego is himself the impossibility of madness. Of course, there may be men who are mad, but man himself, the subject in man, cannot be so, for only he can be man who realizes himself through affirmation of the sovereign / and in the initial choice he makes against unreason. To fail to make this choice, in whatever way, would be to fall outside human possibility, to choose not to be man. The great confinement that occurs as though on cue, one morning in Paris 6,000 persons are arrested, confirms this exile of madness by giving it a remarkable compass. Those who are insane are shut up, but at the same time and in the same places are also confined, by an act of banishment that mixes them together, the poverty-stricken, the idle, the profligate, the impious, and the libertines, those who do not think in the right way. Later, during the progressive eras, this confusion will arouse indignation or derision, although it is no laughing matter. Rich in meaning, this movement indicates rather that the 17th century does not reduce madness to madness but, on the contrary, perceives the relations that madness maintains with other radical experiences that touch upon sexuality, religion, atheism and sacrilege, or libertinagia. In other words, as Foucault says in summary, experiences that touch on the relations that are being established between free thought and a system of passions. To put this another way, what is being constituted in silence here in the seclusion of the great confinement, and through a movement that answers to the banishment pronounced by Descartes, who is the very world of unreason, a world of which madness is but a part and to which classicism annexes sexual prohibitions, religious interdicts, and all the excesses of thought and of the heart. Such a moral experiment with unreason, which is the other side of classicism, is tacitly carried out and becomes manifest in giving rise to this almost socially invisible arrangement, the closed space where dwell side by side the insane, the debauched, the heretical, and the disorderly, a sort of murmuring emptiness at the heart of the world, a vague menace from which reason defends itself with the high walls that symbolize the refusal of all dialogue, excommunication. There is no relation with the negative, kept at a distance, disdainfully rejected. It is no longer the cosmic spectre of preceding centuries but what is insignificant, banal nonsense. And yet, for use and in part for that century itself, for this sequestration by which all the unreasonable forces are contained, this hemmed-in existence that is reserved for them, also obscurely preserves these forces and restores to them the extreme sense that belongs to them. Within the limits of this narrow enclosure something beyond measure is lying in wait, in the cells and the dungeons, a freedom, in the silence of seclusion, a new language, the speech of violence and of desire without representation and without signification. And the proximity that is prescribed for madness will also have consequences, just as the highest negative forces are marked by a scarlet letter, so will those who are mad, comrades in chains of the depraved and the licentious, remain their accomplices under the common sky of the fault. This relation will never be entirely forgotten. The scientific knowledge of mental illness will never repudiate the groundwork that was constituted for it by the moral demands of classicism. But, reciprocally, as Michel Foucault states, the fact that it is a certain liberty of thought that furnishes a first model for mental alienation will contribute to sustaining the secret force of the modern concept of alienation. This is not the case, however, in the 19th century, when the relationship between the alienation referred to by physicians and the alienation of the philosophers is undone. The communication between them, represented, up until the penal reform, by the practice of placing unreasonable beings into contact with beings without reason, this silent dialogue between madness related to license and madness related to illness, is now broken off. Madness gains specificity, it becomes pure and simple, it falls into truth, it renounces being a negative strangeness and instead takes its place in the calm positivity of things to be known. This positivism, which moreover remains tied to the forms of bourgeois morality, seems, in the guise of philanthropy, to master madness more definitively through the constraints of a determinism more exhaustive than all the previous mechanisms of correction. What is more, to reduce madness to silence, whether by rendering it, in effect, mute, as in the classical age, or by confining it in the rational garden of a species, as in all the ages of enlightenment, is the constant move of every Western culture concerned with maintaining a line of partition. One must turn to the great somber works of literature and art to hear the language of madness, or to hear it, perhaps, anew. Goya, Sade, Hölderlin, Nietzsche, Nerval, Van Gogh, art order. These existences fascinate us by the attraction to which they themselves were subject, but also by the relation that each of them seems to have maintained between the obscure knowledge of unreason and what the clear knowledge of science calls madness. Each in his own way, and never in the same way, leads us back to the question onto which Descartes' choice opens, and that defines the essence of the modern world. If reason, if this thought that is power excludes madness as the impossible itself, would it not be because when thought seeks to experience itself more essentially as a power without power is seeking to bring back into question the affirmation that identifies it with possibility, it must, as it were, withdraw from itself, turn away from a mediating and patient labor and turn instead toward a searching that is distracted and astray, without labor, without patience, without result and without works? Is it possible that thought cannot arrive at what is, perhaps, the ultimate dimension without passing through what is called madness and, passing by way of it, falling into it? Or again, to what extent can thought maintain itself in the difference between unreason and madness if what becomes manifest in the depth of unreason is the appeal of indifference, the neutral that is also difference itself, that which differentiates itself in nothing? Or, to return once more to the words of Michel Foucault, what, then, would condemn to the realm of madness those who once undertook the ordeal of unreason? One may wonder why it is writers and artists, strange names, always already anachronistic, who have borne such questions in a privileged manner and forced others to become attentive to them. The response is at first almost easy. Madness is the absence of work, while the artist is one who is preeminently destined to a worker, but also one whose concern for the work engages him in the experience of that which in advance always ruins the work and always draws it into the empty depths of worklessness, where nothing is ever made of being. 3 Can one say that this absolute denunciation of their work, and in a sense of historical time, of dialectical truth and denunciation that at times opens onto the literary work, at times confines itself to aberration, and at other times affirms itself in both, designates precisely the point at which there would be an exchange between aberration and creation, where, between mere idle chatter and originary speech, all language would still hesitate, where time, turning away from time and into the absence of time, would offer through its brilliance the image and the mirage of the great return that Nietzsche might, for an instant and before sinking into darkness, have held before his eyes. Naturally, one cannot say this. However, if one is never sure of being able to define this confrontation between unreason and madness, or between madness and the work from the basis of its worklessness other than as a sterile relation, and if, in the same man, be this a Nietzsche, one can do no more than leave in their place here consigned to a strange face-to-face meeting and to a mutism that is pain of the being of tragic thought and the being of insanity, identical and without relation. There is nevertheless an event that has come to confirm, for culture itself, the value of this bizarre experience of unreason that the classical age, without knowing it, took upon itself, or exempted itself from. This event is psychoanalysis. Here, too, Michel Foucault says with clarity and with depth what must begin to be said. For after the aggregate joining insanity, violence of the mind, frenzies of the heart, solitary disorder, and all the forms of a nocturnal transcendence comes progressively apart, after positivist psychiatry has imposed upon mental alienation the status of an object and thus definitively alienated it, there comes Freud who attempts to bring madness and unreason back together and restore the possibility of dialogue. Once again something seeks to speak that for a long while had been silent or had no language other than lyrical fulguration, no form other than the fascination of art. In psychoanalysis it is no longer a matter of psychology, but rather of the very experience of unreason modern psychology was meant to mask. Hence, also, the kind of complicity that links writers and those seeking a new language here, a complicity that is not without misunderstandings inasmuch as psychoanalysts are reluctant to abandon some of the demands of the knowledge we call scientific, which wants to situate madness in a manner progressively more precise in the substantiality of a nature, and within a temporal, historical, and social framework. In reality, it is not yet a matter of science. This reluctance is important, for it reveals one of the problems psychoanalysis comes up against, as though in confronting unreason and madness it were necessary to take into account two opposed movements. One of these points to a course back toward the absence of time, ere the return to a non-origin, an impersonal dive. This is the knowledge of unreason. The other, on the contrary, develops in accordance with a sense of a history and repeats this history in certain of its moments. This duality is found in a few key notions, which, more or less successfully, are given currency by the various psychoanalytic schools. To this it must be added that the new orientation of psychoanalytic work undertaken in relation to Hegel, Heidegger, and linguistic research may perhaps find its reason, in spite of this apparent heterogeneity of reference, in a parallel question that we might formulate as follows: if madness has a language, and if it is even nothing but language, would this language not send us back, as does literature, although at another level, to one of the problems with which our time is dramatically concerned when it seeks to keep together the demands of dialectical discourse and the existence of a non-dialectical language? or, more precisely, a non-dialectical experience of language? This is an obscure and violent debate that Sard, following Reims' nephew, immediately brought into the light of our time. Meeting unreason in one of the cells where he was confined with it, he delivered it up and proclaimed it, after more than a century of silence and to everyone's horror, to be speech and desire, a speech without end, desire without limit, and both offered, it is true, by way of an accord that does not cease to remain problematic. Yet it is nonetheless only on the basis of this enigmatic relation between thought, impossibility, and speech, that one can attempt to grasp the general importance of the singular works of art that culture rejects even as it receives them, just as culture denies, by objectifying them, the limit experience works that therefore remain solitary, almost anonymous, even when one speaks of them. I am thinking of one of the most solitary works, the one to which, as though out of friendship and in play, Georges Bataille lent his name. 9. The limit experience. Affirmation and the passion of negative thought. Permit me, in thinking of Georges Bataille, to think in proximity to an absence rather than claiming to set forth what everyone should be able to find in his books are books that in no way constitute a minor part, the simple trace of a presence that has disappeared. They say the essential, and they are essential. Not only by their beauty, their brilliance, and their literary force, which finds its equal in no other writer, but also by their relation to the research to which they bear witness. It is even surprising that a thought so removed from book-like coherence should without betrayal have been able to affirm itself to this extent in a work that reading still has the power to reach. That reading can reach, providing it grasp the work in the entirety of its expression and retain as its center, next to the interior experience, Guilty, and Pan Mordite, the books Georges Bataille published under a name other than his own, and whose force of truth is without comparison. I am thinking especially of Madame Medweder, of which I have spoken in the past, calling it rather feebly the most beautiful narrative of our time. A reading such as I suggest ought to efface the epithets by which one seeks to make what one is reading interesting. To be sure, bringing the words mysticism, eroticism, and atheism together attracts attention. To speak of a contemporary writer as a man who went into ecstasy, engaged in irreligion, praised debauchery, replaced Christianity with Nietzscheanism and Nietzscheanism with Hinduism, after having hung around surrealism, I resume some well-intentioned accounts, is to offer thought as a spectacle and create a fictional character with little concern for the niceties of truth. Where would this need to seek the truth solely at the level of anecdote and by way of a false picturesque come from? Of course each of us, as we know, is menaced by his glum, the crude clay image, our mistaken double, the derisory idol that renders us visible and against which, living, we protest by the discretion of our life, but once we are dead perpetuates us. How can it be kept from making our disappearance, even the most silent, the moment at which, condemned to appear, we must precipitately answer to public interrogation by admitting to what we were not? And sometimes it is our closest friends, with the good intention of speaking in our place and so as not to abandon us too quickly to our absence, who contribute to this benevolent or malevolent travesty through which we will from now on be seen. No, there is no issue for the dead, nor for those who die after having written. In the most glorious posterity I have never discerned anything but a pretentious hell where critics are all of use a figure as rather poor devils. I have reflected upon this at length, and I reflect upon it still. I do not see how to evoke in the proper terms a thought as extreme and as free, should one be content to repeat it. In general this is true of all commentary. The commentator is not being faithful when he faithfully reproduces words, sentences, by the fact that they are cited, become immobilized and change meaning, or, on the contrary, take on too great a value. The very forceful expressions that Georges Bataille is allowed to employ belong to him, and under his authority they retain their measure. But should we happen to speak after him of despair, of horror, of ecstasy, of transport, we can only experience our own awkwardness or even more, our lies and falsification. I do not mean to say that employing an entirely different language, one deprived of these guiding words, would bring us closer to the truth, but at least the reading would remain intact by its more innocent accord with a thought that is preserved. From this perspective, I think the work of an accompanying discourse, a work that should lean toward modesty, might limit itself to proposing a point from which one would better hear what only a reading can bring forth. This point, moreover, may vary. Let us seek a way to place ourselves so that the limit experience, which Georges Bataille called the interior experience, whose affirmation draws his own search to its greatest point of gravity, will not simply offer itself as a strange phenomenon, as the singularity of an extraordinary mind, but keep for us its power to question. I shall briefly recall what this experience is concerned with. The limit experience is the response that man encounters when he has decided to put himself radically in question. This decision involving all being expresses the impossibility of ever stopping, whether it be at some consolation or some truth, at the interests or the results of an action, on with the certitudes of knowledge and belief. It is a movement of contestation that traverses all of history, but that at times closes up into a system, at other times pierces the world to find its end in a beyond where man entrusts himself to an absolute term, God, being, the good, eternity, unity, and in each case disavows itself. Let us note, however, that this passion of negative thought does not merge with skepticism, or even with the moves of a methodical doubt. It does not humble the one who bears it, does not strike him with powerlessness, does not judge him incapable of accomplishment. On the contrary. But here let us be more careful. It may be that the exigency of being all is fully realized in man. At bottom, man is already everything. He is so in his project, insofar as he is all the truth to come from that whole of the universe that holds only through him. He is so in the form of the sage whose discourse includes all the possibilities of a finished discourse. He is so from the perspective of a society freed from servitude. Should we not say that now and henceforth history is in some sense at its point of completion? This does not mean that nothing more will happen, nor that man, the individual man, will no longer have to endure suffering and blindness of the future. But man as universal, is already master of all the categories of knowledge. He is capable of everything and he has an answer for everything, though it is true, only for everything, not for particular difficulties, and to this he also responds by prompting the particular to renounce itself, for the particular has no place in the truth of the whole. Of course, this is quickly said, and doubts can be raised as to this end of history to which we look forward. Some doubts, perhaps. But let us reflect still further, who in us is doubting? The small self that is weak, insufficient, unhappy, knowing almost nothing and closed up in the obstinacy of its ego. For this small self there is obviously only the end that is its own, one it regrets all the more for the fact that, in its egoism, this end does not have as its horizon everyone else's. This small reason either makes the self quickly renounce every reasonable way out, throwing it into the complacent torments of absurd existence, one, or prepares it for hope of another life where it will recognize itself in God. So I repeat. For all of us, history, in one form or another, approaches its end, save the denouement. It approaches its end for the man of great reason because he thinks of himself as the whole and because he works without pause to make the world reasonable, for the man of small reason because, in a furious history deprived of an end, the end is as though at each moment already given, for the believer because, from now on, the beyond brings history gloriously and eternally to term. Yes, when we reflect upon this, we see that we all live more or less from the perspective of a terminated history, already seated beside the river, dying and being reborn, content with the contentment of the universe, and thus of God, through beatitude and knowledge. Now the passion of negative thought admits this proud outcome that promises man his own end. It not only admits it, but works toward it. The action that engages us in this future is, in fact, nothing other than the negativity through which the man in us, negating nature and negating himself as a natural being, makes himself free through his bondage to work and produces himself in producing the world. This is admirable. Man achieves contentment by deciding to be unceasingly discontent. He accomplishes himself because he carries through completely all his negations. Ought we not say that he touches the absolute, since he would have the power to exercise totally, that is, transform into action, all his negativity? Let us say so. But scarcely having said this, we run up against this very assertion, as against the impossible that throws us backward, as though in saying it we were at the same time running the risk of effacing discourse. For it is here that the decisive contestation steps in. No, man does not exhaust his negativity in action. No, he does not transform into power all the nothingness that he is. Perhaps he can reach the absolute by making himself equal to the whole and by becoming conscious of the whole. But then more extreme than this absolute is the passion of negative thought, for faced with this response, negative thought is still capable of introducing the question that suspends it, and, faced with the accomplishment of the whole, still capable of maintaining the other exigency that again raises the issue of the infinite in the form of contestation. Let us attempt to clarify this moment further. We are supposing man to be essentially satisfied. As universal man he has nothing more to do. He is without need, and even if individually he still dies, he is without beginning and without end, at rest in the becoming of his immobile totality. The limit experience is the experience that awaits this ultimate man, the man who one last time is capable of not stopping at the sufficiency he has attained, the desire of he who is without desire, the dissatisfaction of he who is wholly satisfied, pure lack where there is none the less accomplishment of being. The limit experience is the experience of what is outside the whole when the whole excludes every outside. The experience of what is still to be attained when all is attained and of what is still to be known when all is known. The inaccessible, the unknown itself. But let us see why we are able to lend to man what we will still call, inappropriately, this possibility. It is not a matter of extorting an ultimate refusal from the vague discontent that accompanies us up to the end. It is not even a matter of the power to say no by which everything in the world is donial, each value, each authority being overturned by another that is each time more far-reaching. What our proposition implies is something very different. Precisely this. There belongs to man, such as he is, such as he will be, an essential lack from which this right to put himself in question, and always in question, comes. 2 So we have returned to our preceding remark, man is the being that does not exhaust his negativity in action. Thus when all is finished, when the doing, by which man also makes himself, is done, when, therefore, man has nothing left to do, he must, as Georges Bataille expresses it with the most simple profundity, exist in a state of negativity without employ. The interior experience is the manner in which this radical negation, a negation that has nothing more to negate, is affirmed. One might well say that man has at his disposal a capacity for dying that greatly and in a sense infinitely surpasses what he must have to enter into death, and that out of this excess of death he has admirably known how to make for himself a power. Through this power, denying nature, he has constructed the world, he has put himself to work, he has become a producer, a self-producer. Nonetheless, a strange thing, this is not enough. At every moment he is left as it were with a part of dying that he is unable to invest in activity. Most often he does not know this, he hasn't the time. But should he come to sense this surplus of nothingness, this unemployable vacancy, should he discover himself to be bound to the movement that causes him, each time a man dies, to die infinitely, should he allow himself to be seized by the infinity of the end, then he must respond to another exigency, no longer that of producing but of spending, no longer that of succeeding but of failing, no longer that of turning out works and speaking usefully but of speaking in vain and reducing himself to worklessness, an exigency whose limit is given in the interior experience. Now we are perhaps more fairly placed to recognize what is at stake in such a situation, and why Georges Bataille has captured it with the thought of sovereignty. For at first glance one would have the right not to let oneself be taken in by the exceptional nature of these surprising states. A man becomes ecstatic. Although this may be an extraordinary gift, how would the fact of having reached such a state impart anything to those to whom it would remain foreign, and how would it modify, perhaps extend, human space? Would we not be submitting to the attraction that the word mystical holds for us? And would not the stirring of interest that surprises us when someone speaks of ecstatic transport come from a religious legacy whose trustees we remain? Mystics have always benefited from a special status in the church, and even outside it, they unsettle dogmatic comfort and are troubling. They are sometimes strange, sometimes scandalous, but they are apart, not only because they remain the bearers of an evidency beyond anything visible, but because they participate in and contribute to the ultimate act, the unification of being, the fusion of earth and heaven. We ought, then, to be wary of these marvels. And we ought to say that the severe and untiring challenge to every religious presupposition as well as to every revelation and spiritual certainty that is implied by the mystical inclination belongs essentially and in the first place to the movement we are describing. Whoever has bound himself through the most firm decision to the passion of negative thought will at the very least begin by not stopping at God any more than at God's silence or absence, and, more important still, will not let himself be tempted by the repose offered by unity, no matter what form it may take. We can represent things in still another way. In the schema I have used to speak rather figuratively of the end of history. Let us understand that the entire meaning expressed by the name of the highest is again taken up by human activity where it burns with a clear flame in the fire of action and discourse. At the point to which we have come, the end of time, man has in a sense already rejoined the point omega. This means that there is no longer any other than man, and that there is no longer any outside him, since, affirming the whole by his very existence, he includes and comprehends the whole of everything as he includes and comprehends himself as being within this closed circle of knowledge. Thus, at present, the problem brought forth by the limit experience is the following: how can the absolute, in the form of totality, still be gotten beyond? Having arrived at the summit by his actions, how can Manahi the universal, the eternal, always accomplishing himself, always accomplished and repeating himself in a discourse that does no more than endlessly speak itself, I not hold to this sufficiency, and go on to put himself, as such, in question? Properly speaking, he cannot. And yet the interior experience insists upon this event that does not belong to possibility. It opens in this already achieved being an infinitesimal interstice by which all that is suddenly allows itself to be exceeded, deposed by an addition that escapes and goes beyond. A strange surplus. What is this excess that makes the conclusion ever and always unfinished? Whence comes this movement of exceeding whose measure is not given by the power that is capable of everything? What is this possibility, after the realization of every possibility, that would offer itself as the moment capable of reversing or silently withdrawing them all? When Georges Bataille responds to these questions in speaking of the impossible, one of the last words he made public, he must be rigorously understood. It must be understood that possibility is not the sole dimension of our existence, and that it is perhaps given to us to live each of the events that is ours by way of a double relation. We live at one time as something we comprehend, grasp, bear, and master, even if we do so painfully and with difficulty, by relating it to some good or to some value, that is to say, finally, by relating it to unity. We live at another time as something that escapes all employ and all end, and more, as that which escapes our very capacity to undergo it, but whose trial we cannot escape. Yes, as though impossibility, that by which we are no longer able to be able, were waiting for us behind all that we live, think, and sigh if only we have been once at the end of this waiting, without ever falling short of what this surplus or addition, this surplus of emptiness, of negativity, demanded of us, and that is in us the infinite heart of the passion of thought. 3. Here we begin to discern what I will name, without the least disparagement, the intellectual importance of the limit experience, and also why this importance does not come from its singularity, but from the movement that leads up to it and from which it is inseparable, since its singular traits do no more than express, in a single movement and even as a kind of flash, the infinite of putting into question. This is what first must be said again. The ecstatic loss of knowledge is nothing but the grasping seizure of contestation at the height of rupture and dispossession. The experience is not an outcome. It does not satisfy, it is without value, without sufficiency, and only such that it frees all human possibilities from their meaning, every knowledge, every speech, every silence, every end, and even this capacity for dying from which we draw our last truths. But, here again, we must keep from concluding lightly by ascribing it to some sort of irrationalism or by relating it to a philosophy of the absurd. This non-knowledge, said to communicate ecstasy, in no way takes from knowledge its validity, any more than nonsense, momentarily embodied in experience, would turn us away from the active movement by which man tirelessly works to give himself meaning. On the contrary, let me insist again, it is only beyond unachieved knowledge, the knowledge affirmed by Lenin when he announces that everything will one day be understood, that non-knowledge offers itself as the fundamental exigency to which one must respond, no longer this non-knowledge that is still only a mode of comprehension, knowledge put in brackets by knowledge itself, but the mode of relating or of holding oneself in a relation, be it by way of existence, where relation is impossible. This said, there remains something difficult. Let me recall a preceding proposition. Interior experience is the manner in which the radical negation that no longer has anything to negate is affirmed. This is what we have just attempted to clarify by stating that this experience cannot be distinguished from contestation. But then what kind of affirmation has it fallen to such a moment to bring forth? In what way can we claim that it affirms? It affirms nothing, reveals nothing, communicates nothing. Then one might be content to say that the affirmation is this nothing communicated, or the incompletion of the whole seized in a feeling of plenitude. But in this case, we run the risk of substantializing this nothing, that is, we risk substituting for the absolute as a whole its most abstract moment, the moment at which nothing immediately passes into the whole and in turn unduly totalizes itself. Or are we to see here a last dialectical reversal, the last degree, but a degree pertaining to no scale, on the basis of which man, this intellect AC accomplished in proportion to the universe, would send the entire edifice back into the night and, doing away with this universal intellect, still receive from this ultimate negation a light, a supplementary affirmation that would add to the whole the truth of the sacrifice of the whole? Despite the nature of such a movement is so immoderate that one cannot pretend to refuse it, assign to it a meaning precise enough to enable one to reject it, it not being deniable. I would like to say that the limit experience is still more extreme. For this act of supreme negation we have just supposed, and that for Georges Bataille was no doubt for a time represented by the research of Asserfail, still belongs to the possible power. The power that is capable of everything, is able even to do away with itself as a power, the explosion of the nucleus itself being one of the extremes of nihilism. Such an act will in no way make us accomplish the decisive step, the step that would deliver us over in a sense without ourselves to the surprise of impossibility by allowing us to belong to this non-power that is not simply the negation of power. For thought, the limit experience represents something like a new origin. What it offers to thought is the essential gift, the prodigality of affirmation, an affirmation, for the first time, that is not a product, the result of a double negation, and that thereby escapes all the movements, oppositions and reversals of dialectical reason, which, having completed itself before this affirmation, can no longer reserve a role for it under its reign. This event is hard to circumscribe. The interior experience affirms, it is pure affirmation and it does nothing but affirm. It does not even affirm itself, for then it would be subordinate to itself, it rather affirms affirmation. It is for this reason that Georges Bataille can consent to saying that this affirmation, after having discredited every possible authority and dissolving even the idea of authority, holds within itself the moment of authority. This is the decisive yes. Presence without anything being present. Through this affirmation, an affirmation that has freed itself from every negation, and consequently from every meaning, that has relegated and deposed the world of values, that consists not in affirming, upholding, and withstanding what is, but rather holds itself above and outside being, and that therefore does not answer to ontology any more than to the dialectic. Man sees himself assigned either between being and nothingness, and out of the infinite of this between two that is entertained as relation the status of his new sovereignty, the sovereignty of a being without being in a becoming without end of a death impossible to die. Thus the limit experience is experience itself, thought thinking that which will not let itself be thought thinking more than it is able by an affirmation that affirms more than can be affirmed. This more itself is the experience, affirming only by an excess of affirmation and, in this surplus, affirming without anything being affirmed and finally affirming nothing. An affirmation by way of which everything escapes and that, itself escaping, escapes unity. This is even all one can say about it. It does not unify, nor does it allow its own unification. Hence it would appear to be in play on the side of the multiple, and in what Georges Bataille names chance, as though in order to put it into play, one not only had to attempt to give thought over to chance, an already difficult gift, but also, in a world in principle unified and stripped of all accident, had to give oneself over to the sole thought that would issue another throw of the dice by thinking in the only affirmative manner and at the level of pure affirmation, that of the interior experience. Such an affirmation cannot be maintained. It cannot maintain itself, and even always runs the risk, in placing itself in the service of force, of turning against the sovereignty of man by becoming an instrument of his domination, going so far as appearing to grant to an I who thinks it has attained it the arrogant right to call itself henceforth the great affirmer. The pretension of the I is the sign of its imposture. The self has never been the subject of this experience. The I will never arrive at it, nor will the individual, this particle of dust that I am, nor even the self of us all that is supposed to represent absolute self-consciousness. Only the ignorance that the I who dies would incarnate by acceding to the space where in dying it never dies in the first person as an I will reach it. Thus it is necessary to indicate one last time the strangest and most weighty trait of this situation. We speak as though this were an experience, and yet we can never say we have undergone it. An experience that is not lived, even less a state of ourself, at most a limit experience at which, perhaps, the limits fall but that reaches us only at the limit, when the entire future has become present and, through resolution of the decisive yes, there is affirmed the ascendancy over which there is no longer any hold. The experience of non-experience. Detour from everything visible and invisible. If man did not in some sense already belong to this detour that he most often employs to turn himself away from it, how could he set out along this path that soon disappears, having in view the attainment of what escapes both aim and sight, advancing as though backward toward a point he only knows he will not reach in person, a point at which nothing of him will arrive and where, forever absent, he will not even find the night as a response, the night with its nocturnal privileges, its vanishing immensity, its calm empty beauty, but rather the other night, false, vain, eternally restless and eternally falling back into its own indifference. How could he desire this? How, desiring it with a desire that is without hope and without knowledge, making him a being without horizon, a desire for what cannot be attained, a desire that refuses all that might fulfill it, a desire therefore for this infinite lack, this indifference that desire is, a desire for the impossibility of desire, bearing the impossible, hiding it and revealing it, a desire that, in this sense, is the blow of the inaccessible, the surprise of the point that is reached only in so far as it is beyond reach and where the proximity of the remote offers itself only in its remoteness. How could thought, supposing that it might for an instant have affirmed itself there, ever return from such a blow and bring back, if not a new knowledge, at least what thought would need in order to hold itself, at the distance of a memory, in its keeping? The response is unexpected. It is not perhaps the one that Georges Bataille would have wished to give, or even have ratified. And yet it is he himself, his books, the surprise of his language, the often unique tone of this silent discourse that permit us to propose it. Speech entertains what no existent being in the primacy of his own name can attain, what existence itself, with the seduction of its fortuitous particularity, with the play of its slipping universality, could never hold within itself. And not only does speech retain what decidedly escapes in this manner, but it is on the basis of this always foreign and always furtive affirmation of the impossible and the incommunicably that it speaks, finding there its origin, just as it is in this speech that thought thinks more than it can. And no doubt this is not just any speech. It does not contribute to discourse, it does not add anything to what has already been formulated, it would wish only to lead to what, outside all community, would come to communicate itself if, finally, when everything was consummated, there was nothing more to say, saying at this point the ultimate exigency. Experience is this exigency, is only as exigency, and is such that it never offers itself as accomplished since, going beyond all memory, no memory could confirm it, and since forgetting are the immense forgetting that is borne by speech is alone proportionate to it. It belonged to Georges Bataille to be the respondent of this affirmation that is the most transparent and the most opaque, the obscure by way of a transparency, an affirmation of which man has no memory, but that remains in the waiting attention of language. To him fell the task of holding open the relation to it and of alerting us, almost despite ourselves and from a distance, to this relation that was his sole measure, a measure of extreme pain and extreme joy. I would add that, far from claiming to keep it solely for himself, his constant concern was that it should not be affirmed in solitude but communicated, although it is also an affirmation of solitude. He once called it friendship, the most tender of names. Because his entire work expresses friendship, friendship for the impossible that is man, and because we receive from it this gift of friendship as a sign of the exigency that relates us infinitely and sovereignly to ourselves, I would like to say again what, citing Nietzsche's judgment of Zarathustra, I wrote many years ago when the interior experience appeared, and that 20 years of thought, of attention, of recognition and friendship have rendered always more true for me. This work is entirely a part,